Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 22 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a civilian orphan trained and became the Wind Calamity. Let the tale begin. Chapter 906, Mythical Secrets. Danzo and the rest were watching Akuro's every movement like a hawk. When Akuro turned his head, they were startled to see the surprise in his eyes. Having heard of his actions, they expected a lot of things, but seeing Akuro's surprise was not one of them. What caught them even more off guard was the he exclaimed aloud. They understood Akuro had noticed something he didn't expect, but none of them could say what that thing was. Danzo, who was confused too, suddenly felt Akuro's gaze observing him even more deeply than he was observing Akuro earlier. Danzo immediately realized, he was surprised by me. But what is it? While Danzo's body contained several shocking secrets, all were hidden carefully with the help of seals. Unlike Fujin, who used countless seals to achieve his objectives, Danzo used a minimal number of seals to achieve the same. As such, even his seals were difficult to spot unless a grandmaster was specifically looking for them. Akuro opened his mouth, his jagged but archaic voice echoed, as he chuckled, "Foo, not bad. Not bad at all. I didn't expect to see such an individual in this era. There are 3. No. I can feel 8 distinct auras emanating from you. Did Mushigami start to spread his influence already?" Much like his expressions earlier, Akuro's words also caught Danzo and his subordinates off guard. They never expected Akuro to see through Danzo's seals at a mere glance. A good portion of Danzo's body now consisted of Hashirama's cells. His right eye held Shirsui's Manjikyu Sharingan. In addition, 5 pairs of Sharingan were embedded in Danzo's right arm. Along with his own, Danzo's body held 8 different auras. Danzo wondered, how did he look through my seals with such ease? Or, did he just feel it instinctively? And, who is Mushigami? Before he could get any answers, his shock grew deeper as Akuro continued, the auras are quite special too. Ashura and Indra. No. The auras are too weak to be theirs. Ashura's aura is quite pure, so it must be from one of his reincarnations. As for Indra's aura, it seems to come from his descendants. An interesting attempt, though I doubt you understand the true essence of what you have done. A pity. Your life force is too weak. Fu wondered, Ashura? Indra? Is he talking of the Sage of 6 Paths and his children? Torian wondered at the same time, Danzo-sama has the aura of their successors? What does he mean by Ashura's reincarnation? How can someone reincarnate? And how does Akuro know he reincarnated? Danzo also analyzed Indra and Ashura, the sons of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. According to the ancient legends passed down through shinobi history, the Uchiha clan is said to be descended from Indra. Meanwhile, the clan that descended from Ashura later split into the Senju and Uzumaki clans. If this is true, the Sharingans on me can be said to be from Indra's descendants. And, Ashura's aura should be from Lord First's cells. However, what does he mean by Ashura's reincarnation? Is he saying Lord First was Ashura's reincarnation? How would Ashura reincarnate? Does Indra reincarnate too? More importantly, can I take his word for it? Instinctively, Danzo felt something was off. He didn't want to believe Akuro's words. However, his logical side didn't agree with his instincts. With a mere glance, Akuro laid bare all of Danzo's secrets. It was something no one had done. It was important to remember the people Danzo interacted with weren't ordinary. He interacted with the shrewd and cunning clan leaders and elders in Konoha for years. He also frequently met with the grandmasters in Konoha to discuss the seals gained from Jashin's cult. None of them ever discovered a fraction of what Akuro noticed at a glance. It wasn't just them. Even the likes of Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade failed to see through his seals. Hiruzen only found out through other means while Tsunade and Jiraiya learned about it through him. Hence, Akuro made a big impact on Danzo's subconscious. An impact so big that Danzo doubted his own instincts. Danzo further analyzed, considering how he spoke, it's as if he experienced their auras firsthand. Which means, He must have met them at some point, implying that he has been alive for over 1,000 years. As unbelievable as this is, it perfectly aligns with the rumors coming in from Kumovikure, an ancient expert who terrorized the world to the extent that they started calling him Akuro. However, that doesn't explain why he surfaced just now. Why haven't I ever heard of someone like him? And why is he targeting my root? From killing over a dozen of his root subordinates to blowing up his headquarters and now killing more of his subordinates and claiming the lightning crystal vein, Akuro had targeted Danzo and Root at every turn. Though it wasn't as bad as Kumovikure, Danzo had several reasons to be upset with Akuro. Before Danzo could say anything, Akuro turned his head and focused his attention on the chicken again. He asked, "So, who are you, and for what reason have you sought my presence? Do you come bearing tribute, or to swear fealty?" Fu, Toryun, and the other two root ninjas looked at Akuro with incredulous looks. Each wondered, did he not hear a word Danzo-sama spoke earlier? Danzo's expression also became dark as he asked, "Are you deaf or are you so aloof that you didn't pay attention to a word I spoke?" With a complete disinterest in his voice, Akuro replied, "I hear when I want to. This world has too much noise for me to lend my ear to it." "You still haven't answered my question." Danzo's lone eye narrowed. Even after all the chaos this madman had caused, he acted as if he was the one owed answers. Still, Danzo reigned in his irritation. There was more to be gained by indulging the eccentricities of this ancient monster, at least for now. "I am Shimura Danzo," he stated evenly. "Leader of Root, protector of Konoha from the shadows, and guardian of the land of fire's stability. You've been disrupting that stability." Akuro chuckled faintly, as though amused by the self-proclaimed titles. He turned the chicken again, the firelight flickering across the intricate seals on his cloak. Danzo continued, "Your actions in recent months, slaughtering my agents, attacking my headquarters, and now this mockery of a vein, you've been targeting Root. Yet you appear to move without a nation or banner, unless, of course, you act in someone else's name." His voice lowered a shade, careful, probing. "Fujin's, perhaps?" "Fujin?" Surprise could be heard in Akuro's voice once again, quite similar to how he had reacted when his eyes landed on Danzo. Fu thought, as we suspected. Fujin has some connection with Akuro. Could he have betrayed Konoha and swore fealty to this maniac? The other root ninja and even Danzo had similar thoughts. They looked at Akuro, glad that he didn't seem to be the kind of person to keep secrets. With disdain in his voice, Akuro said, "Since when did the Lord of Wind start calling himself the God of Wind? Is he no longer satisfied with his Gale Sovereign title?" Akuro's eyes moved towards the root ninjas as he said, "That's strange. Gale Sovereign hasn't woken up for several eras. How is that you know of him?" Akuro's gazed at the root ninjas, waiting for an answer. Unlike his previous questions where he seemed disinterested, Akuro was actually looking for the answer. His gaze showed that he won't let them leave without satisfying his curiosity. Danzo frowned and replied, "Who's Gale Sovereign?" "I'm talking of a ninja from my village who is named Fujin. It ain't a title. I haven't ever heard of anyone called Gale Sovereign." Akuro turned his attention back to the chicken and muttered, "What a disappointment. I thought I'd have some company after all. I have never heard of your Fujin. Is he strong?" Danzo wondered in confusion, is he saying the truth? Or, do the two of them have such close cooperation that he is covering for Fujin? Sigh, I can't get a hang of Akuro's personality. He's too otherworldly, nothing like I have ever seen. Danzo nodded, he is one of the strongest ninjas alive. Akuro muttered, his tone still showing disinterest, "Oh. I'll look for him after that rakish fellow finally dares to face me instead of sending his weak underlings." Danzo thought, I thought so. Unfortunately, I can't count on him to take out Fujin. And, I still need answers. Danzo asked, who are Gale Sovereign and Mushigami? Chapter 907, The Divine War. Danzo asked, who are Gale Sovereign and Mushigami? Ideally, Danzo would have preferred if Fujin and Akuro fought. However, Akuro hadn't killed Darui despite fighting against him several times and hadn't faced Ai even once. As such, Danzo didn't think Akuro was strong enough to kill, or even defeat, Fujin. Not to mention, he still had reasons to suspect a partnership between the two of them despite Akuro's words. As a result, he decided to gather as much information as he could from Akuro before making a move. His subordinates also paid careful attention. While each one of them had doubts of varying degrees about everything Akuro claimed, his words had piqued their curiosity. They continued maintaining their guard against any unsuspecting moments while lending their ear to Akuro, wondering whether he would quench their curiosity. Without glancing at them, Akuro answered, "They are old comrades, in a sense. Kindred spirits who walked this world along with me when it was still young. Both are in a slumber for now, unlikely to awake in this era. For your sake, you better pray my predictions are accurate." Akuro chuckled as he finished talking. For a moment, the root ninjas felt dread. Fu thought, why does it feel like a catastrophe would occur if his predictions are inaccurate? Danzo asked, what would happen if they awoke? Akuro laughed, Gale sovereign slaughters until the entire world is covered in a red bloody mist. Mushigami collects the body parts of the strongest warriors in the era and makes them a part of himself. The amount of blood his endless insect army needs causes several mass extinctions every time his eyes open. The dread the root ninjas were feeling increased. Even Danzo frowned and analyzed, they sound almost godlike, much like Lord First and Uchiha Madara. The world order will change if such individuals awake. However, are they that strong? Or, will they be weakened like Akuro claimed during his clash against the Kumogakure army? No, for Konoha's safety, I need to make sure that they never wake up. He asked, where are they sleeping? Akuro answered, do you think I'd be wasting my time with you if I knew? Danzo ignored his sarcasm and probed further, how many of your kin are in slumber? If they're as strong as you claim, why are they in a slumber? Akuro muttered, how many, huh? Not many, I suppose. As for why they're in a slumber, isn't it obvious? He glanced towards the root ninja and continued in a spooky tone, they were defeated and gravely injured. Danzo and his subordinates made a mental note of all the new information they were getting. Danzo continued poking for more information and asked, who defeated them? Akuro answered nonchalantly, of course it was us. Who else could it be? Danzo frowned and asked, what happens when you and your comrades wake up? And, why did you arise from your slumber at this time? Akuro chuckled, we start awaking when an era is about to end. Some early, some late, a few skip some eras too. As for what happens. Akuro paused for a moment, as if reminiscing of the old times, before muttering, a divine war breaks out. Danzo's frown deepened as he thought, as I suspected, he's troublesome. Fortunately, he has a loose mouth. I didn't even need to use Shirsue's eye to make him spill the beans. Assuming he's speaking the truth, his existence can be the perfect opportunity for me to make a comeback. However, it'll take time and I need to take things one step at a time. For now, I need to secure the lightning crystal vein. If possible, I should also capture him and read his memories to get a proper understanding of his comrades and their strengths. Unfortunately, Danzo was in a tough spot. With his Sharingans, he had confidence in dealing with Akuro. However, he couldn't say for certain whether he could kill or capture Akuro. If he failed to do so and Akuro was displeased, he could return any time in the future to destroy the vein, just like how he destroyed the root headquarters. After all, Danzo couldn't stay put here for a long time, nor could he permanently deploy other rank S ninjas in Konoha to protect the vein. He would obviously build a top-quality seal formation to protect the vein, but Akuro was someone who infiltrated into the Raikage building with no trouble. Danzo didn't believe any seal formation could stop such a person. The best he could do was lay a trap, but seeing how unsuccessful Kumogakure was in doing so, Danzo wasn't very optimistic about it either. While Danzo calculated, Fu asked, a divine war? What's that? Akuro teased, you'll find it out soon enough. I have answered plenty of your questions, but you're yet to answer mine. Are you here to swear fealty to me? Danzo replied, "You still haven't answered why you attacked my headquarters." Akuro muttered, I did? I don't remember." Offended, Torian asked angrily, "What do you mean you don't remember?" Akuro interrupted in a lazy tone, "If I were to remember every insignificant thing, my head would have long exploded." Insignificant, the word echoed in the minds of the 5 Konoha ninjas. Even Danzo, despite his vast experience and great restraint, felt a rage burning inside him. It was easy to guess how angry his subordinates were. The incident wasn't insignificant by any means. It was the most impactful event inside Konoha in the period between the Uchiha Massacre and Konoha Crush. It was also the biggest humiliation Root ever endured. To make matters worse, it was also the incident that caused Root to lose nearly all of its power. More than 90% of its members were taken away, and Danzo even lost his seat in the council. Yet, Akuro considered this humiliation so insignificant that he couldn't even remember it. A couple of the Root ninjas were about to explode when Danzo raised an arm, indicating to control themselves. He asked, "Say I tolerate your intrusion. Say I let you play your little games here. What then? What benefit do I gain from this alliance?" "Alliance?" Akuro said, voice quiet and sharp as steel. "You mistake the nature of this meeting, Danzo of Root. I offer no alliances. Bend the knee or be buried under it. As for what benefit you gain." There was a small pause, before Akuro muttered in his jagged, archaic voice, "Isn't your life enough?" Danzo's subordinates tensed instantly and reached for their weapons. Danzo's expression remained stoic as usual. He began removing the seals on his right arm and said, "So be it. Buy me some time." Without the need for any more words, all 4 Root ninjas flickered in front of Danzo. Torian removed his gloves, his skin turning purple. Fu weaved a series of hand seals, precise and fluid, characteristic of the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. The 3rd Root ninja began preparing a wind jutsu to counter Akuro's lightning jutsus, while the last one unsheathed his sword and stood guard in front of Danzo, forming the last line of defense. Any other ninja, no matter how strong, would have turned their attention to the 4 Root ninjas. Though none of them were rank S, together they possessed skills to trouble any rank S ninja. The enemy would prefer to deal with them before they could team up with Danzo and become a threat. However, Akuro didn't spare them a single glance. Instead, his chakra flared and became extremely chaotic. He said, "Don't bother. Even Indra couldn't place me under a Jinjutsu. His cheap copy wouldn't work either. The only one capable of placing me under an illusion is Shinin no Koshi. Unfortunately for you, his art wasn't passed on to humans." Danzo, who was secretly counting on neutralizing Akuro with Shirsue's eye, frowned. His confidence in dealing with Akuro decreased slightly. He thought, "To think he'd be so sensitive to my Jinjutsu. I shouldn't have let Itachi take Shirsue's other eye. If I had it, I could have made Akuro loyal to Root." His eyes narrowed, noticing Akuro's disdain towards his subordinates. Despite the Root ninjas preparing their jutsus, Akuro hadn't even bothered looking at them. Danzo thought, "No matter, there are still more ways to deal with him. If he underestimates my subordinates, I may not have to take any action." Fu aimed his palms at Akuro and smirked. "Did the Yamanaka clan not exist when he last awoke? If he doesn't know of our abilities, this will be easy work." Similar thoughts ran through the minds of other Root ninjas. While they were nowhere near as strong as Darui's group, the 4 of them possessed abilities far trickier than what Kumogakure ninjas possessed. It became the source of their confidence. Mind-body switch jutsu. Fu aimed at the unmoving Akuro and launched his technique. However, his eyes suddenly widened. Akuro, who hadn't moved from the boulder since they arrived, suddenly disappeared. The other 3 Root ninjas felt a presence next to them and barely moved their heads, just to see Fu's detached head floating next to them. Chapter 908, A Dagger in the Dark. The Root ninjas readied themselves for an intense confrontation. While they believed in Danzo, they knew they wouldn't be able to defeat Akuro without his help. Akuro's past record, despite absence of any high-profile kills, was rather stellar. Seeing Akuro's disdain for them, their confidence grew exponentially. However, just when Fu was about to launch his deadly attack, Akuro disappeared. His speed was so ridiculous that the experienced root ninjas couldn't follow him with their bare eyes. Sensing a foreign presence among their ranks, Torian and his two comrades' eyes moved slightly. Their eyes widened in horror as they saw Fu's severed head suspended in the air, frozen for a moment before beginning its descent. Just above his neck, a faint, crackling arc of blue light shimmered, a lingering afterimage from a lightning-imbued slash too fast for their eyes to track. A beat later, Fu's headless body began to collapse, blood trailing in its wake. Danzo's expression darkened. 3 root ninjas had already lost their lives before he arrived. His heart bled to see another one fall. Worse, he understood the rest wouldn't stand a chance. He was the only one who had managed to follow, even if barely, Akuro's movements. He thought, the lightning chakra mode. His speed is almost on par with the rakeage. TSK, I should have taken the risk of removing the seals when we were talking. Since he wanted information from Akuro, Danzo had refrained from unleashing the full extent of his strength. Removing the intricate seals placed on his body might have provoked Akuro, risking the chance to uncover the secrets this ancient figure held. But as he watched his subordinates fall like flies, regret gnawed at him. Perhaps he had miscalculated. He quickly weighed his options, cold logic guiding his thoughts, when suddenly, his lone eye flickered. For the briefest moment, something caught his attention, something subtle, unexpected. A glint formed in his eye as he calculated how to take advantage of this opportunity. Despite the loss of their comrade, none of the root were emotionally impacted. Their shock stemmed only from the sheer suddenness of the act. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, Torian lunged forward, both arms extended, aiming to infect Akuro with his lethal toxins. Simultaneously, the root ninja, who had prepared the wind jutsu, opened his mouth, preparing to unleash infinite breakthrough at point-blank range. The final root ninja charged in tandem, chakra coursing through his blade, eyes locked onto Akuro's vital points. But their coordination, training, and unique talents crumbled before the insurmountable gap in power. Torian, mere inches from his target, caught a flicker of movement. He saw a streak of bluish-white light arcing down at an impossible angle. His final thought was one of helpless realization before the blade cleaved him cleanly from crown to groin, splitting him in two with surgical precision. In the same instant, a blinding spark flared at the tip of Akuro's finger. The lightning bullet streaked forward like a divine judgment, piercing through the heart of the wind-natured ninja mid-breath, silencing his jutsu before it could ever leave his lungs. The final root ninja closed the distance, his chakra-forged blade swinging in a deadly arc toward Akuro's neck. But before steel could meet flesh, Akuro's form blurred, vanishing like mist in the wind. A fraction of a second later, the ninja froze mid-step, his breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened in terror as he found himself face to face with death. Akuro's lightning-imbued blade hovered mere millimeters from his neck, humming with raw, lethal energy. The searing heat of the chakra blade singed the skin at his throat. But before the sword could complete its arc, Akuro vanished once more, retreating like a phantom into the shadows. A barrage of vacuum bullets whistled through the air, piercing through the space Akuro occupied moments ago. Had he continued swinging his blade, he would have been pierced despite the protection provided by his cloak. Fu's headless body fell to the ground at this moment. Moments later, his head, the two halves of Torian's body and the other third root ninja's body fell to the ground too. The last remaining root ninja breathed a sigh of relief and thought, Danzo-sama saved me. Another moment and I'd have met the same fate as Fu. However, worry filled him again. He hoped Danzo didn't stop removing his seals to help him. He was about to turn his head when he heard Danzo's voice, focus on the enemy. The root ninja was relieved as a sharp clatter rang behind him. The heavy metallic bracer encasing Danzo's right arm loosened and dropped to the ground with a dull thud, sending a brief tremor through the soil. A faint hiss of chakra surged from beneath the cloth wrappings, signaling that the seals restraining his power were beginning to unravel. Akuro gazed at Danzo as well and thought, That was quick. Not really. There are still some seals remaining, though it shouldn't take much time to remove those either. Regardless, he has finally acted. Hee, this should be fun. The darkness of Konoha, the man who moved nations from the shadows, heir to the second Hokage's will, and rival to the only second shinobi ever named God of Shinobi. I wonder if you'll entertain me as much as Orochimaru. Due to the limited number of rank S ninjas, an opportunity to fight against them was rather rare. Though Fujin had faced quite a few, especially during his vacation, he still felt a need for more sparring partners. Someone as experienced and resourceful as Danzo was perfect for this. Fujin couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Danzo took a step ahead and said in a monotonous tone, "Akuro, your opponent is me. You'll pay the price of messing with Konoha." Danzo's chakra flared aggressively and leaked a killing intent stronger than any Fujin had ever sensed. His title, the Shinobi of Darkness, wasn't for show. His killing intent was the most disgusting aura Fujin felt. Danzo's eye was locked onto Akuro's mask. Unknown to his opponent, Danzo's mind was more focused on the space behind him. A few moments ago, when Fu was looking at Akuro to use his mind-body switch jutsu, he saw Akuro vanish from his sight and a bluish light heading straight at his throat. Realizing he wasn't fast enough to dodge, he used his jutsu out of desperation and instinct despite not having a target. As a result, his spirit escaped his body moments before he was beheaded by Akuro. Danzo had noticed the same, due to which a glint had appeared in his eye. However, it wasn't that simple. Fu drifted in the dark, an ethereal whisper torn from flesh and bone. The moment his jutsu activated, he had felt his body, his anchor, vanishing beneath him in a burst of light and pain. It was gone. There was no return. Yet, he wasn't done. This is death, isn't it? Fu thought, his consciousness floating, light and unmoored. No body, no warmth and no second chance. There was no fear in the thought, only cold acceptance and a growing, burning purpose. Danzo still stood behind him. And Akuro, the monster who tore through them like paper, remained unscathed. He thought, if I can give Danzo-sama even the slightest opening, if I can rattle Akuro for just a moment. His soul pulsed, the essence of his will flickering defiantly against the pull of the afterlife. Normally, the mind-body switch technique followed a straight, narrow path. It wasn't as flexible as the spirit transformation jutsu developed by Dan. They couldn't fly freely like how Dan or Fujin could, and if someone else got in between them and their target, their spirits would enter that being instead of their target. But this time was different. There was no body to return to. There was no consequence left to fear. The limiters of hesitation, of survival, were stripped away. Fu asked himself, what do I have to lose now? For the first time, Fu felt free. Free from failure, free from fear. That freedom became his focus. The sheer force of his resolve slowed his forward drift, reined in his momentum. Bit by bit, his spirit twisted, defying the technique's nature. A feat few in the Yamanaka clan could ever achieve, and one none had attempted at the brink of death. I can still fight, he muttered to himself with conviction. His spirit turned, not toward a random host, but toward Akuro. His thoughts sharpened, I don't need a body. I just need one opening. 1 second in his mind. That's all. I shall take an ancient expert down with me. And with that conviction, his translucent form surged, bearing down on Akuro's spirit like a dagger in the dark. It was at this moment that Danzo's chakra flared and his killing intent leaked out. Danzo's killing intent didn't display his hatred, but was merely a distraction. To give Fu the best chance, Danzo wanted all of Akuro's attention to be focused on him. Chapter 909, In Release. Fu's spectral form closed in, his hand stretching forward, trembling not from fear, but from grim determination. Fall into my grasp, he thought, as his fingers reached for Akuro's back. From a distance, Danzo observed coldly, without a hint of expression on his face. His eyes were locked onto Akuro like a hawk. Beneath that calm mask, his mind was razor-sharp, calculating 1 second is all he needs. If Fu succeeds, this battle will be decided in an instant. Akuro, who had so far been calmly observing Danzo and his last remaining subordinate, almost as if Danzo's killing intent had finally made an impression on him, suddenly moved. His figure disappeared and instantly reappeared a couple of steps to his right. His left arm burst into blue flames and he made a sharp grabbing motion toward the spot he had just vacated. For a moment, Fu didn't understand what had happened. He had been inches away from Akuro's spirit and could smell victory. However, before he could grasp the sensation of success, an overwhelming force wrapped around him. Akuro's burning hand clasped Fu's spirit and he muttered, "To think you could control your spirit to this extent. Impressive. A pity your body had to be destroyed for you to realize this talent of yours." "No!" Terror flooded Fu's mind. The blue flames from Akuro's arm, beautiful yet deadly, engulfed his translucent spirit. He tried to resist, to surge forward one last time, but his willpower crumbled like dry leaves in a storm. The flames weren't just burning him, they were erasing him entirely. A frown finally appeared on Danzo's face as he analyzed, flames. I should have expected. Normal flames will have a difficult time harming Fu's spirit, but against flames, Fu is completely helpless. With such affinity to release, he likely sensed Fu's spirit the very moment it left his body. That said, his flames are eerily similar to Manatabi's flames. Is the inevitable result when fire and chakras mix to the limit, or do his flames come from her? Danzo had a feeling the answer to his question would solve a huge mystery. Akuro claimed himself to be ancient. His behavior, actions, and strangeness reinforced his claim. It wasn't a surprise for such a being to have a very high mastery of yin-yang manipulation. However, if his flames came from Manatabi, then all his claims would come under scrutiny. Danzo thought, if it is the former, his mastery of yin-yang manipulation is at a level higher than even Hiruzen's. If it is the latter, then there's a high probability of a scheme being at work here. No matter, I first need to defeat him here. The bandages around Danzo's eye and arm unraveled and started falling to the ground. The scene was noticed by the near-extinguished spirit of Fu. His final thought was, even though I failed, I brought sufficient time for Danzo-sama to remove the seals. He can fight at his full potent. The flames consumed Fu completely, leaving not even a trace behind. Akuro turned his gaze to Danzo and said, "You have finally gotten rid of your restrictions. I hope I won't need to hold back anymore, Danzo of Root. For all that you have said, I'd be disappointed if you don't entertain me as much as the lightning ninjas." The message behind Fujin's words was plain as day. The last remaining Root ninja frowned. Does he imply he could have killed Danzo-sama at any time he wanted to, but spared him only because he wanted to see how strong Danzo-sama was? How arrogant! Even though he is strong, Danzo-sama isn't helpless when removing the seals. Even if you could kill Danzo-sama, you'll regret holding back and not acting decisively. Danzo felt Akuro's disdain as well, but he wasn't offended, unlike his subordinate. On the contrary, Danzo expected Akuro to possess such disdain. Without a word or hand seal, he fired several air bullets at Akuro. Akuro's figure blurred again, dodging the air bullet barrage with ease while moving towards Danzo, his sword ready to strike him down. Danzo observed, he isn't using the lightning chakra mode. Is he conserving chakra, or does he look down at me to that extent? Neither scenario was bad for Danzo. If it was the former, it would imply Akuro wasn't as strong as the Raikage. If it was the latter, then Danzo would try to take advantage of his opponent's arrogance. Danzo thought, regardless of what his reason is, it is far easier for me to injure him when he isn't using the lightning chakra mode. Without it, the threat he poses to me will also fall drastically, unless he has some other tricks up his sleeve. I should use his Iroga. Danzo's thoughts froze for a moment as he realized something odd. Akuro's eyes weren't open. Instead, he sensed seals on top of them. Danzo immediately concluded two things. Firstly, his assessment of Akuro's arrogance wasn't accurate. Secondly, Akuro was careful against his Sharingan despite his earlier words. Fujin, when he spent a couple of months planning and laying an elaborate scheme to lure out Danzo, spent a lot of time debating this issue. Danzo possessed an array of dangerous techniques. The precise and fast vacuum jutsus, a deadly summon, Hashirama's cells, and the would release it provided, the enigmatic Izanagi, each more dangerous than the previous. However, what threatened Fujin the most was Shirsui's eye. Ironically, what threatened Fujin more wasn't the Manjikyu ability of Shirsui's eye. The truly dangerous ability of Shirsui was in the eye he gave to Itachi. The one with Danzo could only cast Jinjutsu sneakily to actively manipulate the victim. Since Fujin was aware of it, he could easily break out of it like he did not long ago. Instead, it was the basic Sharingan Jinjutsu that Fujin considered the biggest threat. Fujin's ability to break out of Jinjutsu was obviously very strong, but that was as long as the Sharingan wasn't involved. The Sharingan Jinjutsu, even without the Manjikyu, was notoriously difficult to break out of. Fujin couldn't do so. Naturally, he had safeguards against Sharingan Jinjutsu, but using them would risk undermining the aura of invincibility he was carefully cultivating around Akuro. There was another complication involved here. From what Fujin could recall from his memories, Danzo hadn't used any of his Sharingan to cast Jinjutsu like a normal Uchiha would. So, Fujin wasn't even sure if Danzo could do it. However, having seen what Orochimaru and Hiruzen could do, Fujin didn't want to take such an unnecessary risk. Wind Release, Gentle Gale Jutsu. Danzo took a deep breath and took a few steps forward, standing next to his subordinate. He exhaled strong winds, much like the infinite breakthrough jutsu. However, a large portion of the wind suddenly turned at nearly 90 degrees angles, fanning out on both sides, their speeds constantly accelerating. At the same time, the speed of the winds moving towards Akuro fell drastically. The two changes created a strange situation. Instead of storming or bombarding the enemy like a normal wind jutsu would, Danzo's jutsu seemed to want to draw the enemy in and surround them from all sides, something Akuro was experiencing firsthand. Needless to say, Danzo wanted to take advantage of Akuro's self-imposed blindness. Akuro's speed slowed as he analyzed, TSK. As expected, he isn't a slouch when it comes to yin-yang manipulation. He's even better than me at applying it to wind release. If I continue, I'll be attacked by winds from all sides. That said, his control over winds may be very good, but these winds lack the sharpness that wind release is famous for. They won't even put a scratch on my cloak. Huh. Just as Akuro realized the harmlessness of the wind, the root ninja spat out hot flames into Danzo's flames. In an instant, the flames spread across Danzo's entire jutsu. Under Danzo's control, the flames rapidly closed in on Akuro from all sides, finally meeting at a point and exploding with a loud bang. The explosion sent a shockwave ripping through the trees, tearing branches and igniting the canopy in a storm of embers. Crimson flame surged outward like a living beast, devouring the surrounding forest and casting flickering shadows across the battlefield. Did we get him? The root ninja asked unsurely. There was no movement in the flames or the smoke, but he didn't think Akuro could be dealt with so easily. Danzo answered, no, he retreated before he could be completely surrounded. Even without the lightning chakra mode, he is very quick. Don't let your guard down. Chapter 9-10, Probing Akuro. Danzo answered, no, he retreated before he could be completely surrounded. Even without the lightning chakra mode, he is very quick. Don't let your guard down. The root ninja was about to nod when he sensed Danzo charging his chakra and inhaling deeply once again. For sharp streaks of blue light burst from the inferno, cutting through the firestorm like spears of judgment. Each one was quite far from the rest, but Danzo could easily see that they would converge towards him. Without wasting any time, he shot 4 vacuum bullets in response. Piercing into the firestorm, each vacuum bullet met a lightning ray head-on, producing a crackling blast of static and compressed force as they clashed midair. Though the lightning rays were destroyed, the vacuum bullets didn't emerge unscathed. Their stable vacuum cores collapsed due to absorbing too much lightning. However, instead of allowing the remaining chakra to dissipate, Danzo manipulated the remnant chakra. The fragmented winds twisted and coiled unnaturally, forming 4 tiny serpentine figures of swirling air. Under normal circumstances, the 4 tiny serpentine figures would have collapsed within a few seconds due to how little the chakra used to create them was. However, these tiny wind serpents had taken form within the firestorm created by Danzo and his subordinate. They greedily absorbed the surrounding inferno, quickly transforming into 4 massive fire wind dragons. Since a major chunk of the chakra in the firestorm came from Danzo, there was no instability in the burning dragons. On the other side of the firestorm, Akuro's eyelids twitched. Since his eyes were closed and he was entirely reliant on sensing, he easily understood the mechanics behind Danzo's technique. The reason he understood it so clearly on the first try was that he was extremely familiar with it. Fujin thought, fucking asshole. This is an application of my wind domain. Not just Hiruzen, this old rat too. Copying my techniques without even paying me any royalty. I should have exploited them more. Despite his thoughts, Fujin was glad that Danzo hadn't entirely replicated his wind domain. Had he done so, then the battle would become far more difficult than what he calculated. Knowing how difficult it would be to lure Danzo out of Konoha again, Fujin would have no choice but to face his creation head-on with an element that was inherently weak against it. There was another thought in the back of Fujin's head, a thought he struggled to suppress. It was to create his own wind domain. Thanks to the firestorm in front of him, he would need little chakra to transform his wind domain into a scorched domain. With it, Fujin could dismantle all of Danzo's games with ease and create an environment that was extremely favorable for him. If Danzo were to be trapped inside his domain, Fujin wouldn't care whether he could use his Anaji 10 times or 100 times. The battle would only have one result. No matter how many times Danzo came back to life, he'd die instantly. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the easy way out. Fujin sighed, a pity. If I were to use it, the cat would be out of the bag. Death isn't absolute in this world. Then again, that's exactly why I'm targeting him. How ironic. He chuckled as the 4 fire wind dragons tore through the firestorms and surged forward, each locking onto Akuro's position with unerring precision. Akuro's figure blurred as he dodged the first, then sidestepped a second with casual ease. The third dragon swerved, trying to catch him mid-movement, only for Akuro to twist midair and land lightly on a burning branch that shattered beneath his weight. He vanished again before the flames could touch him. Danzo's expression remained calm as he tracked Akuro's movements with Shirsue's eye, manipulating the dragons with minor shifts of chakra. Each movement he made forced the dragons to change direction, trying to restrict Akuro's movements, hemming him in gradually. However, despite Danzo's finesse, Akuro's speed simply outpaced the dragons. Unless they could suddenly move several times faster, there wasn't a hope of them ever catching Akuro. Danzo observed silently, even though his eyes are closed and sealed, it hasn't affected his movement in any way. From the way he moves, it seems like he's sensing every little disturbance in the air to gauge his surroundings accurately. Doing so should have been impossible due to the heavy cloak he's wearing, but since he can do so, some of the seals on his cloak must be aiding him in doing so. In addition, he's also reading my chakra control and predicting the dragon's arcs, helping him stay one step ahead of me. This dual-pronged approach shows he's far more careful than he lets on. That's his true nature. In addition, he must also use some other ways. I have tried to fool him by manipulating my chakra incorrectly and creating additional disturbances in the air, but he hasn't been fooled even once so far. Danzo wasn't surprised by his observations. When Akuro closed and sealed his eyes, Danzo had deepened his understanding of Akuro. As for hitting Akuro with the fire wind dragons, Danzo knew very well that was impossible. That wasn't his goal. His actions so far were merely to probe and investigate his opponent. Suddenly, Danzo's chakra flow changed once again. The moment Akuro shifted to dodge another dragon, he sensed a subtle change in his chakra flow, as if an external force was influencing him. His chakra flared as he instantly disrupted his own flow, removing any foreign influences. However, that momentary distraction allowed the fire wind dragon to close in alarmingly. It still missed him by inches, but it came far closer than any other attack so far. Another couple of dragons closed in on his new position as Akuro once again felt an external influence once again. A frown appeared behind his mask as he disrupted his chakra flow again and dodged both dragons and thought, how annoying. Even though he can't place me under a genjutsu, he can still distract me momentarily with Shirsui's eye. In a fast-paced battle, that one moment can be lethal. For someone who gained fame as the spectral swordsman, Fujin was well aware of how critical a single moment could be in an intense conflict. Too many ninjas had lost their lives to him due to momentary lapses in concentration. Fujin did not doubt that Danzo would be even more ruthless in this aspect. Despite his expressions being hidden behind a mask, Danzo could feel Akuro's annoyance. He thought, even though you claimed no one other than Shinin no Koshi could place you under a genjutsu, you still closed your eyes when I opened Shirsui's eye. Breaking out a genjutsu isn't the same as being immune to it. Let me see whether you are as experienced as you claim to be. Danzo continued using Shirsui's eye to distract Akuro at critical moments in an attempt to catch him by surprise. Ironically, he didn't even bother using any strong genjutsu in his attempt since he knew Akuro would break the genjutsu instantly. Doing so ensured Danzo could keep using Shirsui's eye for much longer. Additionally, he realized that Akuro couldn't estimate the strength of the genjutsu. If he could, Akuro wouldn't have bothered disrupting his chakra so violently, as those weak genjutsu wouldn't have impacted him in any way. For an old schemer like Danzo, getting every little detail about his enemy was another card he could use to plan and create traps for his enemy. It improved his mood somewhat as he continued making life difficult for Akuro. Yet, a frown appeared on Danzo's face merely a couple of minutes later. Danzo couldn't help but think, Akuro. He no longer feels tense. Instead, I feel like he is smiling behind his mask. It's almost as if he's treating this like a game. Danzo's guess wasn't off the mark. Although Danzo's tactic was annoying, Fujin was aware of the entities he might face in the future. For him, this little game of Danzo was a good training opportunity. Despite his exposure to rank S ninjas, such confrontations were much lesser than what Fujin would have liked. Of course, treating an intense battle against an opponent as deadly as Danzo like a game could be extremely dangerous. A single mistake could prove costly. Fujin would never take such a needless risk without a good reason. Luckily, he had two. He chuckled while dodging the fire wind dragons by mere inches and thought, Danzo isn't Shirsui. Even with Hashirama's cells, there's a limit to how much he can use Shirsui's eye. Using it so liberally now will affect his strength later. That said, even this advantage would not have made me participate in this little game of his. However, even though his eyes were closed, Akuro turned his head towards an incoming fire wind dragon. Though it looked quite strong and intimidating, it didn't have the power to harm Akuro. After all, Akuro's cloak could tank hits from a transformed Yujito. As a result, the danger was minimal. What Fujin was more on guard against was Danzo or his clones using wind vacuum jutsus to target him. Chapter 9-11, A Weird Teamwork. Realizing that he wouldn't gain any new information and pointlessly waste his stamina and chakra, Danzo changed tactics once again. He redirected his remaining chakra in the firestorm, moving it toward the center with precise chakra control. The blaze trembled, then began to shift unnaturally. Embers spiraled upward in a vortex as the remaining fire began to gather, forming a large demonic figure. The burning entity was nearly 8 meters tall, with flaming arms and a vaguely defined head, its torso still connected to the ground by a trail of fire. Without wasting any time, it moved towards Akuro. Akuro sensed the change and analyzed, first the fire dragons, then using Shirsui's eye and now this fire demon. Though none of them are bad per se, Danzo must know they're useless against someone who can use the lightning chakra mode. So, why is? Oh, I understand. Not bad at all. On the other side, Danzo thought, though fighting a master of lightning chakra mode at close range is difficult, defeating them at long distance is almost impossible. No matter how strong the assault is, they can easily dodge everything. Even a tailed beast bomb wouldn't work as they would escape its range long before it explodes. The only hope is a powerful Genjutsu, which unfortunately doesn't work on Akuro. However, lightning chakra mode isn't too effective offensively at a long distance either. Though powerful lightning jutsus and lightning-enhanced weapons can be thrown over a long distance, they won't make any impact in a battle of this scale. Hence, despite dodging all my attacks, Akuro failed to counterattack properly even once. The flow of this battle is under my command. He must have realized my intent by now. If we keep fighting at a distance, he'll make no progress, and the battle will unfold as I direct it to. Though I lost more chakra, he'll be unwilling to return to a long-range confrontation again, giving me more opportunities to land a deadly blow. For Danzo, the biggest disadvantage was Akuro's ability to attack and retreat at will. Despite his experience, he could do nothing to restrain Akuro's speed. So, he made a psychological play to manipulate Akuro. As for whether Akuro would fall for it, Danzo wasn't too worried. Close combat wasn't exactly a weak point of ninjas who mastered lightning chakra mode. On the contrary, they were extremely powerful at it, and Danzo knew Akuro would be the one to have the upper hand. Not to mention, they were currently in the land of fire. Their battle would attract any Konoha ninja passing through the vicinity. While ordinary ninjas couldn't interfere in their battle, Konoha wasn't lacking in rank S ninjas. Of course, Danzo knew how low the chances of any of them appearing there were, but Akuro couldn't know it. From Danzo's perspective, Akuro wouldn't want to extend the battle needlessly, or he would lose the lightning crystal vein. A provocation, aye? Alright, I'll bite. But first. As he dodged Danzo's attacks, a sword appeared under his sleeve. Akuro pointed his hand towards the sky and shot a lightning bolt into the clouds. Danzo noticed it but didn't dare to take his eye off Akuro. He wouldn't make the same fatal mistake that caused countless ninjas to lose their heads to the third Raikage. Sensing danger, Danzo flickered backwards instinctively as a lightning ray struck his previous position. At the same time, lightning armor appeared on Akuro's body. He moved straight through the two fire wind dragons and the fire demon standing between him and Danzo. The fiery figures lost their forms and collapsed as Akuro appeared in front of Danzo in the blink of an eye, his sword slicing straight at Danzo's throat. Had Danzo taken his eye off Akuro and focused on the lightning, there was a good chance he would have lost his head at that moment. Thankfully, his experience wasn't lacking. Noticing Akuro heading towards him, Danzo grabbed a tanto and swung it to intercept Akuro's blade. As he swung, his chakra began flowing through the tanto and it was immediately sharpened with wind chakra. At the same time, he analyzed, the lightning strike had several purposes. If I were to be distracted by it, I would be in a precarious situation. If I had ignored it completely, I would have been badly injured by it. The attack was also a message. He isn't without means in a long-range battle. Yet, he chose to confront me in close range. As I speculated, all masters of lightning chakra mode are arrogant and overconfident. The last remaining root ninja was surprised when lightning struck next to him. Before he could react, a few lightning arcs moved past him as Danzo and Akuro's blades met with a sharp metallic clang. He quickly turned his head, to see Danzo sliding back a few meters. Akuro was slightly surprised as he observed, interesting. I didn't expect him to have so much physical strength. The clash of blades was equal, but Akuro had great momentum and his strength was enhanced thanks to the lightning chakra mode. He expected Danzo to be sent flying, but the result was rather unexpected. His figure disappeared as he attacked Danzo from another direction. Danzo knew he couldn't match Akuro's speed. So, he used his Sharingan to keep track of Akuro's every move and relied on extremely precise movements to defend against Akuro's blade. One after another, he consistently blocked Akuro's every strike, making quite an impression on his young mind. He didn't make a single wasteful movement. Even a ninja as skilled as Fujin would struggle to replicate Danzo's performance in the last few seconds. What Danzo displayed was a result of his over half-century-long experience. It also displayed the training he put in to prepare for the day he ran into the Raikage. It was the reason why Danzo dared to provoke Akuro into close combat. The root ninja watched the clash with helplessness in his eyes. He wanted to aid Danzo, but his eyes failed to follow Akuro. Afraid that he would harm Danzo, he could only hold his position and look out for attacks on him. As the two clashed, Danzo observed, though he is very quick, his speed is much inferior to I can't even compare him to his father. In addition, his speed decreases considerably when he changes his direction. Strange. Very strange. This would only be the case if he is rusty or if he's still learning the technique. From what he says, it must be the former, but he has been active for over a year now. Why is he still rusty? Even if he hasn't regained his peak, why is he so inferior to Danzo immediately discovered a few inconsistencies in Akuro, making him doubt Akuro's claims. As the two were about to clash again, a vacuum core formed along Danzo's blade. If the two blades clashed, Akuro would be at a disadvantage. However, Akuro twisted his wrist, letting his sword slide past Danzo's blade. Realizing the danger if Akuro's blade were to pass his tanto, Danzo immediately changed the direction of his slash and slashed horizontally at Akuro. Akuro's figure disappeared as a vacuum slash was fired from Danzo's blade. Unfortunately, it sliced through nothing but air. Danzo quickly spun around and slashed his blade as Akuro appeared behind him. To his surprise, Akuro spun low and swept his leg at Danzo's ankles. Barely having any time to react, Danzo leapt back, narrowly avoiding the sweep. At the same moment, he shot an infinite breakthrough jutsu to not only impede Akuro's movements but also to move backwards at a faster speed. Moments later, he twisted his body in the air and swung his blade towards his left. Akuro stopped his attack and quickly changed his position, approaching Danzo from his back once again. Realizing he couldn't manipulate his body, Danzo exhaled gentle winds around him. At the same time, his root subordinate shot flames straight at him. The flames mixed into winds and moved around Danzo to intercept Akuro. Akuro could have pushed straight through the combination jutsu but decided to pull back again after noticing the vacuum cores forming on Danzo's fingertips. The small break finally gave Danzo enough time to land on the ground. Akuro analyzed, interesting. That root ninja couldn't follow our movements at all. However, Danzo used Shirsue's eye to manipulate him into spitting flames at him at the right moment. What weird teamwork. I should eliminate him to reduce the variables. However, Danzo should expect it too. He'll use him as a bait. Chapter 9:12, Karmic Restrictions. Under Danzo's influence, the root ninja immediately followed up by shooting Fire Dragon Jutsu at Akuro. Without even glancing at it, Akuro tossed a lightning-imbued Senbon at the Fire Dragon. It pierced through the fiery figure, barely missing the root ninja who ducked down. Taking advantage of the distraction he created, Danzo flung 3 shurikens, each spinning through the air with trailing wind chakra that shrieked like banshees. Akuro didn't flinch. With barely a motion, he sidestepped the first, twisted away from the second, and knocked the third aside with a burst of chakra from his sword. However, he suddenly felt something off and disrupted his chakra flow. A frown formed behind his mask as he realized, sound-based Jinjutsu. He used the sound created by the shurikens to cast a Jinjutsu. Though Akuro didn't take long to dodge the attack and disrupt Danzo's attempt at putting him under Jinjutsu, the tiny delay was enough for Danzo. Wind Release, Vacuum Execution Barrage. A volley of condensed wind blasts surged toward Akuro in a tight, wide arc, jagged, fast, and sharp enough to rip flesh from bone. Akuro darted to the right, zigzagging between them with inhuman precision, but suddenly he felt another interference. This time, Danzo used Shirsue's eye to cast a Jinjutsu on Akuro. Once again, Akuro's chakra flared erratically to disrupt any and all foreign interference. Danzo failed to place Akuro under Jinjutsu, but a vacuum bullet clipped Akuro's shoulder, tearing part of his cloak. Akuro's expression became very serious as he analyzed, Danzo. He is using wind vacuum technique and casting Jinjutsu simultaneously. Sigh, what incredible control over his chakra. Every jutsu needed a ninja to mold his or her chakra in a very particular pattern. Only then the jutsu will form properly. Hand seals were generally used to guide the ninjas to mold their chakra accurately. Experienced elite ninjas could skip the hand seals, but they still needed to mold their chakra accordingly. What Danzo just did was akin to weeding two sets of hand seals at the same time and yet somehow mold the chakra accurately for the two jutsus to take shape accurately. Fujin couldn't help but marvel at Danzo's skill, though it didn't last long. He recalled, now that I think about it, when Itachi and Sasuke clashed, Itachi countered Sasuke's fire jutsu with his own while simultaneously preparing Amaterasu. Perhaps it has more to do with the Manjikyu Sharingan than Danzo's skill. Otherwise, he may not have been much weaker than Hiruzen. Though the two could be considered rivals, Fujin was well aware of how vast the gap between Hiruzen and Danzo was. Despite his incredible ability to scheme, Danzo wasn't in the same league as Hiruzen at his peak. Danzo wasn't aware of the thoughts flashing through Akuro's mind at the speed of light, nor did he care. A glint appeared in Danzo's eyes, as he saw Akuro's club tear. He pressed on his advantage and was about to cast another Jinjutsu when he suddenly realized something strange. His eyes widened as he analyzed, his chakra didn't stabilize. It is extremely erratic. Yet, he is maintaining the lightning chakra mode and is dodging my attacks with ease. It was Danzo's turn to be surprised by Akuro's skills. Disrupting chakra flow to break out of Jinjutsu would also affect one's own jutsu. After all, how could anyone mold their chakra accurately when it is disrupted by their own will? However, Danzo was seeing just that. Despite the erratic nature of Akuro's chakra, his movements weren't affected even a bit. Danzo didn't have the luxury to dwell on it as Akuro's figure blurred constantly, dodging Danzo's barrage while reducing the distance between the two. Another Senbon appeared in his left hand as he charged it with lightning and flicked it at Danzo's forehead. Danzo immediately shot it down with another vacuum bullet, but a massive amount of lightning gathered in Akuro's sword in that time. He slashed his sword horizontally towards Danzo, firing countless lightning bolts in the process. Instead of moving straight towards Danzo, where they'd be intercepted by his attacks, the lightning bolts drilled into the ground and traveled towards Danzo from underground. As a result, Danzo couldn't use a wide-scale wind jutsu to neutralize them all at the same time. Though vacuum bullets could pierce into the ground, Danzo didn't feel he could intercept all bolts, nor thought it would be wise to waste so much chakra and divide his attention. The bigger threat was still Akuro. Danzo rapidly flickered, staying away from the lightning bolts and letting the earth reduce their power. However, he quickly had to stop as Akuro, free from Danzo's bombardment, appeared behind him. A vacuum core formed along Danzo's tanto as he swung his blade backwards to intercept Akuro's lightning-charged sword. Instead of continuing with his attack, Akuro pulled back his blade and attacked from a different direction. Danzo quickly adjusted his stance to counter the new threat, but Akuro's figure disappeared once again. Danzo immediately looked above, his Sharingan catching Akuro's silhouette already repositioning high above him in midair with his sword raised towards the sky. A massive amount of lightning chakra began flowing through Akuro's blade once again as he slashed his sword down with full force, unleashing an arc-shaped blast of lightning. Danzo flickered again while swinging his tanto at the lightning in an attempt to intercept the lightning blast. To Danzo's surprise, the lightning blast split into two halves, perfectly moving around the vacuum slash and honed on him irrespective of how many times he flickered. As for Akuro, he had long returned to the ground. Danzo tried flickering again, but the lightning blast easily caught up to him, splitting up further into 8 lightning spears and severely restricting Danzo's movement. What little options he had were extinguished soon as lightning bolts drilled out of the ground and plugged the remaining space, leaving Danzo no way out. His only option was to defend or counterattack. Unfortunately, he couldn't cover every direction in that short time. Even if he created shadow clones, he'd be hit long before they could help. Realizing there was no way to escape, Danzo strangely relaxed and looked at Akuro. He didn't put up any resistance, almost as if he accepted his death. The lightning spears and bolts were merely inches away from him when suddenly, all of them disappeared in thin air. A smirk appeared on Danzo's face while Akuro frowned behind his mask. He thought, weird. Very weird. He didn't use hand seals like he did against Sasuke to activate his Izanagi. His chakra also didn't change like Obito's did when my vacuum bullet pierced through his eye. Was Danzo willing to die? No, that's beyond absurd. There's no way he'll quit before giving his all. So, what was the matter? Has he still not grasped his Anaji? No, why would he have so many Sharingans in that case? Besides, his chakra was extremely stable, as if he didn't fear death, or rather, my attack. Though I can't see his expression, I'm sure it lacks fear or distraught. Danzo said, the rumors were true. Even though you killed dozens of Kumogakure ninjas in your first encounter, you refrained from killing many in your following encounters. In your last exchange, you didn't kill a single ninja. Akuro thought, obviously. If I continued killing, that village may no longer be considered a great village. Danzo said after a pause, I wonder what the reason is. You refused to even kill me. The reason the lightning disappeared had nothing to do with Danzo. Instead, it was Akuro who extinguished them. Akuro replied sarcastically, how good to be ignorant. Ignorant? Danzo asked with interest. He always wondered why Akuro never killed Darui's group. As much as he hated Akuro, he didn't mind Akuri cutting down Konoha's enemies. Akuro said, every act you perform brings a karmic retribution. The more blood you shed, the heavier the burden your soul carries. Killing may bring victory today, but it plants seeds of destruction for tomorrow, seeds that bloom when you least expect them. When one kills without restraint, the universe responds. Not in some poetic, moralistic sense, but with cold inevitability. Those who bathe in blood will eventually drown in it. Danzo studied him, frowning. The statement sounded like spiritual drivel, but there was something unnerving in the certainty with which Akuro spoke. Not even a hint of doubt. Though Danzo never believed in karma, he couldn't take the words of an ancient master lightly. Even more so since Akuro's actions reflected his words. Akuro chuckled, every ninja I met in this era is inflicted by negative karma, some their own, some inherited. You, in particular, are far worse than the rest. I could feel your immense karmic debt long before you appeared here. It's little wonder you ran into me. It's little wonder that we are waking up in this era. Danzo's frown deepened as Akuro continued, regardless, just my past actions shouldn't provide you with such a sense of security. Why were you unafraid of my attack? Did you have means to avoid death despite being in such a precarious position? Danzo didn't reply immediately, instead taking time to gather himself and prepare for the next round of hostilities. He answered, maybe I did, maybe not. Interesting, Akuro muttered. At that next moment, the lightning bolts and spears that had disappeared, reappeared inches around Danzo. The sudden change shocked Danzo. In the blink of an eye, he was bombarded by lightning. Chapter 913, Danzo's Death? Interesting, Akuro muttered. At that next moment, the lightning bolts and spears that had disappeared, reappeared inches around Danzo, at the same spots from where they had vanished moments ago. They continued moving towards Danzo with the same momentum. Danzo's eyes widened, his pupils dilating sharply as something extremely bizarre unfolded in front of his eyes. Despite being inches away from death, Danzo's instincts failed to warn him of the danger until it had appeared. As a ninja with a rich experience that spanned over 5 gruesome decades, Danzo had complete faith in his instinct. It was built through countless life and death experiences. For decades, it had never failed him. Yet, they seemed to have failed today. Danzo was so stunned that he couldn't help but wonder whether he was in a Jinjutsu despite using Shursui's Manjikyu Sharingan. Unfortunately, he had no time to analyze. In the blink of an eye, he was bombarded by lightning. Lightning ripped through his body, destroying all 11 Sharingans on his body while electrocuting him to death at the same time. The stench of burning flesh filled the air as Danzo's body collapsed to the ground. The sight shocked the last remaining root ninja momentarily, but he controlled himself very quickly. At the next moment, his blade fell from limp fingers, followed by a thin stream of blood trickling down his neck. Then, with eerie stillness, his head slipped from his shoulders, cleanly severed. His killer had returned to his previous position long before his head fell to the ground. Finally opening his eyes, Akuro glanced at Danzo's burnt body as he analyzed. Just like Hiruzen and Orochimaru, his abilities are far different from my memories. Despite being caught completely off guard, he still used his Izanagi just like how Obito did. His chakra changed the moment some sparks touched his body. This is quite different from his fight against Sasuke. Since he isn't preemptively using his Izanagi, I can't stall out the 1-minute time limit of his Izanagi. I'll genuinely have to kill him 11, or perhaps 12 times to kill him for good. I suspect he won't be manually looking at his arm to see how many eyes are still open. Sigh, this raises the difficulty considerably. The only silver lining is that I didn't plan on stalling. In any case, his reaction was rather pleasurable. A shame I couldn't watch it with my eyes, but I still felt his shock. Hee. When the lightning bolts disappeared, they hadn't been extinguished normally. Instead, Akuro had used an advanced application of space-time ninjutsu. To bring them back, Akuro had merely reversed his earlier technique. That was why Danzo was caught off guard to such a degree and why his instincts failed to warn him. Akuro chuckled, there's a lot more to space-time ninjutsu than what Tobirama created. Minato improved the Flying Thunder God Jutsu but passed away before he could work on anything else. I wonder how far I will advance this enigmatic stream of ninjutsu. I suppose that'll depend on whether I make it through the Fourth Great Ninja War. Akuro closed his eyes again, seals reappearing on his eyelids as he commented internally, interesting. Danzo's burnt body disappeared as Danzo appeared some distance away. One of the Sharingans on his arm closed and a few burn marks from lightning sparks were visible on his clothes, but there wasn't any injury on him. He glanced towards his last subordinate and felt some pity. He couldn't help but think, my route is almost entirely finished. I'll have to restart from scratch. Akuro observed, the location where he reappeared was nearly 20 meters away from the spot where he died, even though the spot where he activated his Izanagi was the same place where he died. This way, he can't be killed by preemptively striking the spot where he died. I wonder how far Obito can adjust his reappearance. If he can revive directly in his Kamui dimension, killing him will be quite difficult. Anyway, Danzo's Izanagi's time limit is the same as I remember, 1 minute. If it was longer, I'd have to stay here for quite a while. Even though I don't have anywhere to go, the longer the battle drags, the greater the chances of external interference. Akuro muttered, turning reality into illusion and illusion into reality. Not bad at all. That's quite a genjutsu. And, it only cost you an eye. Akuro wasn't stingy with his words. Izanagi was a jutsu that deserved all the praise. It was understandable why an old monster would find it fascinating. Danzo was slightly surprised as he analyzed, he hasn't heard of Izanagi? He thought for a bit and realized, I missed it earlier. If he had known of Izanagi, he wouldn't have stopped his attack. However, why hasn't he heard of such a powerful technique if he is an ancient expert? The Uchiha used this technique quite extensively at one point until it was declared forbidden. Once again, Danzo deepened his understanding of Akuro, or so he thought. He asked, how did your lightning jutsu reappear so suddenly? Now that he had time, Danzo began analyzing his death. Not being warned by his instincts had given him quite a shock. Even though he appeared relaxed, he had raised his guard to the highest level. Keeping his eyes on Akuro, he analyzed, not just my instincts, my chakra field also failed to keep a track of those lightning bolts. It's almost the way Sensei and Minato appear with Flying Thunder God. Could it be an application of space-time ninjutsu? Even though he didn't understand what Akuro had done, he immediately managed to speculate it correctly thanks to his rich experience. Before he could analyze further, Akuro chuckled, I had given this lesson to those lightning kids. Since you have shown me something interesting, I'll give you this lesson as well. I'm not sure how effective it'll be for you, but perhaps you may benefit from it in your next life. Danzo frowned. This time, his instincts were warning him. He prepared himself while waiting to hear what Akuro was about to say. Akuro stated plainly, when using lightning, there are only two factors that matter: wildness and unpredictability. Lack in either, and it doesn't matter how strong you are or how good your control over lightning is, you'll never learn the true essence of manipulating lightning. Akuro's figure disappeared, leaving his words behind. Danzo didn't move, but his right eye trailed towards the sky, not allowing Akuro out of his sight. Danzo's brows furrowed as he saw Akuro floating 200 meters above in the sky, bringing his hands together. It was eerily similar to what Inoki would do before using dust release. A dense chakra appeared between his hands and began rotating rapidly. Akuro's hand suddenly glowed with lightning chakra as a massive amount of it mixed into the rotating dense chakra. In a few seconds, the dense chakra took form, transforming into a perfect sphere radiating an intense light. Danzo's expression became heavy. Thanks to Shirsue's eye, he could see how intense the lightning chakra concentrated within that small sphere was. He couldn't help but think, such an intense jutsu. I don't think even Hiruzen can defend against it. However, how can he freely use such a heavy concentration of chakra? Would the lightning chakra mode aid him? Or, would the jutsu take another form? Danzo observed the jutsu more carefully and felt something off. He analyzed, such a chakra-heavy jutsu can't be used more than a few times. Even if he doesn't know of Izanagi, he knows I can use it 9 more times. Why is he wasting so much chakra on a single jutsu? This is unlike the carefulness he displayed earlier. What is he scheming? Saisho no Hikari. Some of Danzo's questions were answered very soon as Akuro launched the jutsu, while the rest would be answered in time. Much like the Kumo ninjas, his expression became peculiar on seeing how slowly the jutsu descended. He wanted to simply blow the jutsu back with a powerful wind jutsu and be done with it. However, before he could put his thoughts into action, the bright sphere disappeared. Even the Manjikyu Sharingan couldn't follow it. His feet remained frozen in place, unmoving as if anchored by fate itself, only his eyes shifted slowly and tensely, lowering to the ground from where he felt intense danger. The slow-moving radiant sphere, which had vanished unpredictability, now hovered inches away from his feet. It released an intense light in every direction. Chapter 9:14, Struggling Between Life and Death. The Saisho no Hikari Danzo faced was a bit different than what Darui's group faced. Back then, Fujin didn't intend to kill them. Hence, he had teleported the terrifying jutsu some distance away from them. In addition, he hadn't exploded the jutsu right away, giving Yujito precious time to cover her teammates. Unfortunately, Danzo wasn't given the same considerations. Not only was the jutsu more powerful due to the gains Fujin had, but it teleported inches away from him and exploded right away. Had Danzo been on his toes, ready to flicker at the first sign of danger, perhaps he could have used the jutsu, though escaping the blast radius was a different matter altogether. However, Danzo was more curious about studying his opponent and gathering more intel. He didn't even have the time to try and flicker. Realizing he couldn't survive, Danzo immediately activated Izanagi. In the last few moments where he could still think, Danzo rapidly analyzed, it vanished and reappeared, just like what happened earlier. There's no doubt. He is using space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise my eyes would have seen it no matter how fast lightning is. The light emitted by Saisho no Hikari engulfed Danzo. Needless to say, the light was nothing but intense lightning. At such a close range, it destroyed Danzo's body from the inside out, ruining every organ and destroying his chakra network. Even his right arm, consisting of Hashirama's cell, was utterly devastated. Akuro landed back on the ground, not bothering to open his eyes to glance at the corpse this time. Unlike Danzo, who was still figuring out Akuro's information, he knew almost everything he needed to know about Danzo. A senbon appeared in his hands as he stood still. Nearly a minute later, lightning flowed through the senbon, as Akuro flicked it in a direction. As soon as the Izanagi faded away, Danzo's figure reappeared, this time around 24 meters away from dying position and with 2 Sharingans on his arm blinded. Unlike his previous revival, Danzo was in for a rude surprise. He had revived in the path of the lightning-imbued senbon thrown by Akuro. Worse, the tip of the senbon was less than a millimeter away from the center of his forehead when he reappeared. Much like the previous 2 times, Danzo had no chance of dodging. Helplessly, he activated his Izanagi again as the Senbon pierced through his forehead, leaving a small but lethal hole through his head. Moments later, his body collapsed backwards as he fell dead. Unlike the range of emotions Danzo experienced in the fraction of a second, Akuro stood still without any reaction. He thought, Izanagi. Turning reality into illusion and illusion into reality. Impressive, but the process of turning reality into illusion and illusion into reality creates a disturbance in the space-time fabric. A disturbance I can sense all too clearly. You are simply out of luck, Danzo. Fujin hadn't thought of this aspect earlier. He was prepared to kill Danzo 10 times over. However, when Danzo revived for the first time, he clearly sensed the disturbance, making him experiment with this tactic. It was why Fujin expended so much chakra in using Saisho no Hikari to force Danzo to use his Izanagi again. Danzo's corpse was proof it worked. Fujin analyzed, I wonder if I can use this against Obito as well. Perhaps not. He can turn intangible instantly. I'll have to have a few clones in his Kamui dimension to kill him when he becomes intangible. However, if I have clones there, Obito isn't that big of a threat anyway. I suppose the bigger factor is how far away he revives. If it's within a 100-meter radius, I may have a shot of repeating this. Any farther, and he'll have sufficient time to dodge. Whatever, I'll have to wait for Kakashi to learn Kamui. Then I can explore that dimension and mark the hell out of it. Another Senbon appeared in his hands as he was lost in thoughts. Imbuing it with lightning, he flicked it once again. Danzo's eye twitched as he revived again, this time further than before, nearly 40 meters from the last spot. He barely had time to register his surroundings when a sharp sting dug into the side of his neck. His eyes widened as the world tilted once more. Again? His legs gave out, and he collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. The Senbon's precise hit on his spine ensured immediate death. There was no time to think. No time to strategize. Just a burning, creeping frustration in the milliseconds before darkness swallowed him again. A minute later, another eye went blind as Danzo reappeared once more while gasping for breath. A flicker of hope appeared in his eyes as he was farther away than before. It evaporated just as fast as he felt a prick at the back of his head. With his experience, Danzo knew it was the same way he had been killed twice. As he saw the Senbon exiting through his forehead, a new emotion took birth in Danzo, an emotion he hadn't felt for decades. He felt dread. That wasn't a battle. It was an execution. Danzo was helpless as he fell for the 5th time. He had lost half the Sharingdance on his right arm. He revived again and this time saw a lightning-imbued Senbon right in front of his chest. His teeth clenched in raw frustration as he screamed in his mind, How? How is he finding me each time? How do I break out of this cycle? A searing pain ripped through his ribs as the Senbon impaled him. A hole appeared in his heart as Danzo collapsed again. A sense of powerlessness and helplessness engulfed him as his life faded away. It was something he hadn't felt even against Hiruzen. However, those feelings dissipated as soon as they appeared. A minute later, Danzo revived again. However, there was one major difference this time. Danzo didn't appear at a faraway spot. Instead, he reappeared at the same place he died. This surprised Akuro, who wondered, is his revival spot random and he got unlucky, or is he purposefully reviving at the same spot? Danzo, who once again saw death approaching, thought, if he can predict my reappearance, it is useless to switch positions. I'll bet my life on this spot. Despite such thoughts, Danzo didn't attempt to dodge the Senbon. Instead, his chakra flared before he was impaled again. His decision surprised Akuro, who muttered, is he? A minute later, Danzo reappeared in the same spot and flared his chakra immediately, releasing a large amount of it into the air. A gentle wind appeared in front of him, hitting the Senbon. Unfortunately, it was too weak to affect it and his forehead was pierced yet again. Akuro clicked his tongue in annoyance, this bastard. So openly trying to replicate my technique. You may be shameless enough to not pay any royalty or licensing fee, but I'll extract the fee regardless. With just 2 Sharingan remaining, other than Shirsue's eye, Danzo reappeared once again at the same spot, his chakra flaring even more intensely. Knowing Akuro's attacking spot, Danzo focused entirely on the spot between his eyes, locating the lightning-imbued Senbon immediately. A thin film of wind barrier appeared instantly between his forehead and the Senbon. At the same time, small wind blades appeared around the Senbon, attempting to cut through the lightning imbued in it. Needless to say, the weak attacks weren't enough to stop the Senbon. Due to its momentum, the wind blades didn't affect it much while the wind barrier was almost non-existent. The Senbon touched his forehead, piercing into it with little resistance. It pierced half a centimeter into his forehead before Danzo grabbed it with his right hand. Though his attempts didn't stop the Senbon, they had slowed it just enough. Standing at a distance, Akuro felt the wind domain forming around Danzo and thought, "Sigh, what a fierce will to live." As I suspected, our ability to learn and create increases exponentially when stuck between life and death. He has already gained a rudimentary control over wind domain. A pity! Danzo pulled out the Senbon as blood trickled down his face. Yet, there wasn't a hint of discomfort on his face, only caution and aggression. He had finally broken through the cycle. He continued pumping more chakra into the wind domain and glanced at Akuro while thinking, "Suzuki Fujin. To think your creation would save my life. With wind domain, my options." When Danzo's eyes landed on Akuro, he saw Akuro maintaining the confrontation hand seal. Danzo's eyes widened as he suddenly felt danger despite Akuro not making any direct attacks and being inside his small wind domain. His eyes quickly moved to the ground as he finally realized what he was standing on: explosive seals. Hundreds of explosive seals. Boom! Chapter 9:15, Divine Judgment. Boom! Under normal circumstances, Danzo would have easily felt, either by sensing or through his instincts as a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, the presence of a large number of explosive seals under his feet. Unfortunately for him, the circumstances were anything but ordinary. In order to survive, he had to pour his everything into stopping the lightning-imbued Senbon. He also knew there was no reason for Akuro to only throw one Senbon. So, he was also looking out for follow-up attacks. This resulted in him missing the critical detail for a second. The moment he realized the danger, Akuro exploded the explosive seals. The wind domain, despite all its peculiarities, was helpless against this hidden attack. After all, winds consisted of nothing but air. They could divert attacks and even disperse blast waves to an extent, but it was hopeless when the caster was in touch with the explosive seals. A massive boom sounded through the forest. Tremors were felt for several kilometers, sending the wildlife scurrying away in fear. Fujin wasn't too worried about it attracting any Konoha ninjas as he had already scouted the area with his space-time sensing technique. As the dust cleared, Danzo's sorry figure appeared. His body was a twisted mess of flesh, blood, and ash. Where his legs had once been, there was now little more than ruin. His left leg ended in a jagged, charred stump just below the knee, the flesh blackened and split open to expose the white of shattered bone. His right leg was mangled beyond recognition, blasted nearly clean off up to the thigh. Loose flaps of muscle and skin hung from what remained, twitching spasmodically with leftover nerve signals. Blood gushed from both wounds, pooling beneath him, dark and thick. The explosion hadn't spared the rest of him either. His abdomen and chest were peppered with dozens of puncture wounds, shards of debris and rock embedded in his torso like jagged spikes. His robe was torn apart, one side melted into his skin while the other hung loose, scorched and fluttering. The skin on his left arm had peeled away in several places, revealing raw, blistered tissue underneath that oozed a sickening yellow fluid. Part of his forearm bone was visible where the flesh had been torn off entirely. His face fared no better. A chunk of flesh above his left brow was missing, and his mouth bled freely. His left eye had been scorched partially shut, the skin bubbled and red. Dust coated his entire body, mixing with sweat and blood to form a grim paste that clung to every wound. His breathing was ragged, wet, and shallow, as if his lungs had been partially collapsed or pierced from the blast's concussive force. Despite the catastrophic injuries, Danzo's gaze never left Akuro, sharp, bloodshot, and burning with disbelief, rage, and the sickening realization that he'd been outplayed once again. His Sharingan still spun weakly in his right eye, but there was no triumph in its glow, only the heavy toll of a body pushed past its breaking point. Yet, he didn't stop releasing more of his chakra into the air and transforming it into the winds. Enduring all the pain and humiliation, he continued desperately clinging onto his life, finding any possible hope for survival. As he saw Akuro raise his arm and point a finger towards him, Danzo ignored his pain and analyzed, to think the 1-minute time limit of his Izanagi would be a liability instead of an asset. He can freely lay traps for me while I won't even be aware of them. Reviving at the same spot made the matters worse. However, I had no option as doing otherwise led to instant death. Akuro. I underestimated him. He's overbearing and exploits any opening he finds to the fullest. This isn't the bearing of an ancient expert, unless he's shameless to begin with. While I had only a fraction of a second to make preparations, he had over a minute each time. How do I approach this? I have only one eye left now. Then, it'll only be Shirsui's eye. Do I have no choice but to use his Izanagi with it too? As a lightning ray reached him, Danzo thought, luckily, he didn't kill me off immediately this time. I survived for nearly half a minute. I'll have to make use of his overconfidence to turn the tables. The lightning ray hit the hole on his forehead, piercing through and frying Danzo's brain, instantly killing him. Akuro glanced at his position without opening his eyes and wondered, is this sufficient punishment for his deeds? Probably not. Well, whatever. Who appointed me to ensure karma is balanced? Regardless, seeing Danzo struggle for life has been rather entertaining. I didn't think he'd waste nearly all his Sharingans merely to deal with Izanagi's vulnerability to my space-time sensing technique. The weakness is too alarming, though it has more to do with the way Danzo used the jutsu. Had he used it like a trump card as Obito does instead of using it to probe my abilities, the situation would have been quite different. Of course, the biggest disadvantage Danzo faced was my knowledge of his abilities. Anyway, it's almost time to end this. A few seconds later, Danzo revived once more. Only a single eye on his right arm hadn't lost its vision yet. And, Danzo fully intended to ensure that remained the case. There was one major difference in Danzo's reappearance this time. Instead of reviving on the ground, he revived 10 meters in the air and around 15 meters away from his previous location. This ensured that he wouldn't be at the epicenter of any new traps Akuro might have laid down while staying within the range of his wind domain. Repeating his previous actions, he stopped the lightning-imbued Senbon, this time when it had penetrated merely 3 millimeters into his forehead before pulling it out and tossing it away in one smooth action. Without pausing, he controlled the winds and concentrated them under his feet, before blasting strong winds towards the ground and soaring into the sky. At the same time, he wiped the blood trickling down his forehead and slammed his hand downward in the air. Summoning Jutsu! Smoke covered the area as a behemoth appeared under Danzo's feet. Looking at Baku, Danzo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. I have finally broken the chain. But I need to be careful. If I die again, I won't have any time to make any preparations like this time. I'll have to sacrifice Shirsui's eye and it won't be enough. Danzo glanced towards Akuro, who stood unbothered with his eyes still shut like the creature in front of him posed no threat. Danzo didn't mind his arrogance, it was what he was counting on after being at the receiving end of a deadly tactic. He thought, time for my counterattack. You shouldn't have given up your Advanta. Facing Akuro, Baku raised his humongous trunk and opened his large mouth. He was about to inhale deeply to use his powerful suction ability, when he froze just like his summoner. Their eyes moved towards the skies at the same time. In terms of size, Baku was extremely large. Very few summons could compare with it in that aspect. Yet, at that moment, both Danzo and his summon felt utterly insignificant. Above them loomed a colossal dragon forged from pure lightning, its serpentine body coiled through the stormy heavens, stretching from the thunderclouds above to mere hundreds of meters above ground. Its form crackled with blinding arcs of energy, each movement setting off booming thunderclaps that rippled across the sky. Its eyes gazed down like a god surveying the mortal realm. From Baku's perspective, the lightning dragon felt less like a jutsu and more like a divine punishment. With a stunned expression, Danzo realized this is why he didn't follow up with the second or third Senbon or any other attack. He didn't care whether I survived or not. No. My struggle is a source of amusement for him, giving me hope and then extinguishing it soon after. Rarely in his life had Danzo felt such hatred towards another being. At the same time, the dread he felt sunk deeper. Akuro's schemes came one after other, each increasingly more lethal. Danzo could see the immense power in the lightning dragon. He understood clearly how slim the chances of his survival were. Sensing Danzo's despair and hatred, Akuro chuckled internally. I have to thank you for setting up the conditions required for Kirin, though I was afraid I wouldn't get to use it considering how easily you kept dying. Will you use the last ordinary Sharingan for another Izanagi, or will you put up a defense against my Kirin? I always wondered what all Baku could do other than his suction ability. Chapter 9:16. What are Akuro's intentions? Looking at the massive lightning dragon falling towards him, Danzo instinctively controlled all the winds in his wind domain to intercept Akuro's Kirin. He immediately realized, no, it won't stop it. I haven't had the time to become proficient with this jutsu yet. Neither the scale of the jutsu nor my control over the jutsu can be compared with Fujin yet. Not to mention, the majority of my wind domain is at the ground level. Even though Danzo poured a lot of his chakra into the wind domain, his intent behind it was surviving Akuro's Senbon. When Danzo blasted himself towards the sky, the majority of the wind domain was left behind. Danzo couldn't create a wind cloak like Fujin could. While the wind domain wasn't completely immobile and could be moved to his new location because Danzo hadn't moved very far, he simply lacked the time to do so. Suddenly, Baku raised his mouth towards the sky and began sucking in everything in an attempt to swallow Kirin. However, Kirin wasn't a physical entity nor a chakra construct. It was pure natural lightning. Baku was unwilling to swallow something so dangerous and actually wanted to retreat after seeing the lightning dragon. Unfortunately, he was helpless against Danzo's influence. At the same time, Danzo extended his right arm, creating a massive tree on top of Baku's back. Due to Baku's suction force, the trajectory of Kirin was about to be affected. But before it could do so, a new smaller lightning dragon rose from one of the scales of the massive lightning dragon. It headed straight towards Baku's mouth while the rest continued towards Danzo. Danzo frowned. Baku's ability only reduced the lightning's power by 20%. The lightning dragon tore into Danzo's wind domain, marching unaffected by the wind blades, and hit the tree Danzo created with the help of Hashirama's cells. Sensing the confrontation, Fujin observed, impressive defense. As expected of someone like Danzo. If my Kirin was hastily created or if Danzo had noticed it earlier, he may have been able to defend against it. Unfortunately, as Fujin calculated, Danzo's defenses failed against his mighty attack. In the original story, Danzo used the tree to divert an arrow shot by Sasuke's Susanoo. However, Kirin's scale was far larger. Altering its path slightly wasn't enough. Danzo needed to block the whole thing, something he failed to do. The lightning burned through the massive tree before reaching Danzo in the blink of an eye. He could do nothing except activate Izanagi once again. At the same time, the small lightning dragon entered Baku's mouth. A painful shriek roared through the forest as Baku disappeared in a massive cloud of smoke, its state unknown. Meanwhile, the remains of Danzo's burned corpse fell towards the ground. Fujin thoughtfully analyzed, I expected Baku to use the winds to suppress the lightning. I guess not. While his suction ability is impressive, he has little control over the winds beyond that. And though lightning is weak against wind, Kirin is in a completely different league as compared to Sasuke's basic fire jutsu. Guess I expected too much of Baku. Or perhaps he has abilities that aren't so good at direct confrontation. He thought for a bit before throwing it to the back of his mind. His curiosity towards Baku had waned considerably after seeing his poor performance. Instead, he wondered, where will Danzo revive this time? Near what remains of his wind domain, or will he try his luck elsewhere? Poor fellow. He's under such stress that he might suffer an anxiety attack once he revives. To struggle between life and death while being fed lies continuously. How much bad karma did he accumulate to deserve this in his old age? For the first time, Fujin felt some pity for Danzo. Had Danzo heard Fujin's thoughts, he might have puked blood in pure rage. Not only was Fujin aware of Danzo's nefarious acts, but he was directly responsible for Danzo's current state. For someone like Danzo, being pitted was far more humiliating than suffering in the battlefield. A minute later, Danzo revived for the 10th time. Once again, he reappeared in the air, in an area on the border of where his wind domain was, or was supposed to be. He immediately tried to control winds but realized he couldn't. His wind domain no longer existed. Dread filled his mind as he lost one of his only hope of survival. Danzo instinctively used the assassin's rush jutsu to blast himself away from Akuro's location. As he flew away, he suddenly realized, that's strange. How was I not hit? Danzo observed his surroundings careful as he landed some distance away. Akuro was standing without making a move while Danzo didn't sense any sneak attack. He quickly analyzed, Akuro failed to detect my position this time? No, that doesn't make any sense. Why didn't he attack me? Having experienced a false sense of security several times, Danzo raised his guard and became as alert as he could. As Danzo tensed his body and prepared for another ambush, a strange sensation rippled down his right shoulder. It began subtly, like a dull pulse just beneath his skin, but quickly grew into a violent throb. He glanced down sharply, eyes narrowing as he saw the muscles around his shoulder convulsing unnaturally. Veins bulged, twitching like live wires under the skin. Before he could even begin to suppress it with chakra, a sharp jolt of pain exploded through his shoulder, and his entire right arm twitched violently. The next moment, it tore itself away from his body. Not with a clean slice but as if the limb had been rejected, muscle tearing from muscle, nerves snapping like overstrained wires. The grotesque, half-mangled arm dropped to the ground with a wet thud, still twitching slightly, as if unsure it was no longer a part of him. Having predicted it, Fujin thought, you've exhausted all 10 Sharingans embedded in your arm. Without their Yin chakra to counterbalance Hashirama's invasive Yang chakra, the Yin-Yang balance was in shambles. Perhaps you could have resisted it temporarily with your own chakra, but you've been using it rather liberally, Danzo. Using Shursui's I more than a dozen times in quick succession, blowing several wind and vacuum jutsus, activating Izanagi 10 times, pouring a major chunk of your chakra into the wind domain, summoning Baku and using would release. You may have planted Hashirama's cells in your arm, but you don't have his chakra reserves. Initially, Danzo was careful about his chakra reserves and carefully planned his moves around it. However, when he fell into the deadly trap and repeatedly died, he could no longer afford to prioritize it. What use would his chakra be if he wasn't alive to use it? As a result, he hadn't held back during his last 2 lives, impacting his chakra reserves substantially. Danzo stared at his detached right arm with a stunned expression. The once powerful arm, stuffed with Sharingans and strengthened with Hashirama's cells, was now a rotting mess of blind eyes and corrupted flesh, no longer under his control. A twisted cocktail of chakra backlash, cellular rejection, and yin-yang imbalance had finally caught up with him. He gritted his teeth and turned his focus back to Akuro, who surprisingly still hadn't attacked him. Sensing his hateful gaze, Akuro chuckled, "Why are you so stunned? Yin-yang balance is the basic truth of this world. Even with those Sharingans, your arm was tilting towards Yang chakra due to Ashura's invasive Yang chakra. If you didn't restrain it with Seal's majority of the time, it would eventually go out of control. Now that you have exhausted the Yin chakra in that arm, the result was obvious." Needless to say, Danzo understood it all, but that didn't make it any easier to accept. He didn't reply. Instead, he kept in watchful eye while rapidly considering his options. His state was truly terrible. Breaking the silence, Akuro continued in a taunting tone, too scared to speak up now. Danzo of Root? I'll give you one last chance of survival. Swear fealty to me, or follow your subordinates to their graves. Akuro's offer surprised Danzo again. He immediately realized, this is why he didn't attack me this time. He killed me 10 times without getting injured even once in the process. He wanted to establish his dominance and imprint fear in my mind so that I would have no choice but to succumb. Despite realizing, Danzo was without options. He analyzed, even though I'm not done yet, I can't defeat him in a direct confrontation no matter what tactics I use. This is better. As long as I live, there will be countless opportunities to assassinate him. I could. No! Using Shursue's ability is too risky. This is likely my last opportunity. If I alarm him, my life will be over. I have to make him fall under Sharingan Jinjutsu to give me an opening. Even though it may take some time to succeed, I can gain plenty of valuable information from Akuro. Yes, this way is the optimal path. However, I can't appear too eager, lest he becomes suspicious. In addition, I need to be on guard against any unknown seal. Chapter 917, A Partnership Forms. Danzo's return to politics. Yes, this way is the optimal path. However, I can't appear too eager, lest he becomes suspicious. In addition, I need to be on guard against any unknown seal. Danzo's thought process was exactly as Fujin predicted. It was the most logical option. Between life and death, any sensible non-suicidal person would choose life. If Danzo was forced to do something that went against his interests and morals, he could always choose to court death at that time. The result wouldn't be any worse than dying right away. Danzo replied, before I answer, I want to know why you want me to swear fealty? Akuro chuckled, what do you think? Danzo answered without thinking much since he had already analyzed it, my first thought was you needed subordinates to aid you against the remaining ancient experts. But if they are as strong as you said, there isn't much I or others could do. So, I suspect you need my help to recover your strength. Akuro shook his head, don't think so highly of yourself. You can neither help me in battle nor with my recovery. Other than Hagoromo, there hasn't been any ninja belonging to their era who could interfere in our war. Even his sons fell short. However, that doesn't mean there aren't any geniuses in every era. While too weak to stand alongside us in battle, a handful have managed to craft techniques that surpass their time. Techniques with such depth and innovation that even those of us at the peak can learn from them. Some serve as hidden weapons in our arsenal. Others ignite ideas, sharpen our edge, or push us to evolve beyond our current limits. That's the kind of value I seek. Danzo's eyes widened. He had thought of various possibilities and inclined more towards Akuro wanting to develop a personal force, but what Akuro said hadn't even crossed his mind. Though his words felt logical, they were extremely bizarre. Before he could say anything, Akuro pointed towards Danzo's severed arm and said, for instance, the technique you displayed to turn reality into illusion and illusion into reality. It's crude in execution and riddled with flaws, but the core concept is brilliant. With the right adjustments, those weaknesses could be patched. Unfortunately, my aim release isn't refined enough to recreate it without those eyes. But if someone like Shinin no Koshi caught wind of it, he'd chase it like a man possessed. A cold smirk curved Akuro's lips. Naturally, I won't let that happen. Your first task will be simple. Tell me every soul who knows about this technique. Every last one of them dies before he wakes. This technique will be lost to time. Despite his words, Danzo didn't feel a hint of killing intent from Akuro. Akuro's tone wasn't threatening or angry. It was calm, almost casual, like he was stating the weather. He didn't view the ninjas of this era as enemies, obstacles, or even challenges. Danzo quickly ignored that and instead focused on the more important aspect. He thought, an opportunity. I can use this to pitch Akuro against the ones I find an eyesore. If I play my cards right, I could use this to pave a path for the Hokage seat. Even if my targets don't know about Izanagi, I can say I suspect they know about it, though I can't overdo this. It'll be tricky, but I have pulled off much more improbable schemes. The bigger threat here is his words. Every last one dies. That might include me as well, once I'm no longer useful to him. I'll have to eliminate him before that time arrives. Danzo's expression didn't change. He processed Akuro's words in silence, his mind working furiously behind the calm facade. While his internal alarms blared at Akuro's threat, he knew better than to show weakness. Instead, he responded with composed defiance. I can't betray Konoha, he stated flatly and continued, my allegiance to the village is absolute. I am willing to serve your interests, but not at the cost of Konoha's destruction. Akuro tilted his head, his expression hidden behind his mask, and asked, is that loyalty, or vanity speaking? Danzo answered, you said it yourself. There are always a few geniuses in every era. Konoha houses more of them than any other village. If you're truly interested in collecting techniques and minds that defy time, then Konoha is your best investment. After a small pause, Akuro chuckled and asked with amusement, are you negotiating for your village? Danzo replied without hesitation, yes. Let Konoha survive this coming war, and in return, we can offer something of value. Not just knowledge or techniques, but cooperation. You don't need us for strength. But we could cooperate in researching new or advanced techniques. I don't know the capabilities of your comrades, but no other ninja village can offer you the same. Akuro shook his head, let your village survive? I'm afraid that isn't in my hands. The divine war consumes everything. Only those fated or blessed with divine luck can escape its clutches. Danzo frowned, but it was just for show. He secretly analyzed, as I suspected, he can't control the events once others awake. However, he could have simply lied to me and there wasn't anything I could do, at least openly. Even though his fighting style lacks shame, he seems more honorable. However, that could also be because I don't hold any chips and am completely at his mercy. Danzo replied, a pity. However, as long as you don't target Konoha, I'd propose the same cooperation. Perhaps your knowledge alone would increase our survival chances. Danzo looked at Akuro intently, awaiting his answer. He analyzed, from my analysis, he won't have a problem with it, though he might put more conditions. I can't count on the lightning crystal mine to re-enter Konoha's politics anymore. Instead, the deal with Akuro will allow me to get back in the council. To Danzo's surprise, Akuro replied nonchalantly, as you wish. He didn't put any conditions or negotiate further. Once again, Akuro displayed how little he thought of the ninjas from the current era. However, Danzo didn't care about it. Akuro's agreement had given him two great benefits. The first was undoubtedly his life. Danzo could still fight, but he was no longer confident in getting out alive. Secondly, his ambitions reignited. Danzo immediately planned, good. I can now rejoin the council. I'll use the Izanagi matter to get rid of some eyesores. However, I shouldn't target Tsunade for the time being. Fujin may have a secret agreement with Akuro, so I can't pitch the two against each other either. I can't be impatient as there will be several more opportunities in the future. For now, I should cause conflict between Akatsuki and Akuro. Itachi can use the Izanagi, and so can the other Uchiha according to Fujin's report. If Akuro kills the two, I could direct him towards the leader of Akatsuki, the wielder of Rinnegan. Irrespective of who wins, I'll benefit. It would be best if Pain kills Akuro, but the chances are very low. Even if Akuro loses, he is unlikely to die. As Danzo rapidly calculated his future schemes, Akuro walked towards him, his eyes still closed and sealed, and said, don't forget about my first task. I still want every name tied to that technique. Even if you merely suspect them, I want to know the name. Do you understand? Danzo tensed slightly seeing Akuro approaching him, but maintained his composure and answered, I understand. Standing just a step away from Danzo, Akuro seemed satisfied. He nodded in approval, seemingly satisfied by Danzo's new attitude. Suddenly, Danzo's instincts flared as the air around Akuro distorted with an immense lightning energy. Danzo's eyes captured a lightning cloak appearing around Akuro's body instantly as his right arm suddenly appeared in front of Danzo's face. Once again, Danzo instinctively wanted to use his Inagi, but he was slow for several reasons. Shirsue's eye was far too valuable to be wasted in this manner. In addition, Danzo couldn't figure out where their talks had gone wrong. Unfortunately, he had no time to analyze nor had any other option. He tried to use his Inagi, but surprisingly, he failed. In a flash, Akuro plunged his fingers into Danzo's right eye socket with surgical precision and plucked out Shirsue's Sharingan. At that moment, there were only two thoughts running through Danzo's mind: something interfered with my chakra flow. And Akuro's speed just now was several times faster than when he fought against me earlier. It is comparable to ice. Chapter 9:18, A Great Shock. Danzo was in an emotional turmoil. A few hours ago, he received a message from his subordinates that presented him with an opportunity to make a political comeback. Before he could claim the opportunity, Akuro laid claim to it. That didn't bother Danzo, who instead saw it as a chance to get rid of the mysterious ninja. However, Danzo lost all his subordinates in the ensuing battle. In their battle, Akuro surprised him continuously. Shirsue's eye, which contained a genjutsu that filled his enemies with dread, proved ineffective against Akuro. Though their physical prowess seemed similar, Akuro always held an advantage. His biggest trump card turned into a trap that nearly consumed his life. His summon was decimated by a jutsu he never heard of. The only reason he survived was due to his opponent's mercy. Just when he was on the brink of desperation, Akuro provided him with not only a lifeline, but also raised his hopes for the future and reignited his failing ambitions. Unfortunately, his hopes were extinguished even more quickly as Akuro made a move that defied all logic. With a sneak attack, he plucked Shirsue's eye out before Danzo could cast another Izanagi. With Danzo no longer possessing Shirsue's eye, Fujin had no reason to keep his eyes sealed. Finally opening his eyes, he glanced at the eye in his palm and sighed internally, so much scheming to ensure he didn't destroy this eye. I'm not sure how I'll use this, considering I still haven't used Akihiko's eyes, but it's a welcome trump card to possess. I can't use it openly just like Akihiko's eyes. Perhaps I could fake a fight between myself and Akuro and claim I reclaimed the eye from Akuro. I could also say I lost my right eye in that battle and hence replaced it with Shirsue's eye. It's not like anyone will dare to ask me to hand it over. That said, it'll have to wait until I'm ready or desperate to transplant this eye. Even though its ability is strong, it also has plenty of drawbacks. I don't need to do it right now. Fujin knew how much Kakashi suffered due to transplanting Obito's eye. It put a massive strain on his chakra and stamina. Fujin could seal the eye like Danzo. After all, it held no sentimental value to him, unlike Kakashi's strong emotions towards Obito's eye. However, Fujin wasn't sure how effective the seal would be without Hashirama's cells to balance out the Manjikyu Sharingan. It was why he wasn't in a rush to make a decision. The eye in Fujin's hand disappeared. While Fujin was happy with his gains, Danzo was the exact opposite. Along with the emotional turmoil he experienced, Danzo was also filled with utmost confusion. He could no longer make sense of the motive behind Akuro's action. As he glanced back, his eyes met with Akuro's eyes, who was glancing back at him. The moment their eyes met, Danzo became certain of one thing. His instincts, his experience that spanned over half a century, all screamed, "He wants me dead." As Akuro's figure blurred again, Danzo ripped off his robe and screamed, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price." The reverse 4 symbols seal appeared on Danzo's chest. Black ink surged out in 4 directions from the center of the seal, each trail forming a thick, ominous symbol that pulsed with cursed chakra. From the convergence point of the seal, an unnatural blackness began expanding outward, like a void tearing through reality itself. To Danzo's surprise, Akuro continued approaching him instead of retreating with his immense speed. Before the seal could consume Danzo, Akuro blitzed past him, his hand making a grabbing motion towards Danzo's face. He didn't grab Danzo's face, but it still seemed like Akuro grabbed something ethereal and invisible to the naked eye. His figure disappeared as quickly as it appeared as Akuro escaped the range of the all-consuming darkness spreading from the reverse 4-symbol seal. The reverse 4-symbol seal consumed Danzo's soulless body while Akuro appeared nearly a kilometer away, holding Danzo's soul in his hand. Danzo's soul realized his suicidal attack had completely failed as well. Before he could figure out anything else, a few lightning bolts entered his soul, destroying his consciousness. Unfortunately for you, my knowledge about souls is extremely good thanks to Tsunade. This is the end for you, Danzo, Fujin thought as he glanced at Danzo's immobile soul. Fujin couldn't help but feel a strange sense of perspective. When he transmigrated into the ninja world, Danzo was the one figure he instinctively feared the most. He was unpredictable, manipulative, and backed by immense power and influence. Just the idea of being noticed by him had been enough to alter Fujin's path. Even though Danzo didn't meet Fujin until the latter had become a rank S ninja, he had unknowingly created a massive impact on Fujin. His existence forced Fujin to hide his talent and strength during his time in the academy. Even after graduating, Fujin didn't dare to show all his cards. It wasn't until the Uchiha massacre took place and Hiruzen curtailed the route that Fujin relaxed his guard. His influence on Fujin had been so great that keeping his strength hidden became second nature for Fujin. Such was the pressure he unknowingly exerted on Fujin. And yet, here he stood, holding Danzo's soul in his hand. Not in triumph. Not in vengeance. But as someone who had long since left that fear behind. It was a quiet, personal moment of realization, of progress. A silent acknowledgement of how far he had come. Seeing such a person's soul in his hand, Fujin felt a strange satisfaction at the distance he had traveled. The moment was even more impactful than when Fujin forced Orochimaru to retreat or when he nearly killed Obito despite the two being more formidable than Danzo. Fujin shook his head, controlling his thoughts and turning his focus on Danzo's soul. Now then, let me how fucked up your life was. Without wasting any time, Fujin started reading Danzo's memories directly from his soul. Needless to say, his main target was the Edo Tensei Jutsu, but there was a lot else he was interested in learning about, even if he never used it. Izanagi was undoubtedly tempting. Fujin also wanted to check whether Danzo knew Izanami. He was also interested in learning how Konoha experimented with Hashirama's cells. He quickly became engrossed in extracting every information from Danzo's soul without causing it further harm. Due to Danzo's sudden departure from Konoha, the Umbu headquarters in Konoha was a bit tense. They were awaiting further instructions from the Hokage's office. A good chunk of the Umbu ninjas were former root ninjas, who were inducted into the Umbu and re-educated by Hiruzen following Fujin and Danzo's confrontation nearly 2.5 years ago. They felt conflicted, but were prepared to do whatever was necessary for Konoha's safety. In one of the training halls, two masked Umbu sparred in silence. The taller of the two wore a shark mask, his movements sharp and aggressive. His opponent, in a simple tanuki mask, blocked and deflected every strike with mechanical precision. Suddenly, both froze, their eyes widened in disbelief. Both muttered at the same time, "It's gone." They inspected their tongues and noticed that the cursed tongue eradication seal was no longer present. The tanuki mask wearer said, "Quick, say something forbidden." The shark mask wearer carefully and slowly said, "I killed." According to Root's rules, mentioning the deeds done during missions wasn't allowed. If the seal was present, he would have been paralyzed. However, he felt no pain or restriction. But that didn't make either of them happy. Instead, their expressions were grim as they whispered fearfully, "Danzo-sama is dead." A moment later, their figures disappeared from the training hall. In another wing of the building, a pale teenage boy sat silently at a desk, sketching something with his usual emotionless expression. His fingers suddenly twitched, and the ink brush left an unintentional smear across the page. A slight frown appeared on his face. He blinked, brought two fingers to his throat, and whispered a command under his breath. Nothing happened. Sai stood up calmly, picked up his scroll, and vanished from the room in a silent flicker. Throughout the Umbu headquarters and even outside it, similar realizations occurred. Former root members paused whatever they were doing, be it training, patrolling, writing reports. Almost in unison, they tested the seal that had once chained their tongues and minds. Every test returned the same result. The seal was gone. Countless figures flickered throughout the village and arrived on the rooftops and balconies of the Hokage building. A dozen entered the Hokage's office while the rest waited patiently. The sudden movement of so many Umbu ninjas alarmed Tsunade, Hiruzen, Shizune, Kakashi, and others who were in the office. They quickly realized they were former root ninjas. While they weren't worried about being suddenly attacked since they were targeting Danzo, they had a bad feeling. Tsunade asked, "Kazuo, what's the matter?" Their eyes widened and pupils dilated in shock as the shark mask wearer answered solemnly, "Our cursed tongue eradication seals disappeared. Danzo-sama is dead." Chapter 919, Shock, Disbelief, Confusion. For a moment, time stood still in the Hokage's office. Kazuo's declaration echoed in their ears, louder than any explosion. The weight of his words didn't settle immediately. It crashed down in a delayed wave, sucking the breath from their lungs. Shizune staggered half a step back, eyes wide as she muttered, "Danzo is dead?" Kakashi's visible eye narrowed sharply. How did it come to this? Tsunade's face darkened, disbelief and irritation clearly visible on her face. That old relic. Did he really die so silently and quickly? What was the purpose behind his sneaky departure from the village? Needless to say, it was Hiruzen who took it the hardest. The retired Hokage didn't say a word. His eyes didn't widen, nor did he flinch. He simply stood still, silent and immovable. Yet a storm churned behind his gaze. Only a single thought ran through his mind for a few seconds: Danzo, gone. Just a few minutes ago, he was worried about what schemes his old friend would implement this time. He expected an intense confrontation and hoped Danzo would retire just like he did once the dust settled. But knowing his old friend, Hiruzen knew it wouldn't be easy. He was even worried that he had cornered Danzo to such an extent that Danzo might do something that would force him to exile his old friend just like he exiled his former student. But this? Hiruzen didn't expect to hear such a news even in his wildest dreams. The exhausted old man sighed in pity. Kagami, Torafu, and now you. Only 3 of us now remain. His heart ached. Not for Danzo's choices, nor for the consequences he brought upon himself, but for the memory of the boy he used to know. The boy who once fought by his side, prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of his village. The man who shared the immense burden of the Hokage after the devastation left behind by the first great ninja war. Konoha never lacked talents and Danzo did several questionable acts in his latter years, but Hiruzen understood very well how critical Danzo's contribution was for the village when Konoha was in its critical state. The sudden news of Danzo's had left the room in such disbelief that some questioned how accurate it was. A frown appeared on Tsunade's face as she muttered, "It doesn't make sense. He just left the village a few hours ago without alerting anyone. No one outside Konoha should know about it by now. How could he be killed in such a short time?" Even though Tsunade didn't say it directly, everyone in the room understood what she was hinting at. Danzo's death would remove the cursed tongue eradication seal, but that wasn't the only method. He could remove it voluntarily as well. Tsunade implied Danzo did so to fake his death. The former root ninjas had complicated expressions behind their masks. Kakashi pondered seriously while Shizune wondered in disbelief, did one of our elders go rogue? This. Before anyone else could let their colorful imagination run wild, Hiruzen shook his head and said, Danzo wouldn't betray the village. We may have our differences, but he would never take this step. I'm afraid he truly has fallen. Tsunade's frown deepened. Knowing Hiruzen's camaraderie with Danzo, Tsunade didn't insist on her point. Glancing at one of her hidden Umbu guards, she ordered, without the cursed tongue eradication seal, they are no longer restricted. Ask Inoichi to cooperate with Ibiki and find out where Danzo went. Though Fujin killed all root ninjas Danzo brought along, Tsunade still had 2 who were captured by her. Earlier, she couldn't investigate much as the seal even contained countermeasures against the Yamanaka clan's mind-reading technique. However, there were no such restrictions now. The Umbu guard immediately disappeared from the room. Hiruzen muttered, "I'm afraid that wouldn't help us much either. They may not have the full information. At most, we can track Danzo's initial movements." Before Tsunade could reply, Hiruzen glanced at the root ninjas and said, "Don't inform anyone about this news. Keep it a secret for now. We'll announce it after our investigations are completed. Pass the message to others." Even though Danzo had withdrawn from public eye and most citizens and younger ninjas were no longer aware of him, he still held some reputation among the veteran ninjas. His sudden death could cause some panic in the village. Hiruzen wanted to postpone it until he had some clarity. The root ninjas agreed, left the office and informed all the root ninjas who were waiting outside the office. Hiruzen glanced at another Umbu guard of Tsunade and ordered, "Follow him," and passed the same message to Ibiki and Inoichi. Another Umbu guard's figure disappeared from the room as he trailed after the previous Umbu guard. Tsunade asked, "Are you planning to use that?" Her words made Kakashi and Shizen curious. They glanced at Hiruzen wondering what Tsunade was hinting at. Hiruzen nodded, "I don't like the technique, but it is the best available option." Tsunade agreed as it would also resolve the uncertainty in her heart. Hiruzen created 2 shadow clones, who disappeared from the room. He said, "You two stay here. Others, come with me." Hiruzen's figure disappeared from the office as well. Tsunade, Shizen and Kakashi followed him while the 2 remaining Umbu guards stayed behind to look after the office and alert Tsunade and Hiruzen in case another critical information was delivered to the Hokage office. The group of 4 ninjas entered a secret underground base in an old, remote and abandoned training field in Konoha. Shizen asked curiously, "What is this base?" She turned her head to look at Hiruzen's shadow clone, who regrouped with them and handed Hiruzen a box, before dispersing in a cloud of smoke. Hiruzen held the box carefully and answered, "I have been experimenting with Edo Tensei here. I'll reanimate Danzo and will learn the entire truth from him." Kakashi asked in surprise, "You're working on that forbidden jutsu?" Hiruzen nodded. It was a concern Fujin raised after Sasuke was kidnapped. While rescuing him, we may face formidable reanimated ninjas if Orochimaru heals his soul. Fujin recommended finding a weakness in the jutsu, or replicating Orochimaru's improvements, to keep Orochimaru on the back foot. A helpless smile appeared on his lips as he added, "Unfortunately, I haven't had much luck." The box Hiruzen held was locked with multiple seals. He undid them one by one, and the lid creaked open to reveal several vials and a few preserved tissue samples, each meticulously labeled. He picked up one of the vials marked Shimura Danzo and stored the rest back inside before placing the box on a nearby stone shelf. Just then, Hiruzen's second shadow clone returned, his mission complete. At his feet lay an unconscious man in tattered prisoner garb. Chakra suppression tags and other seals were plastered across his back and neck to ensure he stayed unconscious. Before anyone could say anything, the clone dispelled silently. Kakashi glanced at the prisoner and thought, he must be a death row prisoner. Lord Third really thought this through. With Danzo's tissue samples and a sacrifice, he already has everything needed for the jutsu. Kakashi was interested in understanding how a jutsu as magical as Edo Tensei worked. He closed his right eye, adjusted his headband and opened the Sharingan. Hiruzen raised a hand and made a single-hand sign without a hint of hesitation in his actions. Black markings spread from the edge of his sleeve, spiraling around his arm before extending onto the stone floor in a wide circular array. The familiar symbols of the Edo Tensei ritual etched themselves into the earth, pulsing faintly with chakra. Tsunade merely crossed her arms, observing intently. She was one of the few who knew how to cast the jutsu, though she refrained from ever using it as it disgusted her. If it could permanently revive the person, she would have been the first to propagate it. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. From her perspective, Edo Tensei forcefully disturbed the dead and enslaved them. Without another word, Hiruzen threw the DNA vial into the center of the array. The markings glowed brighter. He bit his thumb, pressed it to the ground, and slammed his hand down. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. The prisoner's body began to tremble violently, his eyes snapped open despite the seals. Ash-like dust flaked from his skin. His features contorted, first in agony, then into something unrecognizable as a painful shriek escaped his lungs. Kakashi observed the change with more focus while Shizen felt conflicted. Though she was a top-notch medic and a formidable ninja who could go up against elite jounins, she wasn't raised as a typical ninja. Unlike others in the room, she was sheltered and trained by Tsunade. She never had to perform active duty and wasn't too exposed to the dark side of the ninja world despite being completely aware of it. After all, it wasn't too long ago that Tsunade and Fujin nearly ran out of prisoners while experimenting on souls to heal Hiruzen. She suppressed her discomfort and observed Hiruzen silently. Paper-like skin of the prisoner peeled and reformed. Tattered clothing reknitted itself into the familiar battle-worn robes of a shinobi. A black right arm began to regrow, stitched together by the jutsu. Moments later, Shimura Danzo opened his eyes that now reflected nothing but emptiness, with small cracks running beneath them like porcelain. He stood slowly, as if confused by his own presence. Hiruzen took a step forward, staring at his once friend, his voice solemn, "Danzo." The reanimated Danzo's eyes flickered toward Hiruzen. A hint of awareness crept in. He glanced at Hiruzen's tired figure and let out a defeated sigh. Chapter 920, The Unending Mystery of Danzo's Death. The doubt Tsunade had in her heart dissipated the moment Danzo was reanimated. It wasn't another scheme. Danzo was truly dead. His defeated sigh made everyone realize how thoroughly he got outplayed. Hiruzen sighed as well and asked, "What happened to you? Why did you leave the village secretly? How did you die?" The last question troubled Hiruzen. It was why he hadn't hesitated in using the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Others may not consider Danzo formidable anymore due to his feeble appearance, but Hiruzen knew the terrifying cards his old comrade possessed. If he wasn't aware of all of Danzo's cards, even someone like him at his prime would have struggled against Danzo. For someone like that to die so quickly after leaving Konoha alarmed Hiruzen greatly. Danzo sighed again, "My soul was extracted from my body. I was afraid he had ways to seal my soul and prevent reanimation. Luckily, he seems unaware of Edo Tensei." Hiruzen frowned. Danzo didn't answer immediately and instead asked, "How long has it been since I left the village and when did you learn about my death?" Tsunade answered, "You left the village slightly over 6 hours ago. We learned of your death a few minutes ago." Danzo fell in deep thought. Others didn't disturb him, wondering what he was analyzing. A few seconds later, Danzo muttered softly, as if speaking to himself, "The timings don't add up. My soul should have been pulled out approximately half an hour ago. He has ways to sustain my soul without my body for so long. However, why did he do so?" Losing his patience slightly, Hiruzen asked, "How long will you keep us in the dark?" Danzo finally answered, "I received news of a lightning crystal vein's existence within the borders of our country from Shurabe and Higure and decided to seek it out. I'm sure you understand my thoughts." Danzo's words surprised the 4 ninjas in the hidden base. Tsunade realized, a crystal vein? No wonder he left in such a hurry. If he gained control over it, he could reclaim his seat on the council. However, Hiruzen and the rest wondered the same thing as Tsunade. However, how did this expedition end up in his death? Danzo continued, "Unfortunately, when I reached there, Shurabe and Higure were already dead. Akuro sat next to their corpse and right above the crystal vein." "Akuro?" Shizen exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi narrowed his eye, the self-proclaimed ancient ninja who has fought against Kumogakure's Darui several times. Tsunade added, "And also the one who you suspect to have attacked the Root's headquarters in the past. However, this is strange. How did he find the veins so quickly after Root did? And, why did he kill them?" Hiruzen analyzed, "Akuro. Was he the one who destroyed Root headquarters after all? Danzo hasn't left the village since then, but he ran into Akuro the very first time he did. Is it just a coincidence, or was he waiting for this opportunity?" However, I don't understand how he learned of Danzo's departure from the village so quickly. Does he have an informant in the village? But who? No, that doesn't make sense either. Even though we didn't broadcast Danzo's departure, the clan leaders, most Umbu and some veteran ninjas learned about it due to our movements. However, none of them knew Danzo's destination since we didn't. How could they inform Akuro about the vein? The more Hiruzen analyzed, the more it felt like it was nothing but a coincidence. However, his instinct said otherwise. He could smell a conspiracy, but had no clue about what it could be. He wasn't the only one. Tsunade, Kakashi, and even Shizen felt the same. Hiruzen said, "Tell me everything that happened. From you receiving the intel to the moment your soul was extracted." Since he was already dead, Danzo didn't see any point in keeping secrets anymore. All his schemes, his ambitions, his dreams, his desires had ended with his life. The only thing he still wanted was Konoha's security and prosperity. He narrated the entire encounter, down to the smallest detail, for Hiruzen. His words surprised the Konoha ninjas for varied reasons. As a precaution, Hiruzen had informed Jiraiya and Tsunade about Danzo's hidden cards. However, Shizen and Kakashi were nearly clueless. Both were shocked to learn how many trump cards he possessed. Kakashi couldn't help but think Shirsue's eye, Izanagi, Lord First Cells, would release. To think Elder Danzo held such formidable cards. And yet, Akuro wasn't fazed by any of them. We underestimated his strength since he failed to kill Darui. Akuro's strength had shocked and alarmed all of them equally. Ever since he appeared, Akuro's mysterious nature had attracted the attention of all major forces. Though he mainly targeted Kumogakure, Konoha held a stake as well since Akuro was suspected of the attack on Root headquarters. As such, they paid careful attention to every minute detail about him. Konoha had initially pegged his strength as mid-level rank S ninja, i.e., somewhere from Sasori's and Kakuzu's level to someone who could give Tsunade a difficult time. Hiruzen believed that Jiraiya, in his Sage mode, and Fujin, due to his elemental advantage, could defeat Akuro in a head-on confrontation and force him to retreat. However, this battle had proved their calculations completely incorrect. Kakashi analyzed, he may not be any weaker than the fourth Raikage. If this is his strength when he's still recovering his powers, how scary will he be at his full strength? The base stayed silent for a while as everyone processed the information. Danzo was the same too. Even though he was involved in the battle, there were still plenty of aspects that confused him. Due to the fast nature of the battle, Danzo didn't get any time to analyze the events of his fight. While the battle lasted for nearly 15 minutes, Danzo was dead for more than 60% of the time. The rest was spread across him probing Akuro with Fire Wind Dragons and Shirsue's Jinjutsu when he didn't have much information, a high-speed clash of Lightning Chakra mode and Wind Vacuum technique where he couldn't afford to be distracted for even a fraction of a second, and analyzing whether he could form an alliance with Akuro and take advantage of him. It was only now that he had any time to analyze. After a few minutes, Shizen broke the silence. "I don't understand. You had reached an agreement. Why did he suddenly change his mind and kill you?" Danzo frowned. "I don't understand it either. Our talks were progressing properly and he seemed happy with my proposals. It was why I didn't predict his sudden attack and was caught off guard despite having my guard up." He paused for a bit before adding, "Perhaps at some point during our battle, he decided to acquire my right eye. Maybe his proposal was nothing but a ruse to lower my guard so that he could steal my eye." Danzo could understand Akuro's greed towards Shirsue's eye. It wasn't too long ago that Danzo swiped it off Shirsue. Kakashi asked, "Why couldn't you use Izanagi the last time? Was it just reluctance towards wasting Shirsue's eye or were there other factors involved?" Danzo shook his head. "I wasn't reluctant. I can understand very well what is more important between the eye and my life. I was influenced by two separate forces. The entire ground was covered in seals that were hidden carefully. I couldn't sense them, but my instincts warned me of them while we were negotiating. However, I expected them to be explosive seals that he would use if I didn't submit to him. A few of those seals activated at the same moment he moved. They were restrictive seals, slowing me momentarily. In addition, I also sensed an external chakra in me. I'm not sure how he managed to do it, but he used it to place me under Jinjutsu. Neither of those could restrain me, but they provided him with just enough time to steal my eye. Danzo's words disturbed both Tsunade and Hiruzen. A ninja of Danzo's stature failed to detect the presence of an external chakra until the last moment despite possessing Shirsui's Manjikyu Sharingan and being highly alert. Worse, Danzo was out-schemed by Akuro. While Danzo's fighting strength was nothing to scoff at, his real strength was in scheming. Yet, he had failed to scheme against Akuro and became the prey. Though the two of them weren't completely on board with Akuro being an ancient ninja, this aspect made them rethink their beliefs. They didn't expect the mystery of Danzo's death wouldn't be completely resolved even after reanimating him. Chapter 921, Bizarre Coincidences. Hiruzen thought for a while and muttered, "While I can understand the allure of Shirsui's eye, it shouldn't be something so appealing to someone who claims to be an ancient expert. Even for me, it is a nuisance at best. I doubt it'd help him against other ancient experts. It doesn't match up to the gains he would have had by partnering with us." Danzo nodded. "That part confuses me too." The change in his attitude was too abrupt. Hiruzen asked, "Were you thinking of ways to harm him while calculating our partnership?" Knowing his old friend, Hiruzen knew what the answer was. Danzo frowned. "I didn't leak any bloodlust or killing intent." Hiruzen replied, "Maybe not, but perhaps he has ways to know if someone is plotting against him. Who knows how honed the instincts of someone who has survived for several eras can be? Perhaps his instincts warned him of the danger." Danzo's frown deepened as he wondered, "Was I killed simply because I was scheming?" He immediately shook his head. "No, it shouldn't be that simple. There were too many suspicious elements in that battle." Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Kakashi agreed with Danzo without any hesitation. Only Shizen was a bit confused. Kakashi muttered, "Even though he said and acted like he didn't know of your abilities, he had perfect counters for every one of your trump cards. Shirsui's eye failed to put him under Jinjutsu. Your Izanagi turned from a life-saving trump card to a deadly trap. Even your summon was dealt with instantly. It's almost as if he spent a long time creating proper counters against your techniques." Kakashi hit the hammer right on the nail. This was exactly what Danzo had been feeling. While Akuro being an ancient expert was a possibility, the more plausible explanation was that Akuro was already aware of Danzo's abilities and had prepared accordingly. This was a clue Fujin accidentally left behind due to how good his performance was. Had he not killed Danzo so rapidly after every use of Izanagi, Konoha wouldn't have reached this conclusion so quickly. Unfortunately, Izanagi's weakness was simply too tempting to not exploit it. Danzo added, "It goes even deeper. I couldn't analyze it for a second time during our battle, or I'd have noticed the anomalies right away. He noticed the hidden secrets in my right eye and right arm right away despite them being hidden with seals. No one has managed to do so yet." His observations reinforced our belief in the rumors of him being an ancient expert. However, if he was already aware of my trump cards, he wouldn't need to look through my seals to detect them. He merely said them to create a psychological impact on us and keep us on the back foot. Shizen asked, "If that's true, why would he withdraw his lightning jutsu instead of continuing his attack?" Tsunade answered, "Perhaps he was just putting up an act to reinforce his story. Or perhaps he was afraid of harming Shirsui's eye. That would make sense if he was targeting it from the very beginning." Kakashi said thoughtfully, "I still don't understand how Akuro could have been aware of Elder Danzo's abilities and prepared counters for them. The abilities and strengths of every famous ninja were generally well known throughout the ninja world. Everyone kept some hidden cards, but the more one fought and gained fame, the more their abilities would become public knowledge. However, Danzo had never publicly used his trump cards. He was more like Fujin in this aspect." Danzo didn't reply. He turned his head and gazed at Hiruzen. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Are you suspecting me?" Danzo didn't agree or deny, but answered, "Apart from my subordinates, you are the only one who is aware of all my abilities. And, no one can extract information from my subordinates." Even though Danzo didn't state the obvious, everyone understood that Danzo was blaming Hiruzen for leaking his information. Hiruzen replied, I have only informed Tsunade and Jiraiya about your abilities and asked both of them to not mention it to anyone. Do you suspect them? Danzo looked at Tsunade, who said, I haven't mentioned it to anyone. I don't see any reason for Jiraiya to do so either. Danzo turned his gaze back to Hiruzen and asked, what about Suzuki Fujin? Did you inform him? Or, could he have spied upon your conversation? Hiruzen replied with a frown, I haven't, and that's impossible. Are you still suspecting a connection between Fujin and Akuro? Danzo sighed, even now, I have no proof against him. Akuro denied knowing him, but I can't trust his words. My instincts still tell me he had something to do with the attack on my headquarters. You may not believe me, but I have a grave feel that the boy poses a hidden danger to the village. Don't drop your guard, Hiruzen. Since he was the one who reanimated Danzo, Hiruzen could sense that Danzo didn't speak a single lie. The circumstances were no longer like when Danzo was alive. He wouldn't gain anything by pushing blame on Fujin. Hiruzen frowned. On one side was his old friend and comrade, who aided him for several decades before their relationship soured. On the other side was a promising young ninja who represented Konoha's future. Even though Hiruzen was troubled by Fujin's greed, he never had a reason to suspect his loyalty. However, he couldn't ignore Danzo's instincts either. He analyzed, Danzo's instincts have helped the village several times, but I can't act based upon them. Were his instincts correct, or was he subconsciously biased as Fujin caused him to lose all political power? Besides, I have already done several investigations based on Danzo's suspicions and have never found anything wrong about Fujin. Hiruzen thought for a bit, before realizing, could it be that Fujin's actions somehow resulted in Akuro targeting Root? It should be an indirect result, with him not having any knowledge of the consequences of his actions. Or perhaps Root attracted Akuro's hostility due to something they did while targeting Fujin. Sigh, I'll look deeper into this. Regardless, Hiruzen said, I'll be careful, but it doesn't explain the current situation. Fujin isn't aware of your abilities. Even if he was, how could he send information of your movement to Akuro when he isn't even in the village? Did you feel anyone trailing or tracking you when you moved towards the crystal vein? Danzo answered, no one followed us. And no, I'm not accusing him of supplying information about my abilities to Akuro. He would have been my primary suspect if he knew. But since he didn't, it is pointless. Danzo let out a long sigh. On surface, all of this seems to be one big coincidence. However, there are so many coincidences that I can't help but smell something fishy. Shurabe and Higir just happened to run into a lightning crystal vein within the borders of our country while returning from our mission. A vein we never discovered despite exploring our land several times. Soon after they informed me of the same, Akuro, who has only been spotted in the land of lightning for the past couple of years, just happened to discover the same vein and killed them. He just happened to roast chicken at the same time we reached there, just like how he happens to do so when Kumo ninjas run into him. And this self-proclaimed ancient ninja just happened to possess the ability to see past my seals and counters for each of my trump cards despite claiming ignorance of my abilities. The more he spoke, the angrier Danzo became. He cursed, either I was somehow set up and lured into a trap, or I have had the worst luck of any ninja in history. That bastard even educated me about karma, making me subconsciously believe this string of unlucky coincidences were nothing but a consequence of my past actions. Others maintained silence, letting Danzo vent about the unfairness. They would have been just as angry if they were set up this badly. Ironically, what annoyed and frustrated Danzo the most wasn't that he fell into such a trap and lost his life. No, what frustrated him the most was that he still lacked a single piece of evidence to prove it was a trap and not a bizarre coincidence and bad luck. For someone who prided himself on his ability to weave schemes, this was a big blow. Chapter 922, The Two Possibilities. While Danzo was frustrated even in death, everyone else analyzed all the information carefully. Suddenly, Hiruzen's expression became grave. He muttered, "There's another aspect we failed to consider. Everyone's eyes turned towards Hiruzen, who gazed at the reanimated Danzo. Hiruzen said, "There's another who's aware of your abilities. The person who helped you modify your arm." Shizen and Kakashi were shocked as Danzo muttered with a frown, "Orochimaru." He thoughtfully said, "Orochimaru is aware of Izanagi and Lord First cells, but he doesn't know of Shirsui's eye." Kakashi interrupted him, "There's someone else who may be aware of that. Uchiha Itachi, who was very close to Shirsui until his death. Orochimaru was in the Akatsuki along with Itachi. Akuro may have gained your information from them." Hiruzen, Danzo, and Tsunade ignored the first part of Kakashi's speculations. Itachi was a spy. He wouldn't leak Konoha's intel unless there was something greater he could gain in return. Since they hadn't received any such information from him, they didn't believe Itachi to be the source of their intel. However, the second half of his speculations gave Tsunade a headache. The few members of Akatsuki we know are already very troublesome. If Akuro is also a part of them. So far, despite their impressive strength, Akatsuki had failed to harm Konoha. On the contrary, Konoha had forced them to retreat several times and Fujin had also killed 2 members and nearly killed another. So, Konoha's leadership had certain confidence against them, especially since Itachi was a spy in the organization. However, Akuro's involvement with them alarmed Tsunade. She realized, if Akuro targets Naruto, Jiraiya might not succeed in defending him. His life might be at stake too. Luckily, he has set up communication tags between the two in Mount Maiboku so that the two of them can be reverse summoned immediately to deal with the threat of the Uchiha with space-time ninjutsu. However, I'll have to ask him to be more careful. If a lightning dragon were to fall on him, Jiraiya may not have sufficient time to use those tags. Hiruzen added, reinforcing Kakashi's second point, it might also explain how Akuro could track you so quickly. Zetsu excels in gathering intel. Perhaps one of his clones was keeping an eye on our village and noticed your departure. His other clones may have also discovered Shurabe, Higure, and the vein and connected the dots. The other Uchiha in Akatsuki, who claims to be Uchiha Madara, may have helped Akuro move over to the vein with the help of his space-time ninjutsu. Once again, Kakashi and Shizen were shocked. Kakashi exclaimed in a serious but shocked tone, "He claims to be Uchiha Madara?" Hiruzen nodded, "We gained the intel recently, but I don't see any evidence of him being what he claims. Neither his strength nor his behavior matches with Madara. That is why we didn't spread the intel." Kakashi nodded, realizing it'd do nothing other than cause unnecessary panic. Shizen calmed down as well. Danzo finally muttered, "That would explain many of the coincidences." However, he wasn't completely convinced. He thought, Itachi should have reported it to us if Akuro was a member of Akatsuki. However, Hiruzen should have thought of this too. Does he believe Akuro is one of their hidden members, perhaps someone who only their leader knows? No! Even if Itachi wasn't aware of it, Itachi must have known of the trap they set for me. Seeing how quickly they moved and how prepared Akuro was, Akatsuki must have been prepared to make a move for a long while. Even if they decided to hide it from Itachi for some reason, someone of his acuity would have discovered the traces of the trap and figured out the details. Though we have had our differences, Itachi wouldn't fail to report this trap as it endangers him too. Regardless, this isn't something we can ignore. Danzo's expression hardened as he said, if this is the case, their target may be more than just Shirsui's eye. If they can read memories from Soul too, then they must have learned of all of my forbidden techniques and the secrets of the village. Kakashi's and Shizen's expressions became grave and Tsunade's pupils dilated. Hiruzen only sighed. He had long thought of it. The forbidden techniques Danzo possessed were too troublesome, yet Hiruzen didn't feel that was the worst part. What made him the most nervous was Itachi's identity being compromised. Hiruzen could imagine what would happen once Akatsuki learned that Itachi was a spy. Unfortunately, he was completely helpless. There was no way Konoha could act faster than Akatsuki. Even if Akatsuki didn't act immediately, Konoha couldn't act as they would likely fall into a deadly trap. It was already a lost cause. Needless to say, both Tsunade and Danzo understood it. Hiruzen said, even though it makes sense, don't forget this is still just speculation. It may not truly be the case. Or perhaps it may be only half true mixed with some that were genuine coincidences. Shizen asked, but how can we confirm what is true and what isn't? Danzo replied, that is easy. Shizen turned her gaze towards Danzo as he continued, we have to target the one person who can give us the most information. Orochimaru. Without a hint of hesitation in his voice, Danzo said, Orochimaru has to be captured and his memories must be read to get to the truth of this matter. Or, he must be thoroughly killed and reanimated to access his memories. If he never gave my information to anyone, then our speculations are incorrect. If he gave them directly to Akuro, then perhaps Akuro may not be a part of Akatsuki. If he gave the information to Akatsuki, then our speculations are most likely accurate. Only by interrogating Orochimaru will we know. Danzo turned his eyes to Hiruzen and said, you can no longer show any compassion towards him. In his latter years, Danzo had committed various acts that harmed Konoha directly or indirectly. However, Hiruzen wasn't completely blameless either. Sparing Orochimaru's life was a grave mistake Hiruzen committed. If Danzo's death was a consequence of that, then Konoha had paid a grave price for that blunder. Hiruzen replied, I know. If I hadn't run out of chakra, I'd have sealed his main body during his attack. Danzo didn't say anything else. He knew Hiruzen would make hard decisions when needed. However, Shizen asked, we have been searching for Orochimaru for over a year now without any luck. How can we suddenly capture or kill him now, especially since we'll have to be careful against any attacks Akatsuki may do with the help of your memories? Danzo immediately answered, their ninjas are strong, but they lack numbers. We'll use numbers to transform Konoha into a fortress while focusing everything we can spare on Orochimaru. The mission is no longer about rescuing Sasuke. The sooner we get his memories, the sooner we'll know what to expect in the future. Danzo paused for a moment, before saying, actually, everything we have discussed so far is merely one of the two possibilities. Over his long life, Danzo had seen various calamities befall Konoha. Countless crises had plunged Konoha into chaos and spread terror. Yet, Danzo's voice had never been as grave as now. His breathing as well as his voice was unsteady as he said, the first possibility, as we discussed, is Akuro either being a member of Akatsuki or having some sort of cooperation with them. I'm not sure why he's running around pretending to be an ancient expert. I also don't know what devious schemes are running through his head. But interrogating Orochimaru will give us some clues. I know how grave the consequences of Akuro being a member of Akatsuki is. However, I'd much rather this be the case than the other. The second possibility is my death being caused by nothing but a string of unfortunate coincidences and everything Akuro claimed to be the truth. If it's the case, we would soon face a calamity that might completely consume our village. After he established root and became Konoha's darkness, there had been very few instances when Danzo lost his composure. This was one of those few. Just Akuro, who hadn't recovered his strength, made Danzo feel so helpless. He couldn't imagine anyone surviving when forced to face more of those ancient experts after they had recovered their strength. There was simply no hope of survival in a direct confrontation. Even though Danzo didn't completely believe everything Akuro said and was very suspicious of him, he understood he couldn't ignore it. Even if there was only a minute chance of it being true, Konoha had to prepare. An experienced schemer like Danzo would never leave it up to chance. Tsunade couldn't help but think, no matter which possibility it is, both are catastrophic. The second possibility almost makes me feel helpless. Just like Danzo, others too felt overbearing pressure on them. Tsunade's expression soon became determined as she decided, no matter what is the case, I won't let my grandfather's legacy end in my hands. Konoha will survive this calamity. Chapter 923, Preparing for the Divine War. A war that'll bring an end to the era. What scale would such a war reach? To think there would be something more devastating than the Great Ninja Wars. A divine war, Kakashi thought solemnly. In the past year, his strength had grown phenomenally, but he still felt insignificant in the face of what lay ahead. He was broken out of his daze when Danzo suddenly spoke aloud, his voice full of passion and aggression. We'll prepare for this possibility too. I may have fallen, but those bastards are sorely mistaken if they think we'll simply roll over for them. Giving me so much intel will prove to be their undoing. The look on Danzo's face had changed. There was no longer any regret and sorrow of meeting his end on his face, nor were there any signs of the confusion related to the circumstances of his death. His entire focus had shifted to Konoha's survival. Before anyone else could say anything, Danzo continued, under normal circumstances, such preparations would attract backlash from the other great villages. Luckily, they aren't in a condition to make a move. Even though you didn't involve me in the preparations against Orochimaru's assault, you did a fabulous job back then. Sunagakure won't be in shape to wage a war for at least another 7 to 8 years. Kirigakure is in the same situation. Even though I still suspect him, Fujin did a marvelous job against Kumogakure. I can't afford to waste the opportunity Inazuma gave him by sacrificing his reputation. Even Iwagakure is slightly destabilized due to the incident a couple of months ago. He turned his gaze towards Tsunade and added, an incident I had nothing to do with. Tsunade didn't reply but cursed internally. Do you want to bring up past conflicts? Tsunade had blamed the incident on Danzo despite having no proof simply because she wanted to suppress him more. Danzo may have some complaints towards her due to it, but Tsunade's complaint list was far longer than his. Shizen put forth her queries, that's the reason why we have been increasing our forces. However, that was to prepare for the next great ninja war. Will that be sufficient to survive the Divine War? Danzo shook his head, of course, it won't be enough. It'll be suicidal if we think so. Akuro claimed that the sons of Sage of Six Path couldn't compete with him and the others. He also referred to Lord First as Ashura's reincarnation. I'm not sure exactly what he meant by it, but it's safe to say that Akuro's power would exceed Lord First's once he recovers completely. Danzo looked at Hiruzen and said, even if we were both at our peak strength, if Lord First were to attack Konoha, I'm afraid the only result would be complete and utter destruction of our village. Hiruzen didn't deny Danzo's statement. Even though he was the second ninja to be called the god of shinobi, Hiruzen knew clearly how massive the gap between him and Hashirama was. Even at his peak, he'd be nothing more than an annoying fly to Hashirama. However, the other three, including Tsunade, were stunned. Everyone had heard how powerful the first Hokage was, but no one imagined it would be this absurd. The village didn't just include Hiruzen and Danzo. There were several other rank S ninjas along with hundreds of Jounins and thousands of Chunins. Yet, Danzo claimed they wouldn't stand a chance. Kakashi couldn't help but wonder, exactly how strong was Lord First? Tsunade thought bitterly, I thought I was sufficiently strong. But, compared to you grandfather, I'm still. Hiruzen noticed their expressions and said, Lord First was in a completely different league. Even Lord Second could never compare to him. No matter how much I trained to reach his level, I never succeeded in closing the distance. It was almost as if there was an invisible limitation that I could never surpass. The only one who could compete with him was Uchiha Madara. That is why I said the Akatsuki member who claims to be Madara is lying. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Fujin was strong, but he couldn't imagine Fujin forcing such a person to use as an Aji. Hiruzen looked at Danzo and asked, is this what Akuro could be referring to as Ashura's reincarnation? By extension, Madara could be Indra's reincarnation. Can only their reincarnations surpass the limits of a ninja and reach that level? Or, are the ninjas who reach that level and contain their bloodline considered their reincarnation? Danzo thoughtfully replied, the first case isn't in our hands. We can't identify who they reincarnated into, assuming they did so in the first place. We can only place our bets on the second scenario. Hiruzen nodded. Uzumaki and Senju clans descended from Ashura, while Uchiha clan descended from Indra. We need to focus our resources on them. Only by having both their reincarnations in our village will we have a chance to survive the war. Danzo replied, unfortunately, even that may not be enough. Hiruzen agreed, it's also unreliable. We obviously can't place all our bets on them. At this point, our most reliable bet is. Both Hiruzen and Danzo spoke at the same time, forbidden techniques. Tsunade sighed, it seems like there's no other choice. Hiruzen sighed as well, this is the only way to make up for the difference in strength. Without the Reaper Death Seal, I couldn't have sealed all the former Kages and defeated Orochimaru. From all the techniques I know, this is the only one that has any remote possibility of succeeding against Lord First. Danzo said, the 8 inner gate technique isn't bad either. Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult to reach the Gate of Death. There are significant differences at that level as well. From what I have observed, Guy, with the Gate of Wonder opened, is nearly as strong as Dewey with the Gate of Death opened. Perhaps he'll exceed your peak when he opens the Gate of Death. Unfortunately, both 8 inner gates and Reaper Death Seal have severe limitations. Both are one-time use techniques and will cost the life of the user. Only a few Ninjutsu Grandmaster can learn the Reaper Death Seal. And, to have any chance of using it successfully, the ninja will have to at least be a rank S ninja. Similarly, for the 8 inner gates to show its true strength, the ninja will need to be a rank S ninja like Guy. Even so, these 2 techniques have the highest chance of turning our fortunes. By the time the Divine War breaks out, we'll need at least a dozen masters of the 8 inner gates technique for it to be a trump card in the Divine War. Same for the Reaper Death Seal. Another forbidden technique that you shouldn't ignore is Edo Tensei. Hiruzen frowned and asked, do you imply we should reanimate the dead ancient experts to gain more information from them? Danzo shook his head, who knows what they can do if they're reanimated. That's too risky. No, Edo Tensei can be our strongest trump card if we can improve it to reanimate the ninjas with their peak strength. When you capture Orochimaru, learn how he improved the jutsu and work upon it. If you can perfect it and free Lord First Soul from the God of Death's belly, we'll finally have a card that can put us on equal standing against one of them. Hiruzen's frown deepened. Others may gain hope from Danzo's idea, but no one knew better than him the difficulty of accomplishing either of the tasks. Despite possessing the jutsu for over half a century, Konoha had failed to improve Edo Tensei. Hiruzen thought, even my research over the past year has failed to bring any advancements. Orochimaru is our only hope. Kakashi muttered, Edo Tensei, Reaper Death Seal and 8 inner gates together might give us a chance to survive the war. Hiruzen interrupted him, it wouldn't be enough. Danzo agreed, at the end of the day, forbidden techniques are just tools to close the gap. The only way to truly stand a chance against them is when some of our ninjas can face them without being overpowered. Kakashi frowned. It wasn't that he disagreed with Danzo, but it was easier said than done. He couldn't help but wonder, how can some of us suddenly become as strong as Lord First? To his surprise, Danzo continued in a softer tone, as if he could read his thoughts, Kakashi, don't sell yourself short. Your strength has grown phenomenally since you met with your father. Lightning suits you well. However, you still haven't reached your true potential. To say Kakashi was surprised was an understatement. He never expected to hear such words from Danzo. Danzo continued, your talent exceeds even Hiruzen's. Apart from perhaps Lord First and Madara, I have never seen anyone whose talent surpasses yours. If you continue clinging on to the regrets of your past, you'll regret your insufficient strength in the future wars. Konoha cannot afford you wasting your talent anymore. Narrowing his eyes, Danzo said without any mercy, your eye puts too much of a strain on your entire chakra network. It limits your potential. Obito gave you his eye to survive the Third War, not limit your potential. Get over your sentiments and seal your eye. If you don't, the eye is more of a curse for you than a blessing. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade agreed with Danzo, though they never could be as harsh and direct since they understood the tragedies Kakashi suffered in his past. Not to mention, Kakashi had handled his losses better than Tsunade. Danzo didn't insist any further. With his decades-long experience in manipulating young ninjas, he knew he had created enough impact. The remaining convincing will be done by Kakashi himself. In order to not allow Kakashi to make any arguments on the spot, Danzo said something that stunned all 4 ninjas in the base. He continued, whether you surpass Hiruzen's peak or not will play a big factor in whether Konoha survives or not. However, there's another who'll play a bigger role. I may not like to say this, but I'm afraid the future of the village rests majorly on Fujin's shoulders. Chapter 924, Reckoning After the End. A heavy silence followed Danzo's words, as if the very walls of the underground chamber were trying to absorb the weight of what he had just declared. Tsunade furrowed her brows, visibly shaken. Shizen glanced sideways, unsure if she had misheard. Kakashi's single visible eye widened for the first time since entering the base. Hiruzen, though composed outwardly, felt a tremor deep in his chest. Danzo, was placing Konoha's survival on Fujin? Their reactions were understandable. Everything about Danzo, his past schemes, his ruthless pragmatism, his suspicions towards Fujin's sudden strength, pointed to one thing: distrust. Yet here he was, in death, with no more political games left to play, uttering a sentence that contradicted everything he had ever stood for. Tsunade thought in disbelief, astounding. To think death can change someone to this extent. Even though most are unaware, every leader in Konoha is aware of the conflict between Danzo and Fujin. Yet, he's backing Fujin now. Hiruzen sighed internally, to think only death could bring you back to the right path, old friend. Hiruzen never imagined he'd wish for Danzo to have died sooner. It would have saved him from a mountain of headaches. And, unlike other ninjas who disliked their rest being disturbed, Hiruzen believed Danzo would have no qualms in being reanimated regularly and provide his assistance to the village. Danzo rolled his eyes at their exaggerated reactions and explained, "I still don't trust him, but there's no point in keeping him at a distance without any solid proof. It'll merely generate resentment in him and could force him to the same path that Orochimaru took. You should still investigate him thoroughly once more. Perhaps I could aid you in doing so, but if we still don't find any proof, you should pour everything into ensuring he continues growing without any bottlenecks." He paused for a moment, before emphasizing, "That includes giving him access to every forbidden technique in our village." In a secret base hidden underground in one of the countless islands in the Land of Water, Fujin's clones were recording all the forbidden techniques and secrets Fujin acquired from Danzo's soul and scrolls. Fujin, who was focused on the Edo Tensei Jutsu, could never have imagined that the person he killed not too long ago would convince Hiruzen into giving the very techniques that made Fujin target him in the first place. It reached a whole new level of absurdity. It was unimaginable what Danzo and company would think if they were to learn of this truth. Luckily for Fujin, it was almost impossible for them to discover the truth. The prospect of Fujin and Akuro being the same person was just as absurd. No one even considered it to be the case simply due to how different the two were in their personalities and skills. Hiruzen sighed, "Don't worry, I plan on letting him have them, just not so soon. It's best for him if he continues on his current path. Besides, he already knows the 8 inner gates. He won't take too long to learn Reaper Death Seal and Edo Tensei. So, there's no need to hurry right now." Danzo nodded, trusting Hiruzen's judgment. He recalled every investigation he ordered on Fujin and said, "Fujin's trajectory as a ninja has been rather surprising. He was one of the orphans my recruiters checked while searching for young blood for Root. However, his potential was deemed insufficient. However, he started flourishing once he joined the academy, even outshining other students in several aspects. It wasn't a big enough anomaly to attract my attention back then, but it surprised me when he eventually caught my eye. Regardless, he didn't stand out as much as once-in-a-generation geniuses like Itachi or Kakashi. He could be said to barely be above average among talented youngsters. Yet, as time passed and he gained more experience, his prowess continued growing at a rate that was far from ordinary. It was almost as if he never faced any bottleneck. As if his potential for growth had no limit despite his seemingly unimpressive talent. As a result, every time I felt I underestimated the boy and reanalyzed his strength, a few months down the line, I'd still end up feeling that I underestimated him. This is something I have never seen before, even from you, Hiruzen. This is what makes me believe he'll play a crucial role." The boy. Danzo paused for a moment and gazed at Hiruzen, before continuing, "He has an insatiable hunger for strength. Irrespective of how strong he becomes, he never eases up on his training. He's quite similar to Guy in this aspect, though he doesn't need to be as relentless as Guy to maintain his strength. He turned his gaze to Kakashi as he continued, despite his achievements, I still believe his talent lacks compared to yours. However, he has left you far behind simply because his hunger was never satisfied. In addition, he is unscrupulous and unrelenting in matters that could boost his strength. Despite always opposing me and my plans in the council, he set aside all his differences and willingly traded with me to improve his wind vacuum technique. Even though you never told me, I suspect he was far more liberal with you in this aspect, Hiruzen. Several past traumas resurfaced in Hiruzen's mind on hearing Danzo's words. In spite of not responding, everyone understood the truth by looking at his reaction. Danzo chuckled at his old friend's reaction. For once, he felt that it wasn't a bad thing that he failed to recruit Fujin into the route. He added, the most important factor in his favor is his age. The next 7 to 8 years have traditionally been the golden period for most ninjas. It's the period when a ninja's strength experiences explosive growth. How far Fujin progresses during this time will depend on two important questions. How long will Fujin sustain this insatiable hunger? Will he face the same bottleneck you did and stay at that level for the rest of his life, or will his strength keep growing, surpassing your peak? Danzo's question made everyone curious. Tsunade and Hiruzen knew they had no reason to worry about the answer to the first question. However, they weren't too positive about the second question. Hiruzen sighed internally, it's difficult. Very difficult. However, Danzo is right about one thing. Fujin's age is a big factor. I reached my peak in my 40s, an age where most ninjas retire. However, Fujin should reach it before he's 25. He has the best chance of surpassing my peak. His chances are perhaps even greater than Minato's. Sigh, this war would have been easier to handle had he survived. Danzo continued, if he fails to surpass your peak, you'll have to arm him with all the important forbidden techniques. It's especially important for him to learn to open the final gate, the gate of death. Our chances of survival will lay with finding the next reincarnations of Ashura and Indra or with reanimating Lord first with his peak strength, but it'll be Fujin who will be responsible for deterring the ancient experts and buying us sufficient time. If he surpasses your peak and continues to grow stronger, all the other cards we discussed earlier will revolve around him, aiding him in defending the village or taking down the ancient experts. Regardless of which situation it'll be, he'll be the pillar that supports the village, just like you did after the first Great Ninja War. And, just like then, the more cards we possess to assist him, the better our chances of survival will be. Hiruzen didn't disagree with Danzo. After all, he was the first one to have seen the possibility of Fujin leading Konoha in the future. Even though Kakashi had some major gains recently, giving Konoha's leadership more options, Hiruzen understood very well how far ahead Fujin was. Kakashi's ability still lagged behind Fujin's performance during their battle against Suna and Oto. And, knowing Fujin's nature, Hiruzen had solid reasons to believe that Fujin still possessed several hidden cards which no one knew about. More importantly, he had no idea of Fujin's progress after he left the village and went on a journey. So, irrespective of who succeeded Tsunade, Hiruzen believed Fujin would be the most important ninja in ensuring Konoha's safety in the future. However, there was one issue. An issue Hiruzen didn't believe existed, but his old friend was stuck up on. He wanted to see how Danzo, who finally saw the entire picture after death, would answer. He asked, and, what if our investigations on him reveal a problem? Chapter 925, Helplessness. And, what if our investigations on him reveal a problem? Hiruzen's sudden question caught the room off guard. Kakashi frowned. Did Lord Third sense a problem? Tsunade looked at her sensei and realized, he's just testing Danzo. She glanced back at Danzo as she thought, if he was still alive, there's no doubt he would call for Fujin's head. However, now. Danzo didn't reply immediately, almost as if he was stuck in two minds. After a while, he let out a helpless sigh and muttered, we don't have much choice. He's simply too crucial for our survival. Unless the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra turn up in our village and attain their peak within the next 5 years, or someone else suddenly grows to that level, we can't act against him easily. He thought for a few seconds before continuing in a serious tone. Our actions will have to depend on how big of a problem we discover. If he was involved in my death or in the attack on Root headquarters, then we have no choice. It'll be too big of a hidden danger to ignore, far surpassing the benefits he brings in. He may repeat such actions in the future to eliminate other leaders in the village in events of conflict of interests or arguments. We'll need to set a trap and eliminate him before he becomes a headache like Orochimaru. Shizen gulped her saliva nervously while Kakashi's eyebrows furrowed. The prospect of setting trapping and eliminating Fujin was terrifying. It would undoubtedly be a costly affair, weakening Konoha further. On the other hand, Tsunade and Hiruzen weren't so concerned. Though they would investigate, they didn't share Danzo's fears. Fujin hadn't given them any reason to be suspicious. Danzo continued, however, if he wasn't involved in either of those incidents, there is no need for such harsh actions. Naturally, the best-case scenario is if my instincts were incorrect and he isn't involved. Even if he has some dealings with Akuro, we can turn a blind eye to it as long as he hasn't directly helped him. Fujin, for whatever reason, seems to possess some hostility towards me, Hamura and Koharu. But his relationship with others has been cordial. He also has a good standing among the younger generation, with many looking up to him as a role model. That includes our lone Jinchuriki as well as the children of various clan leaders who took part in the Chunin exams when Fujin confronted Orochimaru and forced him to retreat. So, with me no longer alive and Hamura and Koharu retired, he doesn't have any conflicts in the council. From what I observed, he hasn't displayed any greed for increasing his influence in the village either, despite having ample opportunities to do so. So, there's no benefit now to hold on to the past. On the contrary, it might be beneficial for us if he has some limited cooperation with Akuro. That might allow us to set some cooperation with him in the future, similar to what I was negotiating or perhaps even deeper, though we need to be alert about him abruptly changing his mind. Even if Fujin was unknowingly made use of and unwittingly became a tool in causing my death, it'll work to our advantage. Once Fujin learns of everything, he'll be more on guard against Akuro, ensuring he won't fall into a trap. And, realizing his mistake will make him even more loyal to Konoha. Banishing or setting a trap for him for such a reason would be equivalent to stepping on our own explosive tags. If we fail to eliminate him, he'll undoubtedly become a bigger menace than Orochimaru. And, we'll lose our future pillar, our most important asset required for the Divine War. Yet again, Danzo surprised everyone. Only Hiruzen managed to digest his words quickly. They never imagined Danzo would be willing to overlook every past conflict with Fujin and even his hand in Danzo's death, if Fujin could become more loyal to the village. While they agreed with Danzo's logic, other than Hiruzen, and to a lesser extent, Tsunade, the rest hadn't seen this side of Danzo. Danzo understood their thoughts, but didn't concern himself much with them. He looked at Tsunade, the current Hokage, and said, investigating Fujin will take some time. For now, you need to start building the cards that would assist our future pillar, whoever that may be. Hiruzen can work on Edo Tensei, while Jiraiya and Fujin can hunt down Orochimaru to deal with the first possibility. You'll have to work on finding young ninjas suitable for mastering the 8 inner gates, while helping more ninjas ascend to rank S and become Fuinjutsu Grandmasters. Tsunade agreed with Danzo, but couldn't help but worry. It all sounds great, but this is too idealistic. In order to truly stand against the ancient experts, Fujin will need to surpass my grandfather before the war starts. I can't even begin to imagine how difficult it'll be. The difficulty of the forbidden techniques, though not as difficult as surpassing grandfather, is still very high. How can I suddenly find a dozen ninjas with potential to open the gate of death with just a few years of training? Similarly, how can it be easy to raise ninjas who are both rank S and Fuinjutsu Grandmaster? Even if I make them abuse the shadow clone technique, it's too difficult. Not to mention, such a high-risk training regime will have several casualties. Overusing shadow clone technique creates severe mental trauma. As for 8 inner gates, who knows how many will collapse due to the sheer strain that technique puts on the ninja's body. I'll also have to worry about such losses discouraging Guy and restricting his growth. Tsunade couldn't help but curse her luck. We're on the right path to deal with the 4th Great Ninja War. Our martial might, as well as external alliances, were progressing in the right direction. We would have come on top with far lesser casualties than the previous 3 wars. Why did something as absurd as this have to appear now? Hiruzen noticed his student's worries at a glance and assured her, tough times will create tougher ninjas. It'll lead to the rise of several heroes from our new generation. You shouldn't allow the enemy's strength to overwhelm you. The entire village will rise to the occasion and assist you. Hiruzen sighed. If that hadn't been the case, Konoha would have long perished. When I took over from Lord Second, our situation was dire. Most of the experienced leaders from the previous generation had fallen in the Great War. The few who remained weren't happy with Sensei's decision of appointing such a young leader. Our military forces were severely crippled and we were surrounded by enemies on all sides. The only positive was that other villages were in a worse position. Even though the enemy we face now might be far superior to the ones we did in the past, the village is united under your command and in a good shape. Never forget to let others share your burden. If you try to shoulder everything alone, sooner or later the weight will grind you down, no matter how strong your will or how deep your resolve. Even the greatest among us cannot stand unbroken under a sky that threatens to fall. Tsunade absorbed her old sensei's wisdom and nodded, her pressure lifting ever so slightly. Danzo added, Hiruzen is correct. Your circumstances are far better, despite the overwhelming strength of our enemies. In hindsight, I suppose my death was a boon for the village. It's the only silver lining in this bizarre string of coincidences. Everyone's gazes became peculiar as Danzo sighed. The worst-case situation for us was being in the dark about such powerful forces. Even though I fell, Akuro, likely unaware of the Edo Tensei technique or due to overconfidence, gave me too much information. This will prove to be their undoing. If we had stayed in the dark, our small inner conflicts would have continued and we would have been woefully unprepared for the Divine War despite being prepared for the 4th Great Ninja War. Chances of survival then would have been nil. If we're indeed facing the second possibility, my life for this intel was a small price to pay. Hiruzen nodded, without any hesitation. Now that he could no longer return to his peak, Hiruzen considered even his life to have lesser value than the intel Danzo gathered. At the same time, he thought, had you been alive and we had known this information, you may still not have ceased your schemes, believing yourself to be a better candidate to handle this calamity. Your death has been a boon in more than one way, old friend. Unaware of what his old comrade was secretly thinking, Danzo continued, his tone utterly confident. Besides, implementing those plans aren't as difficult as you think, Tsunade. 8 inner gates aside, the rest can show some quick results with some simple tactics. Chapter 926, Pay a Little Visit. Danzo's confidence raised Tsunade's curiosity. Kakashi and Shizen were keen to hear his tactics too. Danzo said, the first step forward is to help ninjas that are on the edge of becoming rank S to take the step forward. You should focus on our elite jounins. The biggest limitation most ninjas face is their chakra reserves. You can aid them in this aspect by increasing their cellular activity, which in turn will become a forbidden technique in their arsenal. Increasing cellular activity? Kakashi asked curiously. As someone whose chakra reserves restrained him heavily, Kakashi was intrigued by Danzo's words. Hiruzen answered, it's a technique Orochimaru created with Tsunade's assistance. By energizing the cells and artificially increasing their activity, a ninja's chakra reserves can be boosted permanently. It also aids the ninja in controlling his cellular activity, which is both a blessing and a curse. If someone overexerts their cells, it'll leave lasting and untreatable damage on their cells, effectively harming their potential and slowly decreasing their strength. It'll have the opposite effect of what was intended. Hence, it was kept a secret. I'm sure you can understand. Kakashi nodded helplessly, thinking, my Sharingan already puts a great strain on my body, overexerting me until I'm left in a semi-paralyzed state. I'll have to be very careful if I learn this technique. Danzo continued, just increasing cellular activity wouldn't be sufficient to cross the line since its effects are dependent on the ninja and the boost, though substantial, isn't decisive enough on its own. It would have to be augmented by proper guidance from Hiruzen. If they still can't take the final step after receiving his guidance, it'll be hopeless to focus on them. If Akuro is linked to Akatsuki, just gaining a few new rank S ninjas will help us gain an upper hand. If he's indeed an ancient expert, then these new rank S ninjas will have to continue gaining strength over the next few years to be able to participate in high-level battles. You should focus more on the younger elite Jounins first. Asuma, with his affinity towards wind and fire, could potentially assist Fujin. Hiruzen, you could teach him the basics of Fujin's wind domain. If he masters it, he'll be a formidable ninja. Hiruzen nodded. The thought had already crossed his mind. Danzo continued, Fujin's former teammate, Hyuga Hoka, is an interesting prospect too. Much like Fujin, Hoka prefers to keep his strength hidden as well. If not for the ninjas Orochimaru reanimated, I wouldn't have discovered his formidable strength. His strength should have only grown since then. He also seems very cautious of the Hyuga's main family. You should keep that in mind while guiding him. Tagawa Renji from the Umbu is a promising prospect too. I had my eye on him for a while. He would have a difficult time reaching rank S by himself like Fujin did, but this Calamity might just be the opportunity he needs. With the right guidance, he could take the next step too. If Tenzo can replicate some of Lord First's techniques, he can improve too. Unfortunately, I don't have much hope towards it. Even though he gained would release, there seems to be a fundamental difference between his and Lord First's would release. However, if he can learn your strength of 100 seal and replicate Lord First's healing technique, it might be sufficient too. Perhaps there may be some unexpected gains if he gains access to chakra from the strength of 100 seal. Tsunade thoughtfully said, due to his former experiments, increasing cellular activity wouldn't work on him, or rather, Orochimaru has already done so in a different manner. But I'll work with him on the rest. Danzo nodded, leaving it entirely to Tsunade, who was the best equipped to deal with it. He continued, and lastly, there are the clan leaders. All have been elite Jounins for a long while. I don't need to tell you about them. Tsunade nodded. When Danzo mentioned elite Jounins, they were the ones who appeared in her mind first. Danzo continued, the ninjas who are over 30 and still haven't become elite Jounins can be ignored, unless they have a sudden growth spurt. Same for elite Jounins who are over 50. The ones who successfully become rank S with your help and are already seal masters will have to change their focus entirely to Fuinjutsu until they become grandmasters and learn Reaper Death Seal. Hayashi, Inoichi, Shibi, Hokuto, and Renji are our best bets. Kakashi, you should try too. Unlike other aspects, Fuinjutsu doesn't require the ninja to be young. I started focusing on it in my late 20s and became a grandmaster in my 30s. So, they can become grandmasters by utilizing the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Just ensure proper medical assistance for them. Raising more will be difficult. Our current grandmasters, who aren't already rank S, are unlikely to ever reach that rank. Your only hope would be from the younger generations, who should be your focus once you're done with this. If we are lucky, we may have another genius like Orochimaru, you, Minato or Fujin, who reached both rank S and Fuinjutsu Grandmaster in their teens. Tsunade thought, that'll be the best, but it's asking for too much. It'll also be a waste to have someone like that sacrifice their life. But yes, getting 6 more rank S ninjas who know Reaper Death Seal will be a huge boost to our strength. Jiraiya and Fujin can learn it too, and Sensei can use it again as well. A shame we can't depend on the older generation for learning the 8 inner gates. I'll have to completely depend on Guy for this. While Tsunade didn't doubt Guy's strength or his commitment, putting him in charge of this worried her more than a bit. She could imagine dozens of young ninjas running upside down on their hands on the streets of Konoha. Hiruzen said, that'll be a good start. We'll have to simultaneously prepare for guiding the next generation and raise more talents from them. I have a feeling that they'll play the biggest role. He sighed. It was a good thing I transferred all the orphans from Kiri to Fujin. I wasn't completely sure of what to expect, but he has done a great job. The 5 he took under his wing have grown splendidly. All should reach elite Jounin rank in their teens. There's hope for some to become rank S, thanks to their respective Kekkei Jinkai. Danzo gave Hiruzen the stinky eye. He had worked quite a bit on them before they were taken away from him and handed to Fujin. He scoffed internally. Of course they will, considering how many ninjas he pawned them off to. Daily training with Guy for over a year, weekly all-out spars with Hoka, and he also pawned some of them on you. It'll be shocking if they hadn't grown strong. Danzo said, the children of most clan leaders graduated not too long ago. It's a shame that none are exceptionally talented, but they aren't bad either. More importantly, their clans can focus on raising them, elevating responsibility from your shoulders. If Jiraiya can teach Naruto to harness Nine Tails chakra safely, like how Iwa and Kumo can, he'll be another powerful weapon in our. Danzo was interrupted harshly by Tsunade, who rejected his proposal. I won't treat Naruto as a weapon. Even without the 9 tails, he'll be a splendid shinobi. Not to mention, it is too risky to mess with the fox. Danzo frowned. Had he been alive, he'd have argued against Tsunade and called her viewpoint foolish. However, having faced Takuro, Danzo thought, even if we release the entire fox, I doubt he can do much against someone like Akuro once he recovers his strength. Unless we gain complete control over him, he wouldn't be useful for anything other than a distraction. He replied, don't be too hasty. If several ancient experts appear in a few years and threaten the safety of great villages, we can call for a 5 Kage summit and form an alliance with other villages. Considering the danger and the difference in our strengths, they'll have no choice but to ally with us. Under such circumstances, we can ask them to share their knowledge of gaining control over tailed beasts and let Naruto try to gain control over 9 tails if he's ready. You can decide about it then. Tsunade thought for a bit before agreeing with Danzo's new suggestion. He, Tsunade and Hiruzen discussed of several other promising ninjas to focus on to prepare for the war while Kakashi and Shizune contributed to their best knowledge. The discussion continued for more than an hour. In the end, Danzo turned his gaze to Kakashi and said, the lightning chakra mode was quite central to Akuro's combat style. If you want to progress to a point where you can confront him or other ancient experts, you'll need to learn the technique as well. In the past, your father worked closely with Hiruzen to replicate Third Raikage's technique. Unfortunately, we failed to recreate it. However, we had made quite a bit of progress. You should work on it with Hiruzen. We could also create situations where you see the Fourth Raikage in action. In the past, the Sharingan has failed to copy his technique, but perhaps you may have better luck. Kakashi agreed immediately. As someone who regularly sparred with Guy, he knew very well how much stronger he'd be with that technique. Silence spread in the underground base as the group was finally done discussing all ideas. It was finally broken by Hiruzen, who said, Tsunade, call Jiraiya and Fujin back to the village. It's time to pay Akuro a little visit. I want to see what an ancient expert looks like. Chapter 927, A Wild Beast. I want to see what an ancient expert looks like. Hiruzen's statement caught everyone, including Danzo, off guard. It went against everything they had discussed so far. Danzo frowned. That's too risky. You may be walking into a trap far more dangerous than the one I stepped into. If Akuro is involved with Akatsuki, the entire rogue organization might be awaiting you. Hiruzen chuckled. Akatsuki. They undoubtedly possess some formidable figures. However, will they be willing to take me on after what I did against Orochimaru? The fall in my strength is a closely guarded secret that very few in the village know. Since Hiruzen hadn't been in a fight after the Konoha Crush assault, the rest of the world was still speculating what strength he possessed. The few spies they inserted into Konoha again were tasked to find that very answer. Unfortunately, Hiruzen never displayed his strength openly and was protected by several Umbu squads at all times. The only way to spy on him was when he was training. Needless to say, Hiruzen was aware of it as well. Hence, He took some inspiration from the training ground across Fujin's house. It had a sufficient amount of seals to ensure neither Zetsu nor the mysterious Uchiha could spy on him undetected. Hiruzen continued, "Besides, it's not as if I'll go alone. Kakashi and Fujin will accompany me, along with an entire division. In the end, the Land of Fire is our territory." Danzo still didn't agree with his old friend. He said, 1,000 ninjas might force Akatsuki to retreat, but if Akuro is an ancient expert, he may not necessarily do the same. His record against Kumo shows he isn't afraid of numbers. Your reputation may also mean nothing if he's unaware of you. His frown deepened as he added, "Besides, that may be the least of our worries. If Fujin is involved with him and betrays us, we may lose the entire division along with you and Kakashi. There's also the possibility of this being a bait to lure out our forces so that our village could be attacked." Hiruzen replied without hesitation, his quick reply indicating he had already considered these points. "The village will still have Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Guy, along with most of our ninjas. That is sufficient strength to defend our village. I won't ignore your concerns about Fujin, but that doesn't mean I agree with your instincts. Fujin couldn't have known all your hidden abilities, nor could he track your movements without being in the village. I'll keep an eye on him just in case, but I'm not so concerned about him. As for Akuro, you missed something rather simple due to being so emotionally involved in the entire affair. If this was you during the second or third Great Ninja Wars, you'd have noticed this anomaly right away." Danzo furrowed his brows. "Anomaly? What did I miss?" Hiruzen asked. "Don't you think his actions resemble a wild beast? A beast who overly relies on his instincts." Hiruzen's words forced Danzo to recall every information about Akuro that he possessed. His mind went into overdrive as he analyzed them repeatedly and slowly connected the dots. Slowly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "How did I miss this?" His tone became grave as he continued speaking softly, repeatedly targeting Kumo's elites and even targeting their headquarters and humiliating them. Yet, he never once ran into Ai. Almost as if he's purposefully avoiding him. His words aren't in sync with his actions. If he truly wanted to fight Ai, he should have clashed with him countless times by now. Yet, the two haven't met even once. Is he instinctively afraid of Ai? No, that's not right. It should be more along the lines of his instincts warning him against facing someone as strong as Ai when he's still recovering his strength. Are you suggesting he instinctively feels the danger and unintentionally avoids running into Ai at all times? Hiruzen nodded. That's the only logical explanation I can come up with. It can also explain why he killed you. If he only wanted Shirsue's eye, he could have directly demanded it from you to display your compliance. Between the eye and your life, the choice would have been obvious. Yet, he didn't do so and suddenly changed his mind. It implies what you were scheming was a danger he couldn't overlook. It also implies Akuro is still significantly weaker than I. Against you, his instincts simply didn't sense the same danger as he already possessed the abilities to counter you with little trouble. Danzo felt conflicted at Hiruzen's speculations. He said, "If you're correct, you're speculating he won't stay around to face you." Hiruzen nodded. "Fujin's wind domain is quite terrifying. Even though I replicated it to a small extent, I couldn't scale it up to his level even before my soul was injured. It counters Akuro's techniques perfectly. Only the lightning dragon may pose a threat. His lightning chakra mode will be heavily restricted inside the wind domain. Even if he can somehow fight in such unfavorable conditions, he'll still be restricted by Kakashi and others. And, there's still my Reaper Death Seal. The danger he'll feel should be greater than what his instincts warn him due to I." Everyone contemplated Hiruzen's words carefully. Though not all completely agreed with him, they didn't have any good points to counter his view. Tsunade asked, "Do you want to reclaim the lightning crystal vein?" Hiruzen nodded. The vein caught his eye too quickly. It might assist in recovering his strength, a rather terrifying prospect. We can't let him occupy it so easily. Besides, this is our country. Turning a blind eye to someone else stealing our resources will damage our reputation and embolden other villages. Not something we can afford at the moment. He sighed. Unfortunately, there's no way to defend the vein from Akuro even if we reclaim it. The ninjas responsible for defending it in the future will have to retreat immediately if Akuro attacks the vein or attempts to steal the mine resources. If he rarely does so, we can turn a blind eye to it and perhaps use the situation to lay a trap or two. If we have to kill him in the future, we should get a better understanding of his instincts. That said, if he becomes too unscrupulous, we'll directly destroy the vein. This time, Danzo didn't disagree with his old comrade. Tsunade said, "All right. I'll call Fujin and Jiraiya back. I'll also summon a council meeting to inform the remaining clans of the danger and give the order to create a new division. I'll leave the composition of the army to you." Hiruzen nodded and looked at Danzo. "Hang on for a bit longer. It's best if the clan leaders learn the situation from you. But, don't mention any doubts on Fujin in front of them. It'll affect our cohesion in the future." Danzo nodded. "All right. Don't worry about reanimating me. As long as Konoha needs me, I'll assist you. I'd have also liked to accompany you, but I'm afraid he'd sense me and realize all the secrets he mentioned to me are now leaked." Considering how willingly Akuro had given him the information, Danzo believed Akuro wouldn't worry about those secrets being leaked. However, as an old schemer, he wanted to keep his enemy in as much darkness as possible. In a hidden base on an uninhabited island in the land of water, a black tag suddenly flared. Fujin raised his head and gazed at the tag and thought, "That's weird. It's been over an hour since Danzo's soul collapsed. Why did Tsunade take so long to summon me? Does it take so long for the seals to dissipate? Or did they reanimate him already?" A mischievous smile appeared on his lips as he contemplated the results of his speculations. He thought, "Things will be interesting once I return. Anyway, there's no hurry. Flying from here to Konoha will take 7 to 8 hours. I'll continue my work here and teleport over later." Putting the order for his immediate return to Konoha to the back of his mind, Fujin continued working on the Edo Tensei Jutsu. "Giant Rasengan!" An enthusiastic blonde teenager yelled at the top of his lungs as he ran while holding a Rasengan that was twice its normal size. His opponent was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Saiyans of Konoha. As Naruto reached close to Jiraiya, he smashed the Rasengan towards him. The intense rotating sphere of chakra was merely inches away from Jiraiya's abdomen when Jiraiya's figure suddenly disappeared. Before he could understand what was happening, Naruto was tripped. He quickly tried to regain his balance while ensuring he didn't accidentally smash the giant Rasengan into anything. Unfortunately, before he could control himself, a hand grabbed the back of his head and smashed him into the ground, his surprised scream muffled by the dirt. He lost control over the giant Rasengan, which hit the ground and created a powerful explosion. Thankfully, he was pulled out of the explosion's range by Jiraiya, who flickered along with Naruto onto a branch a couple dozen meters behind him. Chapter 928, Changes in the Council. Naruto raised his arms to shield his face from the blast of wind and shards of earth thrown up by the explosion. Through the gap between his fingers, he watched the swirling dust and smoke with a tight frown. TCH. His cool move, one he'd been so excited to pull off, had been brushed aside like it was nothing. A mix of irritation and helplessness welled up in his chest, but he clenched his fists, refusing to let it sink him completely. Before he could vent his frustrations, he heard Jiraiya sigh. "Fancy techniques may seem cool, but if you don't train your movement and reaction speeds, they'll be useless against any formidable opponent." Naruto immediately whined, "Ah, come on, pervy sage. How am I supposed to hit you when you move like that? You grabbed my arm before I could even blink. You moron! That is why I said you should improve your reaction speed. Do you think Orochimaru will stand like a statue waiting to hit him? In the time it takes you to create a shadow clone, create a giant Rasengan, run towards him and smash the jutsu into him, Orochimaru can grab Sasuke and vanish to the other end of the continent." Jiraiya immediately scolded, his voice sharp and strict. Having trained Naruto for over a year, he had long grown used to his idiosyncrasies. He had heard every sort of whining and complaints from Naruto and knew how to deal with each of them. The only thing he couldn't curb was Naruto's tendency to suddenly make a suicidal move during their spars. As Naruto calmed down and became solemn on hearing Sasuke's name, Jiraiya sighed. Maybe it was a mistake to attempt harnessing Nine Tails' power. Naruto is relying less and less on tricks and clever traps lately, replacing them with reckless, head-on charges. The fox's chakra is boosting his strength, but it is slowly dulling the unpredictability that used to make him dangerous. The thought vanished as quickly as it appeared as Jiraiya shook his head. No. Minato must have a reason to split the fox and make his son the Jinchuriki. Seeing Naruto finally focused, Jiraiya asked, "Do you remember what happened when you sparred with Fujin's students the last time?" Though Jiraiya had taken Naruto along with him and was devoted to training him, the essence of their journey was different as compared to what had happened in the original story. Jiraiya's main focus was finding Orochimaru and ambushing him, not training Naruto. As such, he had to return to the village at times to recalibrate his search. Jiraiya was referring to the last time he had returned to the village, which was around a month and a half earlier than when Fujin messed around in Iwagakure. Naruto replied, "Yeah. I remember. They were super fast. Without shadow clones, I couldn't even touch him." A frown appeared on his face as he complained, "But that's cause they're always training with Bushy Brows Sensei. That's cheating. They are almost like mini Bushy Brows." Jiraiya snorted, "They have a long way to reach the level of Guy's pupil. At my level, it is impossible to keep up with merely physical strength. Perhaps Guy is the only one who can do so." "Huh. Then how'd you move so fast? And how come Sayaka and the rest can do it too?" Naruto asked, his voice full of surprise and confusion. Jiraiya answered, "I employed a combination of physical speed and body flicker jutsu. Fujin's students did the same. Their normal speed wouldn't be much quicker than your speed. However, they can use the body flicker jutsu seamlessly without using any hand seals, creating the illusion of being much faster than you. Just like how I did just now." Naruto's eyes widened. Jiraiya continued, "It's good that you have got a hang of the giant Rasengan now. However, we'll stop training the Rasengan or trying to harness Nine Tails chakra for now. Until you learn to use the body flicker jutsu without any hand seals and master it as well as your multi-shadow clone jutsu, you won't train anything else." Naruto immediately agreed, "All right. Let's begin." "Wait! You didn't tell me how to improve my reaction speed." Jiraiya chuckled, "That part's simple. Whenever you sense something's off, flicker away right away. Always watch your surroundings, and keep safe spots in mind to jump to. If you're alone, flicker far. If you've got teammates, flicker somewhere near them. Do that enough times, and your reaction speed will catch up naturally. And of course, we'll do some drills to sharpen." "Huh." A black tag tied at Jiraiya's waist suddenly began burning. He glanced at it and his expression became grim. Naruto asked, "What's that, pervy sage?" Jiraiya muttered solemnly, "Trouble. Something must have happened in the village. It's time to head home." The structure of Konoha's council had changed considerably over the last year and a half. Koharu and Hamura were forced out by Tsunade when she learned of the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Hiruzen had retired too, in part due to exhaustion, but also to prevent any hard feelings among his former comrades. With Jiraiya refusing to formally become a member of the council, no one had replaced the seats of Hamura and Koharu yet. But Hiruzen's seat in the council was taken over by his elder son, Sarutobi Hokuto. He represented both the Sarutobi clan and the Umbu in the council. However, he held just one vote unlike his father because the Umbu didn't get a vote in the council. With Tsunade returning to the village, Senju Hiromasa officially retired as well, passing on the leadership of the Senju clan to Tsunade. As such, Tsunade now held 2 votes, just like how Hiruzen used to. With minimal interference from Danzo and the other elders and complete support from the clan leaders, Tsunade had abolished the 5 civilian seats on the council and relegated the former council members to other administrative duties. Most of the clan leaders would have also liked to eliminate the seat representing civilian ninjas, which Hiruzen forcefully created, and reduce future competition, but no one wanted to irk Fujin needlessly. With his faction already formalized by them and him having the full support of Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shikaku, no one bothered to scheme against him. That said, Fujin hadn't been in any council meeting since he left on his adventure. As a result of these changes, the environment in Konoha's council was the best it had ever been at any point since the village's creation. Never before was the council so amicable, harmonious, and devoid of conflict. Ironically, the council hadn't ever been so weak either, with Tsunade being the lone rank S ninja. Yet, today, the environment in the council was anything but pleasant. Due to the gravity of the situation, both Hamura and Koharu were invited to this council meeting, but their presence failed to calm the situation. A heavy, suffocating silence hung over Konoha's council room, so thick it felt as if even the air refused to move. When Danzo stayed hidden underground even during an assault on Konoha, every clan leader believed that Danzo would only die of old age. Yet, a reanimated Danzo stood in front of them. The revelation of Danzo's death, and the existence of an ancient monster who could rip out a soul with a single gesture, had drained the color from many faces. Fear flickered in the eyes of even the most stoic clan heads, and for once, no one dared to break the silence with a question or objection. Unlike his frank admissions to Hiruzen and Tsunade, Danzo kept some secrets from the clan leaders. He didn't inform them of the experiments done on his right arm, mentioning neither Hashirama's cells nor Izanagi. Instead, he spun off that segment of the battle as Akuro being so overbearing that he was repeatedly pushed to the brink of death. The reason was to keep these forbidden experiments and techniques a secret from the majority and ensure that clan leaders do not demand the same augmentations being done on them in the future. That decision should solely belong to the Hokage, and only the most suitable candidates should be chosen. The stash of Sharingans still with Danzo were already handed over to Hiruzen for this purpose. Of course, someone like Shikaku would be informed of it later. If not for the fact that Akuro may use Shirsue's eye, Danzo might have hidden that detail too, though it would have been more to stop his reputation from falling further. After a long silence, Shikaku sighed, ninjutsu, taijutsu, fuinjutsu, countering jinjutsu. Akuro is at the peak in every aspect. Massaging his forehead to relieve his headache, Shikaku muttered, "To think this is while he is still recovering." He looked at Hiruzen and Danzo and asked, "What countermeasures did you decide on?" Hiruzen and Danzo informed the council of their speculations and most of their future plans. While others processed the information while simultaneously considering how to strengthen their clans, Shikaku said, "I agree with your analysis. I'll come with you too." Chapter 929, Shock, Disbelief. Hiruzen wasn't surprised by Shikaku's suddenly taking initiative, completely opposite of his usual lazy attitude. Irrespective of whether Akuro was an ancient expert or a con man related to Akatsuki, a deadly war was coming. As the lead strategist of Konoha, Shikaku couldn't afford to be passive. Otherwise, his workload would increase multifold. "I'll also come. If he's still there, I'd like my bugs to get a feel of him." Shibi decided to join the army as well. Immediately after him, Hayashi said, "I'd like to take a look as well." His statement immediately earned a few peculiar glances. A Hyuga clan leader almost never participated in any missions. Even in wars, they'd be assigned to protect the village and would only be deployed if the situation worsened beyond a limit. Hayashi replied to the glances solemnly, "If the situation is as bad as we speculate, I'm afraid no one can escape the war. We can't afford to be complacent." Everyone silently agreed with Hayashi. Other clan leaders wanted to join as well, but they knew better than to put all their eggs in one basket. With the discussions reaching an end, Hiruzen glanced at everyone in the room and said, "There may not be a confrontation today, but as Hayashi said, a great war, exceeding all the previous great ninja wars, is coming. We're lucky to learn of it in advance. Start preparing each of your clans. Tsunade and I will focus on raising our elite jounins to rank S, but we'll have to depend on you to raise a large number of jounins and elite jounins. You can't rest easy with your clan members reaching just the special jounin rank. Have your retired ninjas guide your youngsters. If they or your senior ninjas have any free time, have them participate in the guidance hall and teach the civilian ninjas. They'll make the bulk of our forces this time. If need be, we'll construct more guidance halls around the village. Hiruzen imparted his wisdom on the council, giving plenty of ideas which were easy to implement. He wasn't sure how much of an impact a large Jounin force would have in the upcoming war, but it was undoubtedly much better to have them. In the past wars, a large number of Genins from the reserves would be deployed to make up the numbers. However, Hiruzen wasn't sure whether Genins would have any impact in the upcoming war. As such, Hiruzen hoped he could help as many as he could to promote up the ranks and strengthen Konoha. Within that hope lied another hope, something everyone in the council room understood. Once a large number of ninjas started improving their capabilities and moving up the ranks, it was inevitable for several new talents to be unearthed. Konoha, despite producing the most talented ninjas of any village, desperately needed more. While Konoha was busy preparing against the variety of speculations due to the mysteries around Danzo's death, Fujin, the true perpetrator behind the incident and the real killer, exhaled a long breath. He had successfully got all the details of the Edo Tensei jutsu down. Fujin thought, as I expected, this jutsu is complicated beyond logic despite being rather easy to perform. Not surprising considering how miraculous the jutsu is. Exactly how did Tobirama create this forbidden jutsu? Was he purposefully trying to create it, or was it a lucky accident? Due to the experiences from my previous life, I have an abundance of ideas and a unique perspective, giving me a considerable edge over other ninjas. However, there's no way I can create something like this. Even in the future, it seems nigh impossible. If others were to learn of Fujin's myriad tetragram seal, they might place it at the same level as Edo Tensei Jutsu. However, Fujin knew that wasn't the case. Fujin had created the seal by standing on the shoulders of others. The 8 trigrams divination seal had come from the Uzumaki clan, which was initially based on the 4 symbols seal. Minato had improved the 8 trigrams divination seal further by tweaking it slightly to aid his son. Fujin had only used a brute force method, trying countless permutations with the aid of his shadow clones, to improve the seal and take it to a whole new level. It wasn't the same as creating something new from scratch. If a direct comparison were to be made, Fujin's work with the myriad tetragram seal could be compared to Kabuto improving Orochimaru's Edo Tensei Jutsu, which was an improvement over Tobirama's Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fujin sighed, well, whatever. At least I have no need to create something so complicated right now. I'd rather capture 10 tails and gain powers of Sage of 6 Path than create something like this. That'll be considerably easier. That said, I wonder if I can reanimate Tobirama and make him do research for me. Having finally seen the Edo Tensei Jutsu firsthand, this seemed more tempting than ever. Unfortunately, there are more than a few limitations. Konoha possessed Edo Tensei for a long time and could do the same. Fujin didn't believe Tobirama would have any qualms in helping out Konoha even after his death. Yet, Konoha hadn't done so for some reason. At least he hadn't heard about it. The other issue was Fujin himself. Someone like Tobirama would be far more perceptive than the likes of Hiruzen in some aspects. Fujin was confident in hiding most of them, but if he were to accidentally expose the Flying Thunder God seals to Tobirama, it could open up a whole new can of worms. Hiruzen and Shikaku weren't fools. Fujin would have to ensure he never lost control over Tobirama and keep him sealed. It wasn't particularly difficult, considering Fujin already did the same for Kabuto, but it was still an unnecessary risk without knowing if it'd work. It was also important to note that Edo Tensei wasn't the only way to bring someone back. There was also the Rinnegan, while Hagoromo had his means too. Fujin didn't think his seals would stop them. Fujin decided, I'll think of it when I release his soul from the Shinigami's abdomen. For now, I'll test it out on Kabuto. The breakthroughs he had in his researches after Orochimaru's death was astonishing to say the least. If he can replicate it for me, then I can take the risk. Anyway, Fujin turned his attention to his right forearm. Though it wasn't visible to anyone else, Fujin could see a tiny seal imprint. The seal imprint contained the symbols of the Edo Tensei ritual. Fujin could now use the jutsu immediately, just like how Hiruzen did while reanimating Danzo. Fujin thought, though I have the required DNA of the bishop, I should experiment first. I wonder which bandit group would like to volunteer this time. Unfortunately, that will have to wait. It's time to return. Fujin glanced at his shadow clones, who were still busy sorting the other data and techniques. Knowing there wouldn't be any conflict, Fujin let them continue and disappeared from the base. I'm back! Naruto yelled the moment his sandals hit the familiar stone path of Konoha's main gate. Izumo sighed tiredly and asked, "Do you have to do it every single time, Naruto?" Grinning, Naruto's confident ally replied, "Of course. You better believe it." Jiraiya, walking behind him with his usual unhurried gait, chuckled, "All right, loudmouth. Now that you've announced your return to half the village, how about giving everyone's ears a break?" Naruto ignored the jab and turned, eyes bright with curiosity. "So, what now? You're going to meet Granny Tsunade, right?" "Yeah," Jiraiya nodded. "You go find your friends. I'm sure they've missed you." "But what about the trouble? You haven't even told me what happened." Naruto protested, his brows furrowing. He demanded, "Let me come along. I can help too." Jiraiya shook his head, waving a hand dismissively. "You'd just get in the way, Naruto." "Go on." "No way. At least let me hear what it is first." Naruto argued stubbornly, taking a half step forward. His voice was loud enough to turn a few heads nearby, but he didn't care. Jiraiya sighed, giving up his futile attempts. "You're impossible." "Fine, but you're keeping your mouth shut once we're inside, understand?" Naruto pumped his fist. "Got it." Needless to say, Jiraiya didn't believe him. The two of them made their way through the crowded streets, the usual buzz of the village washing over them. At the Hokage's office, Jiraiya pushed the door open, and the two entered to find Tsunade, Hiruzen, Shizen, and Shikaka gathered around a small table stacked with papers and scrolls. Exhaustion and weariness was visible on all their faces. Naruto opened his mouth to greet them, but Tsunade cut him off sharply. "Naruto, leave for now." "Eh? Come on, Granny. At least tell me what's going on," he whined, his voice bordering on a shout. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, her glare sharp enough to make the air feel heavier. "I won't ask twice." Naruto froze, swallowed, then scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Fine, fine. But you better tell me later." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and stomped out, muttering under his breath about grown-ups keeping secrets. Jiraiya didn't pay any attention to the exchange between his student and former teammate. Instead, a deep frown creased his face as he focused on a hooded figure standing quietly in the corner of the room, almost blending into the shadows. Tsunade ordered, "Leave and seal the room." Unlike Naruto, her Umbu guards and everyone else in the office immediately followed the command. Just as the door was about to close, a figure suddenly appeared inside. The startled Umbu tensed, but relaxed the moment they saw who it was. Needless to say, it was Fujin. As soon as the room was sealed, Fujin asked, "What's the matter? And, who's that?" Just like Jiraiya, Fujin noticed the hooded figure instantly. Others may struggle to notice him, but the two of them stood at the peak of the current ninja world. No one answered. Instead, the hooded figure stepped forward, out of the shadows, and slowly pulled back his hood. Instantly, shock flashed across both Fujin and Jiraiya's faces. Their eyes widened, as if struggling to believe what stood before them was real. Unfortunately, the reactions of others confirmed it was no Jinjutsu. Jiraiya muttered in disbelief, "What in the world?" Fujin directly asked, shock evident in his voice, "How did you die?" Chapter 930, Doubts over the Future. The hood fell back, revealing Danzo's familiar, time-worn face. Yet his eyes, once always half hidden behind shadows and bandages, now stared openly back at them, dull and lifeless as only the Edo Tensei could bring. For a moment, the room was utterly silent. Fujin's face stiffened, his brows drew together, and a rare flash of raw surprise cut through the calm mask he so often wore. Even Jiraiya, normally quick to cover his emotions with humor or bluster, couldn't hide the disbelief twisting across his features. Danzo's gaze settled subtly on Fujin, almost hidden behind the emptiness of reanimation. But it was present, a probing stare, cold and measuring, as if searching for a crack, a flicker, anything that might confirm his suspicion. Despite the evidence and logic not supporting him, Danzo's instincts still pointed towards Fujin. He wanted to see if Fujin's shock was genuine or whether he was already aware and merely acting. Being stared at continuously by Fujin, Danzo couldn't focus his entire attention on him, lest it arouse Fujin's suspicions. However, the remaining 4 members in the office got a short opportunity to do so while Fujin was focused on the reanimated Danzo. However, they didn't see any flaws in Fujin's shock. His shock wasn't any less than Jiraiya's or the clan leader's, nor was it overly dramatic. Yet, that was a flaw in itself. Hiruzen analyzed, Fujin isn't aware of Danzo's capabilities like Jiraiya. And, he hasn't suffered due to Danzo like the clan leaders. He doesn't have the emotional connection with him that Koharu and Hamura possess. As such, his shock should have been slightly lesser than the rest. Danzo, Tsunade, and Shikaku noticed this as well. While it wasn't proof of anything, it hinted that Fujin knew more than he let off. As for what it was, they could only guess for the time being. Fujin noticed Danzo's gaze staying on him longer, but didn't notice others doing the same. However, he didn't bother thinking about it. Instead, a deep frown developed on his face, his expression becoming graver every millisecond. Fujin continued staring at Danzo and asked, "How did someone slip into the village unnoticed and assassinate you? Was it that Uchiha from Akatsuki I faced? No, he shouldn't be that strong. And, you should have been prepared for him." "Who was it?" Jiraiya, who wasn't aware of the situation, became just as serious as Fujin as he realized the grave implications of such an event. As for the rest, Fujin's words confused the heck out of them. Shikaku asked, "Assassination? Why did you reach that conclusion?" Fujin finally withdrew his gaze from Danzo, looked at Shikaku and asked back, "So, that wasn't the case?" From Shikaku's tone, even Jiraiya could see that Fujin had guessed incorrectly. So, Fujin's response wasn't suspicious at all. However, they were still curious. No one had reached such a conclusion until then. Shikaku asked, "It isn't, but I'd like to know why you thought so." Seeing Fujin's frown deepen, Shikaku quickly added, "Don't ask why, just tell me." Shikaku's reaction puzzled Jiraiya, who wondered, why is he interested in Fujin's reaction instead of telling us how Danzo died? Seeing Shikaku so serious, Fujin explained, "I didn't see any signs of destruction in the village, an impossibility in a battle leading to Elder Danzo's death. So, the only viable options are a silent assassination, or him being killed outside the village." However, Fujin turned his gaze back to Danzo and continued, "He didn't leave his cave even when we were attacked by Orochimaru, who led the forces of Tsunagakure and Otogakure to defend the village. What could make him go outside the village to fight to death?" Danzo, who was focused on finding more flaws in Fujin's expressions and words, was caught off guard. In the past few hours, he had imagined hundreds of scenarios of how Fujin would react when he saw him reanimated. However, none of those scenarios contained Fujin questioning Danzo's courage and loyalty. Shikaku realized, no wonder he was more surprised than Jiraiya-sama. He likely thought of Danzo being assassinated inside his root office without putting up any resistance. That is rather scary. Sigh, Danzo's words have planted an unnecessary doubt in our minds. Now then, how do I cover this? Shikaku understood how weird it was to ask such a question during such a critical time. This wasn't like when Hiruzen educated Fujin after letting him observe his negotiations. Danzo, the shinobi of darkness, the leader of Root, a rank S ninja of Konoha, and one of the most feared ninjas had been killed. Without losing his thoughtful expression for even a moment, Shikaku muttered, "That's an interesting take. I should have thought of it too, but missed it due to being too emotionally involved in it. If you think of it in this manner, then other villages should think similarly." He glanced at Hiruzen and Tsunade and said, "I think we can bury this news, just like Lord Third's current status. Other than current and former root ninjas and the few of us, no one is aware of Elder Danzo's death. Everyone else should believe Elder Danzo to be in his root headquarters. We can observe the actions of other villages and organizations to see if there are any changes. It could tell us more about who else was involved. Realizing what Shikaku was doing, Hiruzen immediately said, "That is a good idea." Tsunade quickly added, "I'll task our spies to focus on this matter." Losing his patience, Jiraiya asked, "Will you finally tell us what happened here? Who killed you?" Jiraiya directly asked Danzo. For a moment, Danzo sighed internally, wondering, there's nothing wrong with Fujin's reaction. Are my instincts wrong, or am I being played by his acting skills? Without any way to find the answer, Danzo said, "It's more complicated than you think." Once again, Danzo narrated the incident in detail. Unlike with the clan leaders, Danzo didn't hide Izanagi and Hashirama's cells from Fujin for two reasons. 1. If Danzo's suspicions were true, Fujin would know or learn of his skills anyway. 2. If nothing was wrong with Fujin, he would be one to take the lead and face Akuro and others eventually. As such, he needed to know how strong Akuro was. Fujin paid careful attention to Danzo's every word. Had he not been involved, he would have accepted Shikaku's explanation and ignored his peculiar question. Since that wasn't the case, he understood Danzo had planted the seed of doubt in everyone's hearts. As such, Fujin expected more traps ahead, and he wasn't incorrect. While narrating, Danzo twisted some of the events, explaining some differently while outrightly lying in some cases. He only did so while mentioning useless information since he didn't want to lie about the danger Akuro posed. He wanted to see if Fujin would react differently or subconsciously try to correct him. Unfortunately, Fujin never gave Danzo the reaction he wanted. Fujin couldn't help but think amusedly, interesting traps, but I bet even you can't imagine your killer to be none other than the young ninja standing before you, at Danzo? If you did, even you would consider these little tricks childish. Having gained Danzo's memories, Konoha didn't have anything more to offer Fujin to increase his strength further. Unknowingly, Hiruzen had lost all control over Fujin. Fortunately for him, Fujin found staying in Konoha more beneficial than going rogue. Fujin had also grown used to his life in the village. Not to mention, Konoha would be at the center of several important events in the future, events that Fujin wanted to participate in, or take advantage of. Danzo finished his narration by mentioning the two distinct possibilities they had thought of. Needless to say, he didn't mention his suspicions about Fujin. He also mentioned their plans to raise the strength of the village by several levels, though he withheld some information. He didn't mention Fujin becoming Konoha's pillar in the future. While having additional responsibilities aided young ninjas to be more stable and improve their strength, Hiruzen and Danzo didn't see a reason to dump additional responsibilities on Fujin. Fujin was already progressing at a good speed. They didn't want to disrupt his progress without having any guarantees. In the future, once Fujin started slowing down, Hiruzen could use this to give him a second wind. In addition, Danzo didn't talk much about forbidden techniques as Hiruzen didn't want to give them to Fujin immediately. Jiraiya sighed, whether this is meticulous planning by Akatsuki or a string of unfortunate coincidences, it is a grave headache. The future won't be peaceful. What's the plan now, sensei? Unlike Jiraiya, Fujin was completely silent. He still appeared to pay full attention, but his mind was elsewhere. Or rather, his mind was completely stunned. He thought in disbelief, holy crap! How did they reach such a conclusion? I didn't even consider using Akatsuki as a cover while planning the trap. And what's with these absurd plans? This is several levels above the changes I proposed to the Academy and the guidance halls. Their rich imagination caught Fujin by surprise. He also gained several new ideas. At the same time, he wondered, there's still around a year to a year and a half before Akatsuki becomes active. If Konoha were to progress as they planned for that time, exactly what would the Fourth Great Ninja War be like? Will it even happen? Chapter 931, Another Way to Gain Strength? Fujin had reasons to be concerned about the future. If even a fraction of Konoha's plans bore fruits, Konoha's strength would go through the roof, completely shattering the current equation of the ninja world. It was also important to remember that Hiruzen and the remaining leaders in Konoha weren't aware of the true potential of Naruto and Sasuke. They were also in the dark about Fujin's mastery of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu along with the miraculous abilities of his myriad tetragram seal. As such, Konoha would completely stand out from the remaining hidden villages. And it wouldn't be just at the highest level like what happened after the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story due to Naruto's and Sasuke's existence. Instead, Konoha would suppress the remaining villages at every level. And it wouldn't just be the villages. Fujin seriously doubted whether Akatsuki would possess the strength to force the Fourth Great Ninja War onto the ninja world. Kabuto, who arguably contributed most for Akatsuki's side until the final stages of the war, had already been eliminated by Fujin. Fujin had also killed Deidara. From what Fujin knew, Akatsuki still hadn't found a replacement. Itachi was still a spy. Who knew how many more would run into Fujin before Akatsuki finally began hunting the remaining tailed beasts? Fujin couldn't help but speculate, if this were to continue, the only way the final war would be fair is if the remaining 4 villages teamed up with Akatsuki and ganged up on Konoha. As stupid as Obito's decision to declare the Fourth Great Ninja War was, I doubt he'd be so stupid to still force it. When Hiruzen survived without much interference from Fujin, Fujin understood the future had been affected greatly. The changes would be substantial and difficult to calculate. However, it was only now that Fujin realized to what extent the future would be distorted. Fujin felt awkward as he realized another possibility, which was rather detrimental to him. Shit. That bastard might revive Madara if he feels too helpless. It totally slipped my mind. I shouldn't have bullshitted so much. Unaware of Fujin's thoughts, Hiruzen answered Jiraiya, I'll be leading a division to take over the vein. Hiruzen explained his analysis again. Jiraiya thought for a while before agreeing, I'll look after the village, but be careful. If it's Akatsuki's trap, this mission can get very risky. We still do not know the extent of Nagato's abilities, or if they have any more secret members. If Akuro can use the vein to recover his strength quickly, he may not feel the danger and escape. That'll be risky too. Hiruzen nodded. He had already considered these risks. Suddenly, he noticed something odd and turned his attention to Fujin, who still looked deep in thought. He asked, What are you thinking, Fujin? Danzo's suspicions aside, Hiruzen always found Fujin's perspective quite different from the rest. Aside from Fujin's greediness, it was the main reason why Hiruzen pushed Fujin into Konoha's political arena and frequently consulted with him. With Danzo not cooperating with him, Jiraiya and Tsunade not in the village, Koharu and Hamura slowing down with age, Fujin had become Hiruzen's go-to person after Shikaku for discussing strategies towards the end of his reign. Fujin gazed back at Hiruzen, thinking, what do I do now? Should I downplay the threat or existence of ancient experts and turn their attention to Akatsuki? No, that wouldn't work. They have already convinced themselves of their existence. There's no way to undo this. Since he didn't see any other way, Fujin decided, fuck it. I'm already too deep in it. I can only double down now. Fujin answered, I was thinking of another way to improve our strength rapidly. Or perhaps, to reach the same level as these ancient experts. Fujin's words immediately generated curiosity in everyone. The existence of the ancient experts had been causing everyone except Jiraiya intense headaches for the past few hours. Danzo asked, what is the way? Fujin said, it's rather simple, if you think about it. Akuro said he was still recovering his strength and isn't anywhere close to his peak. So, I think it's safe to say the remaining ancient experts will be weak after they wake up in this era. We simply have to find them before they recover sufficient strength and kill them. Not only will it reduce the danger, but we can also read their memories and learn the secrets behind their immense strength, their longevity, and their techniques. Even if we assume we can't copy the paths they took to gain their strength, or gain their longevity, just learning their techniques could help us increase our strength by a level or two. Didn't Akuro say Shinin no Koshi's Jinjutsu techniques weren't passed down to us? Others should possess techniques we don't know too. Another big gain would be learning about the remaining ancient experts from their memories. We'll know for sure what to expect in the Divine War. Fujin's words brought silence in the room. It wasn't because he said something extraordinary. No! Hiruzen, Danzo, Shikaku, and Tsunade had all thought of this possibility. However, no one had said it out openly. Danzo shook his head and broke the silence. That's naive. These are experts who have survived for several eras. We can suspect their strength, but what we can't suspect is their ability to survive. They'll have countless ways of sensing danger. Even if trapped, they'll have a myriad of means of escaping. Killing them will be next to impossible. We can't count on this method. Fujin chuckled. Who said anything about it being easy? Besides, you plan to eventually confront them. When will it be easy to kill them? When they've recovered their strength or when they are still vulnerable? Of course, we can't depend entirely on this method. It is heavily dependent on encountering an ancient expert who hasn't recovered as much as Akuro has. Even then, the chance will be low as you said. However, there's no reason not to pursue it. We'll just have to ask our spies and patrol teams to keep an eye out for such individuals. If we succeed, I don't need to tell you how beneficial it'll be for us. Shikaku muttered softly. It could also result in the remaining ancient experts focusing on us first. Fujin shrugged. That is inevitable. However, it also depends on the relationship between these ancient beings. Akuro claimed they were injured by each other. So, we can say they aren't harmonious at the very least. If there's some deep enmity among them, it could also give us opportunities to create some alliances. Of course. Fujin's gaze shifted to Danzo as he continued, we can't trust such an alliance. Hiruzen thoughtfully said, there are other risks too. If we fail to kill the ancient experts, we may attract their vengeance for our attempts. But you are right. In the end, we'll still have to face them. We'll give this task to our spies and patrol teams. We'll decide what to do depending on the intel. Fujin nodded, expressing his satisfaction. At the same time, he awkwardly thought, from being sent repeatedly to investigate and hunt myself, to scheming against non-existent comrades. Sigh, I don't even know what to think about this anymore. Hiruzen said, the army is nearly formed. We'll set off within a couple of hours. Wait here in the office in case we need you. Hiruzen furrowed his brows as he suddenly thought of something. He asked curiously, by the way, why did it take so long for you to come to the village? Where were you roaming this time? Fujin replied, on the other side of the land of water. Didn't you ask me to investigate 4th Mizuki's death? I was planning to report my findings. However, Danzo's death shocked me. Tsunade muttered, due to their civil war, our spy network in the land of water has taken quite a hit. We failed to gain any critical intel from them. What did you discover? Fujin answered, I gathered the intel from one of the Chunins on Mei's side, who was present in the final battle. The truth is quite shocking, though not as much as what I just learned here. Fujin looked at the ninjas in the room and said, the 4th Mizuki wasn't defeated in battle in the usual sense. Danzo asked, what do you mean? Fujin answered, when he appeared on the battlefield, Ao, the ninja with the stolen Byakugan, discovered that the 4th Mizuki was under a Jinjutsu. Their entire battle was essentially focused on breaking the Jinjutsu. They eventually succeeded, but the former Mizuki collapsed immediately after, bringing an end to the civil war. Chapter 932 Silent Vindication. Danzo immediately expressed doubts over Fujin's intel. The 4th Mizuki was a perfect Jinchuriki. It's impossible to place a perfect Jinchuriki under a Jinjutsu. Fujin replied calmly, unaffected by Danzo's skepticism. It's even more bizarre. The 4th Mizuki died immediately after his Jinjutsu was broken. I'd never heard of such a death. Even Kakashi, after being subjected to Itachi's Jinjutsu for 3 days, wasn't anywhere close to dying. This implies that the fourth Mizukage was under a Jinjutsu for a very long time, so long that his spirit was hanging by a mere thread. The entire premise is beyond belief and borderline nonsensical. Yet Kiri's leadership didn't refute it. Other than imposing a gag order, they didn't take any steps. The room immediately realized what Fujin was hinting at. Shikaku muttered, if they wanted to make a lie, they wouldn't come up with such a lousy one. No one except the ignorant would believe it. Even if anyone does, they'd remain suspicious, just like we are. That means... Tsunade completed Shikaku's words, either Kiri's leadership is misled, or it's the truth. Tsunade frowned. Looking at Fujin, she asked, did you find out who placed the fourth Mizukage under Jinjutsu? Fujin shrugged, I'm not sure whether even the new Mizukage knows. From what I gathered, the new Kiri leadership believes Akatsuki might have a hand in this, but I'm afraid it's more of a hunch than solid proof. They may have analyzed it further later, but to know that, I'd have to capture one of their council members or someone close to Mei. However, that could cause complications. Fujin gazed at Tsunade as he spoke his last sentence. There was no need to say what the complications were. Konoha and IWA were still engaged in a hidden war fought in the shadows due to Fujin's actions a few months ago. While kidnapping a key member would be done discreetly, there was always a chance of being discovered. After all, those individuals rarely stayed alone and were often surrounded by capable ninjas. A single mistake could cause the identity of the attacker to be leaked. Even if no trail was left behind, how many ninjas in the world could pull off something like that? Due to the extremely small sample size, being suspected was natural. So, the best-case scenario for Konoha was a small crack in their relationship with Kiri and halting the process of getting closer. While the worst-case scenario was a complete breakdown of ties with Kiri and making an enemy out of them. For the right price, Konoha wouldn't even care about the worst-case scenario. Unfortunately, there was no guarantee of getting solid information. Disrupting relations with a great village merely to learn their speculations would be foolish. As Fujin expected, Tsunade said, it isn't worth it for now. We'll wait, giving them more time to investigate the situation. Depending on how our relations develop, I could even ask them directly. Anyone capable of controlling the fourth Mizukage is too dangerous to ignore. Shikaku glanced at Tsunade and wondered, how much control does she need to not say she's worried of the mess Fujin would create if given this mission? Considering what he did during his Umbu promotion mission, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to capture the Mizukage herself. Hiruzen realized her inner thoughts too and sympathized with his student. At the same time, he was happy to see her taking lessons from his sufferings. He said, if true, it finally explains the bizarre decisions taken by the fourth Mizukage. Still, I don't understand what Akatsuki's goal could have been. From what we know, the tailed beasts are their targets. But, they didn't capture the three tails despite having it under control for so long. Danzo countered, it may not necessarily be Akatsuki. It could be someone like Akuro. Hiruzen immediately shook his head. The bizarre decisions of the fourth Mizukage started a long time ago. If one of Akuro's comrades has been alive for so long and in possession of such a formidable Jinjutsu, they'd have long recovered a majority of their strength. I don't see any reason why they'd abandon Kiri now, instead of simply finishing off the rebels and maintaining control over a great village secretly. Jiraiya thoughtfully muttered, we can't be sure they gave up on Kiri. A ninja who could place the fourth Mizukage under Jinjutsu and control him for years could easily control the new Mizukage too, no matter how prepared she is. We need to be careful in our dealings with Kiri. Their top leadership might have already been under a Jinjutsu and being controlled. Tsunade nodded. Before anyone could push the discussion further, Shikaku said, it's best to let Kirigakure handle this situation for now. We should focus on the matter at hand. The army should be ready to move out in a couple of hours. Hiruzen agreed, yes. Jiraiya, assist Tsunade with whatever she needs. Fujin, if a battle breaks out, you'll be our main force. So, rest until the army moves. But stay in the office. I don't want to go hunting for you in your house at this critical time. If you overhear something and get different ideas, even better. Hiruzen still remembered what happened when Orochimaru kidnapped Sasuke. Fujin didn't answer his door for several days. Fujin rolled his eyes and replied, "All right." The discussions had finally ended. Fujin retired to a corner while others continued their work. Normally, Hiruzen would have involved Fujin in the planning phase, but he didn't want to mentally tire him before the battle. Besides, with Shikaku and Danzo assisting, Fujin's role in this aspect was greatly reduced. As Fujin waited, his gaze shifted toward the reanimated Danzo, and a sudden thought surfaced. It was both unexpected and uninvited. He thought, in the past couple of months, I've been busy laying a flawless trap. Every detail had to be perfect to lure Danzo out of the village without raising suspicion. When I finally cornered him, I focused entirely on killing him before he could react or escape. Then came the soul extraction, and the hours combing through his memories, cataloging every forbidden technique he hoarded. I'd been so consumed by planning, execution, and reward, that I almost forgot about this. A fleeting memory rose of a stubborn girl with fiery eyes and an even fiercer will, laughing beside him under the sun. His former teammate, Mieko. For an instant, Fujin felt something twist in his chest. Regret? Pity? Maybe both. The ache was faint, buried under years of discipline and the hardened resolve of someone who had chosen long ago not to get attached. But it was there, undeniable. Strange, Fujin muttered inwardly as he thought, I never planned Danzo's death for her sake. It was always for the techniques, for power, and to ensure I'll be prepared for future challenges. But still... His gaze lingered on Danzo's reanimated form, the lifeless shell of a man whose decisions had cast so many shadows over Konoha. He thought, though it wasn't my thought, you meeting your end at my hands can be considered some sort of poetic justice. Perhaps it isn't as poetic as Sasuke killing you, but I'm sure it is even more gut-wrenching for you. Being forced into a corner by a kid in his teens, your political power stripped away, your vote in the council revoked, the root ninjas you trained removed from your command, forced to hide underground for more than a couple of years for a minuscule scheme compared to everything you did throughout your life. The opportunity, presented to you to break the shackles, turned out to be nothing but a trap. No matter how much you struggled, you achieved nothing even in your death. Left with nothing but confusion, you can't even identify your killer despite him being right beside you. Despite Danzo's pitiful end, a fate so humiliating that anyone who knew the truth and hated him would find endless satisfaction in gloating, Fujin felt no urge to sneer. The memory of Mieko's death weighed on him, dulling any triumph. Instead, he let the memories wash over him, his face calm and unreadable as ever, hiding thoughts that ran far deeper than any watching eye could guess. After a while, Fujin thought, the Uchiha massacre had three main culprits: Danzo, the man who pushed for it by repeatedly ostracizing the Uchiha clan and eliminating any hope of reconciliation, even going so far as to eliminate Shisui, who could have stalled the rebellion for a long time and given Konoha the opportunity to mend ties and prevent this future. The second being Obito, who caused the Nine Tails assault and sowed seeds of suspicion. He also participated directly in the massacre. And lastly, Itachi, the blade who eliminated every ninja except himself and Obito from his own clan. Chapter 933, Marching to Hunt. Myself. Fujin recalled the day after the Uchiha massacre, when Mieko died. Hoka desired revenge on Itachi more than anyone else. As time passed and his horizons have broadened, his desire has lessened, though it still lingers. Unfortunately, he still hasn't encountered Itachi or become strong enough to take revenge. Unlike his teammate, Fujin had no plans to go after Itachi. His life was plenty miserable as it was. More importantly, killing Itachi was an important step in Sasuke's growth. Even though the future had changed beyond recognition, the danger Kaguya posed still existed. Fujin may have grown very strong, but he wasn't foolish enough to ignore such a threat. He thought, until I eliminate Black Zetsu or destroy the Renegades, I won't block Naruto's and Sasuke's paths. While the danger doesn't end with Kaguya and more Otsutsuki may appear in the future, Hagoromo could still interfere in the future if things become dire. Not to mention, eliminating Itachi isn't exactly easy. With no one at the level of Hashirama and Madara alive, Fujin could be considered as one of the strongest ninja in the world. Extremely few ninjas in the world could keep up with him in an all-out battle. Perhaps only Nagato, if he were to use his main body instead of distributing his powers among the 6 paths, could defeat Fujin convincingly. As for killing Fujin, who could now teleport over 1,000 kilometers away, it was almost impossible. However, Itachi held trump cards that were lethal even for Fujin. If Fujin were to face Itachi, he'd have to seal his eyes just like he did against Danzo. Though he was confident in his speed, a single misstep could see him burnt alive by Amaterasu because he didn't possess Orochimaru's substitution jutsu or a tailed beast cloak. He couldn't afford to be stabbed by the Totsuka blade either. Despite being one of the most skilled Fuinjutsu grandmasters, Orochimaru had been completely helpless against it. Fujin had no reason to believe he'd fare any better. To make matters worse, Itachi's defense wasn't lacking either. Just penetrating through the Susanoo was already a headache. Adding Yata Mirror on top of it, Fujin wasn't sure if he could penetrate Itachi's defenses at all. All these dangerous trump cards made Itachi one of the most terrifying ninjas alive, far more dangerous than anyone else realized. In addition, there was Kisame, who was always with him, and the possibility of Obito interfering to either steal Itachi's eyes or eliminate his killer. Of course, Fujin wasn't helpless either. Since he was already aware of these threats, he wouldn't be caught off guard and would always stay a step ahead. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, dodging Amaterasu and the Totsuka blade wasn't too difficult. Even the formidable defenses of Susanoo and Yata Mirror weren't an insurmountable obstacle. Fujin could simply outlast Itachi, who didn't possess the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Yet, Itachi possessed another trump card that truly terrified Fujin. It didn't matter whether he kept his eyes closed or not, Fujin was helpless against the Jinjutsu that Shusui's eye in Itachi's possession could cast. If he failed to teleport away in time, it would mean complete and utter defeat. If Shusui's left eye were to make an appearance in their battle, Fujin would instantly teleport hundreds of kilometers away and wouldn't bother returning to the battlefield no matter what was at stake. The end result would be him providing the information about his abilities to Itachi with nothing to gain in return. Fujin thought, if I were to ever face Itachi, my biggest asset would be the fact that he's Konoha's spy and he wouldn't want to kill or gravely injure Konoha's future unless he doubted my loyalty to the village. I'm not opposed to exploiting this secret, but there's little point in doing so. Besides, I can't be sure if Itachi wouldn't do anything drastic if pushed to the edge. His desire to die at his brother's hands is pretty strong. Anyway, compared to Itachi, I have countless more reasons to eliminate Obito. Once Kakashi masters Kamui, I'll switch my focus to Obito. He'll die just like Danzo, though no one will revive him. Madara. I shall save you from humiliation by dismantling every arrangement you left behind. As Danzo spoke, he glanced at Fujin. For some reason, he felt something different about the boy. Unfortunately, Fujin's expression revealed nothing. He didn't even bother returning Danzo's gaze, almost as if lost deep in thought. Danzo could only turn back to his task. Roughly 2 hours later, Konoha's forces marched out of the village. The sudden mobilization alerted the spies hidden among the crowds, who slipped into position to observe the army. Under normal circumstances, the deployment of a single division wouldn't cause alarm. It simply wasn't a large enough force to threaten any of the great villages. However, when they recognized the army was led by none other than Hiruzen, the former Hokage, the color drained from their faces. Fujin's presence next to the professor sent terror coursing through their veins. A few shivered in horror as they recalled his horrifying performance in previous clashes. The more they scanned the formation, the more nervous they grew. An IWA spy thought nervously, the third Hokage, Konoha's sword, and the copy ninja, each one of them is a headache on their own, yet all three are moving at the same time. Not to mention Narashikaku, the Jounin commander and Konoha's chief strategist. Even the Hyuga clan leader, who rarely leaves the village, is here along with the Aburame clan leader. What is Konoha planning? Why send a single division packed with more than a dozen elite Jounins? Please don't tell me they're going to escalate our hidden war. He knew about the skirmishes between Umbu from both villages. But those were still in early stages and fought entirely in the shadows. He never expected Konoha to escalate the conflict so boldly, especially since it had been Konoha that provoked IWA in the first place. The spies from other villages were equally worried. Suna still hadn't recovered from the losses of the previous war. This single division possessed enough firepower to cripple them further. Kiri was in a similar position, having just ended its civil war less than 3 months ago. The Kumo spies still remembered how several of their hidden camps had been wiped out, believed to be the work of Konoha, and feared another scheme brewing. Without exception, every spy wanted to send an urgent report. But remembering the tragedy that befell their predecessors, they dared not send messages recklessly. The only exception was Suna's spies, who had been spared the previous disaster. They were about to experience what the other villages had suffered a year and a half ago. Of course, that had little to do with the army that marched on. The division, nearly 1,200 strong, advanced in ordered ranks, their flak jackets swaying under the moonlight. Once beyond the village walls, they broke into smaller platoons and began moving swiftly through the dense forests surrounding Konoha. In the rear, Shibi asked in surprise, "I thought Danzo would join us. Why did he stay behind?" Shikaku explained, Akuro seemed unaware of some recently created techniques. So he might not know about Edo Tensei. If we reveal Danzo's reanimation now, Akuro might realize we've uncovered secrets he'd rather keep hidden. His secrets have been leaked to us. Hayashi nodded. We're already at a disadvantage. You're right. We can't afford to miss even a small chance to tilt the scales. Hiruzen added, though I can't reanimate ninjas at full strength, the reanimated can't run out of chakra. If things go wrong, Danzo can assist Tsunade and Jiraiya in reverse summoning as many of our forces as possible. Fearing a trap from Akatsuki, Shikaku had proposed this safeguard. The village had just lost Danzo. He wasn't too keen to see Hiruzen following his old friend by using the Reaper Death Seal again to deter the Akatsuki. As such, each ninja had been given a communication tag. Those with personal summons had been asked to establish a link, while the rest signed temporary contracts so they could be reverse summoned if needed. That way, even in an ambush, losses could be reduced. Of course, it wasn't an easy task. Reverse summoning couldn't be done in groups. Every ninja needed to be reverse summoned individually. And it cost a great deal of chakra. While most ninjas could theoretically learn summoning jutsu, few ever did due to risk and the difficulty of forming a pact. As a result, there was a shortage of ninjas who could perform reverse summoning reliably, a vital requirement. The entire effort depended heavily on Tsunade, Jiraiya, Danzo, and a handful of others, making it far from efficient. Even using shadow clones wouldn't be enough to save everyone quickly. In the end, it would come down to how long the main force could buy time. Still, it might save dozens, perhaps hundreds, of lives. So what's this mission really about, Fujin? Which S-rank maniac dared to openly cross our borders? Hoka asked Fujin softly, who led the vanguard to hunt himself. Chapter 934, It's Gone. So what's this mission really about, Fujin? Which S-rank maniac dared to openly cross our borders? Hoka asked Fujin softly, who led the vanguard to hunt himself. Since Hiruzen decided to bury the news of Danzo's death, the official orders relayed to the army were vague. The army were merely informed that a rank S threat had appeared near the border, requiring immediate and overwhelming force to confront. His decision was unopposed by the council. Despite Danzo having become a liability for Konoha, he was still a great deterrent for remaining villages. They were less likely to make a move if they believed Hiruzen wasn't injured and Danzo was still hiding in Konoha's shadows. While it created a hidden danger of Konoha not being as powerful as others believe if a war started, it wasn't a great concern for the time being. With Konoha's plans to rapidly promote the prowess of their ninjas to deal with the upcoming challenges, this hidden danger would be resolved in no time. Fujin continued moving forward. It wasn't the first time he was sent to hunt himself, though it was the first time he was leading an army for that purpose. As such, the awkwardness of the situation no longer bothered him. He replied, it's Akuro. Surprised, Hoka asked, the vagabond haunting Kumo? TSK, I didn't think Kumo would be so incompetent. Despite spending over a year and a half and sacrificing hundreds of ninjas, they've failed to hunt him down. Glancing at his former teammate, Fujin thought, well, you can't exactly blame them. I doubt any other village, including Konoha, would fare better if I were to target them. Besides, Danzo's life is worth more than the hundreds of Kumo ninjas I killed as Akuro. Then again, it's not truly a loss for Konoha. Though he would never say it out loud, even Hiruzen wouldn't deny that Danzo had become a hidden danger for Konoha. Actually, it wasn't even hidden. Hoka asked, what do you think? Is he as strong as they say he is? Fujin shrugged, we'll find out soon, if he doesn't run away like the old man believes. This should be similar to military exercises. However, if Akuro decides to target us like he targets Kumo, we'll have opportunities to grasp his strength. Hoka processed Fujin's words before nodding. Since the true details of their march were kept confidential, there wasn't much he could ask Fujin. If the matter wasn't serious, Fujin would have informed him of the remaining details during their conversation. Swiftly but stealthily, Konoha's army continued moving through the dense forests with their guard raised. As the first rays of the sun hit them, they finally reached close to the spot where Akuro annihilated what remained of the route. Observing with his Byakugan, Hoka frowned, I can't see anything. It feels like something is blocking the Byakugan. The remaining Hyuga ninjas in the vanguard experienced the same. Fujin nodded, there are several seals ahead. However, the ninjas around Fujin noticed a frown forming on his lips. He turned to a Yamanaka special jounin next to him and ordered, inform Lord Third there are seals ahead, blocking every means of sensing. However, the quantity of seals is less than expected. Fujin's words confused the ones around him. Without waiting any time, the Yamanaka ninja immediately carried out the task. Shikaku immediately sent out orders for the army to stop moving and take appropriate positions. While the army got into formation, Hiruzen, Shikaku, Hayashi, Shibi and Kakashi, or rather their shadow clones, appeared next to Fujin. Hiruzen's clone said, we'll inspect the situation ahead with our clones. Follow us. A shadow clone popped next to Fujin, consisting 10% of his chakra. He joined with the rest and finally moved away from the army. Shikaku's clone immediately asked, how large is the gap between what you expected and what's actually there? Fujin's clone answered, it's huge. Elder Danzo mentioned the large number of seals used by Akuro several times. This place should have been crawling with seals. Instead, it feels like the standard procedure the Umbu follow while guarding an important spot. Hiruzen's clone frowned too as he sensed the same. The 6 shadow clones flickered towards the battlefield, all but one raising their guard to the highest level. They instantly spread out across the ruined battlefield. Hiruzen's clone expanded his chakra field aggressively, probing every inch of the surroundings for any hint of hidden chakra signatures. Kakashi's clone raised his headband, the Sharingan spinning slowly as his gaze swept across the area, searching for Jinjutsu or lingering chakra traces. Hayashi's clone activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his temples as his vision pierced through the corpses and scattered rubble. Nearby, Shibi's clone quietly scattered a handful of his insects, letting them crawl over the broken ground to check for concealed traps or underground threats. Shikaku's clone, remaining slightly behind the others. He had no plans to participate in any battle as his job was to simply observe the enemy moves and devise a counter for his main body to implement. Just like the rest, Fujin's clone also made a move, his expression stern as his own chakra field spread wide to sense any presence. At the same time, minute amounts of his chakra transformed into winds and harmlessly mixed into the surrounding air. Unlike the rest, his seriousness was mostly for show. If they were to be ambushed, Fujin would undoubtedly be the most shocked among them. Within moments, the clones confirmed what Hiruzen already suspected. The clearing lay silent, cold, and lifeless. No sign of Akuro, no lurking enemy, no freshly laid traps. Just the aftermath of ruthless violence. They immediately noticed the cold corpses of the fallen root ninjas, the signs of decomposing already setting in. Some distance away, at the bottom of the large crater left behind by the reverse 4-symbol seal, lay the body of Shimura Danzo, lifeless and still, a symbol of a once iron grip brought to an end. The wind rustled through the broken clearing, but no other threat revealed itself. The clones exchanged brief glances, acknowledging the quiet, uneasy calm before the next step. Hiruzen's clone gave a nod while looking at Kakashi's clone. While Kakashi's clone stored all the dead bodies in scrolls, Hiruzen's clone said, "You were correct, Fujin. This place only has the seals set up by the root to hide the vein. There aren't any other." Suddenly, Hiruzen's clone stopped speaking as his eyes widened in shock. Within moments, the same shock was visible on the faces of the shadow clones of Hayashi, Fujin, and Shibi. Only Shikaku's one was slightly slower, but he realized what shocked the rest. Moments ago, their entire focus was concentrated on dealing with Akuro or discovering any traps awaiting them. So, they had overlooked an important detail, which had taken a back seat for that duration. When Hiruzen's clone spoke, they finally realized it. Of course, one of them was merely acting. Without any hesitation, the 5 clones flickered towards the spot where Danzo had detected the lightning crystal vein. They immediately noticed an extremely deep hole in the ground at the exact spot where Akuro was previously roasting chicken. However, it lacked any presence of the lightning element. Shikaku's clone muttered in shock, "What in the world?" Fujin's clone wondered aloud, expressing his confusion, "Where's the lightning crystal vein? Wasn't it supposed to be here according to Danzo?" Hayashi's clone observed the hole carefully and said in disbelief, "It's gone. The vein is empty. Not a single lightning crystal that can be mined here." Shibi's clone added grimly, "No, it's far more thorough. Even after a vein is completely mined, small traces of its energy are left behind, which last for hundreds of years. However, my bugs fail to detect the traces of any lightning energy. It's almost as if there was never a vein here." Chapter 935, Confusion Reigns Supreme. There were many objectives behind Hiruzen's decision to march an army to the battlefield where Akuro and Danzo had clashed. Yet nearly all of them were built on uncertainty. Whether it was confronting Akuro directly, recovering Danzo's body, dismantling potential traps, or seizing intelligence, none rested firmly within Konoha's grasp. They depended solely on the unknown designs of their enemies. The single certainty Hiruzen had counted on was Konoha taking control of the lightning crystal vein that very day. But instead, what greeted them was a deep, gaping hole, silent, empty, and stripped of even the faintest trace of lightning energy. Had Danzo himself not confirmed its existence, none among them would have suspected that a vein had ever run beneath that soil. The discovery left the clones of Hiruzen and the experienced clan leaders dumbfounded. They couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Kakashi's clone arrived moments later, having secured the dead, only to feel the same cold disbelief settle over him. The silence was finally broken by Fujin's clone, who grumbled, "I'm now suspecting everything Elder Danzo said." The remaining clones silently glanced towards him. Kakashi's clone thought, first Danzo suspected Fujin's involvement in his death. Now, Fujin is suspecting Danzo's death confessions. Hiruzen's clone narrowed his eye, analyzing, even though they had conflicts, Fujin isn't the type to bear grudges against the dead. Besides, the situation is beyond absurd. I can understand his thoughts. Hiruzen's clone shook his head and said, "Since I reanimated Danzo, I can sense whether he's lying or telling the truth. Even if that wasn't the case, what would Danzo gain by lying to us? It's too easy to uncover." Still gazing into the hole, Fujin's clone argued without backing off, "I didn't say he's lying." The expressions of remaining clones immediately became grim as they realized what Fujin was hinting at. Kakashi's clone muttered, "A Jinjutsu. You think Danzo was fooled by a Jinjutsu and everything he saw and believes is what the enemy wants him to believe?" Fujin's clone nodded, "Only that can explain these anomalies. Even the veins that have been exhausted hundreds of years ago have traces of lingering energy. How could this vein disappear completely within a single day of being discovered?" This entire matter was fishy from the get-go. How could a lightning crystal vein appear so suddenly? Our exploration team should have discovered it decades ago. Only an illusion could perfectly explain its sudden appearance and disappearance. Besides, it isn't the only clue pointing towards this possibility. Shibi's clone muttered, "The missing seals. You believe they were illusions too?" However, this isn't the sole incident. From our intel, a large number of seals Akuro imprinted in the Raikage building vanished when he retreated. He could have removed them before leaving. Shikaku's clone corrected him. Akuro couldn't remove all of his seals from the Raikage building. However, he had a lot more time here. It won't be absurd for him to remove them. Fujin's clone shook his head. Removing seals take far longer time than imprinting them. That is especially true when you create a formation complicated enough to fool a grandmaster of Elder Danzo's caliber. Of course, it is possible for Akuro to possess some ancient technique that we're unaware of. That was my first thought. Perhaps it's also possible for him to possess a technique that could help him extract the entire vein in a few hours and remove all its traces. If we assume he isn't aware of the Edo Tensei Jutsu, he may have very well done so to avoid letting us learn of the truth behind Danzo's death or to hide the fact that Akuro may have recovered a significant portion of his strength. However, I have a feeling that it isn't so simple. Even after dying, Elder Danzo could still not understand how he failed to detect the seals on several occasions. If he was in a Jinjutsu, it would explain better why he failed so terribly. Fujin's analysis forced the remaining clones to evaluate the situation again. After a while, Hiruzen's clone sighed. "We could use the same logic to say Akuro's knowledge on Fuinjutsu is far beyond us. We have already seen the unfamiliar seals the Jashin fanatics possessed. Despite researching for nearly 3 years, we have barely scratched their surface. Yet, the few discoveries we have had have helped progress our Fuinjutsu far quicker than at any point in our past. However, I understand your thoughts. I have a similar feeling. We were already suspicious. Now, this feels even more like a scheme than a coincidence." Kakashi's clone voiced his confusion. Elder Danzo possessed Shursue's Manjikyu Sharingan. How could he fall in a Jinjutsu so easily and fail to ever notice it? Fujin's clone immediately answered, "He kept Shursue's eye hidden under the bandages. It's possible he may have fallen into a Jinjutsu before he had the opportunity to unseal his eye. Besides, is Manjikyu Sharingan truly infallible? There's another pair of eyes, far deeper ingrained in the legends than Manjikyu." After informing Jiraiya and Tsunade about the leader of Akatsuki possessing the Rinnegan, Hiruzen had also informed the council. Everyone recalled that intel at that very moment. Hayashi's clone frowned. "We still don't know what abilities the Rinnegan possess. We can't rule out the possibility of it possessing a powerful Jinjutsu. Perhaps it can also explain how the fourth Mizukage, a perfect Jinchuriki, was controlled for so long. Even if it ain't the Rinnegan, it isn't too far-fetched to believe the ninja who secretly controlled the fourth Mizukage fooled Danzo too. However, why would Akatsuki scheme so much to target Danzo? What purpose would it serve?" As Konoha's lead strategist, everyone subconsciously glanced towards Shikaku's clone, who didn't disappoint. He thoughtfully explained, "Perhaps they intend to make a move on our village in the future. Either to kidnap Naruto, or for some other purpose. Removing an unpredictable factor like Danzo is something every strategist would prefer. The other possibility is they simply intended to restrict Konoha's strength, and Danzo seemed like the easiest target. In the recent times, every other major village has suffered heavily, while Konoha was relatively unharmed. Suna suffered heavily due to Orochimaru's betrayal and war against us. The civil war has crippled Kiri. Kumo lost a large number of their elites due to our schemes and Akuro. Iwa lost Han to Akatsuki and suffered some losses during the hidden clashes against us. We suffered too. Lord Third's injuries were a big blow to us, but the other villages don't know about it. Even with his injuries, the delicate balance of the ninja world is steadily being tilted in our favor. Perhaps Akatsuki wants to maintain the previous balance, ensuring no village can stand above the rest. It may get in the way of their objectives. Unfortunately, it's difficult to accurately guess their remaining objectives without more intel. While everyone pondered the implications, Fujin's clone gleefully thought, as expected of Shikaku. He accurately reached the conclusion I wanted him to reach. Though I failed to correctly estimate the impact of my lies, I created a contingency to confuse Konoha further. Since I resolved a massive headache like Danzo, it's only logical I replace it with a few smaller headaches. After killing Danzo and reading his memories, cleaning up the battlefield wasn't truly a challenge for Fujin. The fake lightning crystal vein had been created with the help of a seal formation and hundreds of lightning crystals. Even though Fujin lost a portion of the lightning crystals, he had designed the formation such that what remained could be recovered easily. Similarly, the seal formation was easy to dissolve with the correct method. Removing the seals he used to distract Danzo weren't as difficult to remove as Fujin's clone claimed either. As such, the only proof of what happened there were the dead bodies of Danzo and his subordinates, and the destruction left behind by their battle. Of course, Fujin could have hidden them too, but there was no point. Due to the Edo Tensei Jutsu, Konoha would learn of what happened either way. Removing just half of the traces was far more effective in creating confusion. As Fujin expected, Hiruzen's clone was having massive headaches at that moment. He sighed internally, while wondering, a string of coincidences leading to Danzo's death at the hands of Akuro, an ancient expert. A scheme where Akatsuki took advantage of Danzo leaving the village and sent Akuro to eliminate him. Or, a bait laid by the leader of Akatsuki, or their secret member, to lure and eliminate Danzo to limit Konoha's strength. Which one is true? Or, is the truth entirely different, something we all overlooked? Sigh, why is your death so troublesome, old friend? Like Akuro claimed, is this karma for all the scheming we did back in the day? Chapter 936, Danzo's Misery. Unable to figure out the mystery, Hiruzen's clone could only let out a long, tired sigh. He muttered, "It's impossible to get to the bottom of this. There's too much that we do not know. Scour the battlefield once again to see if we missed something. Fujin, get rid of the seals left behind by the route." Everyone immediately followed his orders, while Hiruzen's clone continued standing at the same spot and observing the deep, empty hole. A few minutes later, the other clones returned empty-handed. There was no additional evidence. Hiruzen's clone sighed, "Let's return. Shikaku, assign a few patrol squads around this area later. In the future, always examine such intel with great scrutiny. If their goal is to eliminate our rank S ninjas, they won't stop with Danzo. Alternatively, it may be a way to track the movements of Akuro or other ancient experts." Shikaku's clone nodded, already weighing the implications. If Konoha were to lose any more S-rank shinobi, it wouldn't just be a strategic disaster. It would also mean fewer hours of sleep for him and far more restless ones at that. He had no intention of taking such a problem lightly. The clones returned to the waiting army in silence. Fujin's and Kakashi's clones were the first to dispel, transferring their memories in an instant. The others handed over the scrolls containing the bodies of the fallen root operatives, including Danzo Shimura, before quietly vanishing as well. As the memories surged back into their main bodies, fleeting signs of tension crossed their otherwise composed expressions. The weight of what they had uncovered, or failed to, settled in. But none spoke. In the end, Hiruzen gave the official order to retreat. The rest of the army, watching from a distance, remained frozen in uncertainty. They had marched out under strict orders, denied context or explanations. Now, watching their commanders return without so much as a word and issue the order to retreat, confusion simmered beneath their calm exteriors. No briefings were given, no conclusions shared. For the ninjas, it was a march into mystery and back into silence. Whispers spread quietly, trying to piece together what might have happened beyond the treeline. The lower-ranked ninjas immediately asked their superiors about what had happened, but even their superiors were clueless. Hoka asked Fujin, but received no answer. The ones close to Kakashi were similarly left hanging. As such, countless speculations and conspiracy theories floated in the army. By the time they returned to Konoha, the rumor mill was overflowing with increasingly ridiculous possibilities. Needless to say, the possibility of something as drastic as Danzo's death wasn't one of those ridiculous theories. The ninjas in the army weren't the only confused ones. The spies in the village were far more confused. One wondered, what the hell did they do in less than half a day? Where could they even go in so little time? Another spy thought they shouldn't even have reached the borders. What was so critical that they had to send such a powerful lineup? An IWA spy analyzed, did Lord Suchikage send a force secretly into the Land of Fire? No, that doesn't sound like him. Could it be someone else? However, who can it be? Even Kumogakure wouldn't want a war with Konoha at this time. Besides, none of them look injured. They couldn't have been in an intense combat. A spy with colorful imagination wondered, his mind filled with terror, don't tell me. Did another master of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu appear in Konoha? Did they teleport the entire army somewhere, complete their objectives and return so quickly? Who did they hit? Shit! I need to report immediately. But these bastards are watching like hawks. Konoha's army had returned so quickly that the spies didn't even have time to send out messages. Only 3 spies had tried so far, all of whom were caught. Of course, there was an exception. Nearly every spy from Suna attempted to send messages out within 1 hour of Hiruzen and the rest leaving Konoha. Danzo looked over the operation to catch every single one of them, precisely replicating Hiruzen's success during the Chunin exams. Ironically, the surprise of Konoha ninjas, enemy spies, even combined together, paled to the confusion, shock, and disbelief Danzo experienced when Hiruzen informed him of what they witnessed. The words struck not like blades, but like the absence of sound after a great crash, leaving Danzo suspended in a world suddenly unfamiliar, where nothing lay where it once did. Danzo did not speak, did not blink, his breath caught as though the laws that bound the world had been rewritten in front of him. Hayashi and Shibi were caught off guard by his state. In all their years of dealing with Danzo, they had never seen him so lost. The others also felt pity for Danzo, while sympathizing with him, though they were more concerned with figuring out the mystery. The only exception was Fujin. His expression was identical to the remaining ninjas in the Hokage office, but he took great satisfaction from Danzo's misery. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, if he felt so much confusion while alive, would his mind have remained sane? Then again, he wasn't completely sane. Perhaps years of scheming in the dark can cause irreparable mental damage. I need to do more pranks in between my training and fighting. I wonder who'll volunteer. After enough time passed, Hiruzen probed, what do you think, Danzo? Danzo sighed in frustration and exhaustion, I don't know what to think anymore. Despite experiencing the battle firsthand at the cost of his life, the intel Danzo possessed was no different than what Hiruzen and Shikaku possessed. If they couldn't figure it out, there wasn't much hope for Danzo to have a breakthrough. Suddenly, Danzo said, Hiruzen, let me handle Tsunagekyu's spies. I'll oversee the operation to uproot their entire spy network. No one expected Danzo to suddenly change the subject, completely ignoring the mystery of his death. Yet, most understood his thoughts. Venting frustrations on someone else was a good way to clear their heads and calm down. Shizen asked in surprise, are we still targeting them? Can't Akatsuki or Akuro take advantage of it? Danzo immediately refuted her, Akuro wouldn't care about such things. Akatsuki could try to take advantage, but not so soon. They'll suspect a trap. Interfering would be too risky. Shizen asked, but aren't they our allies? Why don't we target other? Danzo scoffed, interrupting Shizen. He asked, weren't they our allies when they teamed up with Orochimaru to backstab us? All alliances are temporary. You should never trust them beyond a certain limit. If they are such good allies, why do they have so many spies in Konoha? Agreeing with his old friend, Hiruzen explained, there are 2 kinds of battles. One, which is fought openly and known to everyone. The other is fought in the dark, away from the eyes of the public and without any traces. In light, we should always show benevolence and tolerance. It may cost us in the short while, but it is more beneficial in the long run. However, you have to be completely ruthless in the dark. Not only it restricts their strength and affects their morale, but it also creates an important deterrence effect. Glancing at Fujin, Hiruzen added, "Of course, some care must be taken. No proof of our involvement should be left behind. And, you shouldn't go overboard, forcing the other side to confront you openly." The memories of Fujin's actions in the Land of Wind still haunted Hiruzen. Plenty of time had passed since then, but Fujin's tendency to go overboard hadn't reduced one bit. Hiruzen and Shikaku had even exploited it to make I pay heavily. Luckily, Fujin had always been good at hiding his tracks and misleading the enemy, which eased Hiruzen's troubles considerably. However, Fujin's actions in Iwagakure lacked that aspect too. Hiruzen wanted to make sure Fujin didn't repeat such acts. Fujin chuckled, his words sending a collective shiver through the group. "I guess we won't be attacking Sunagakure then." Everyone's gazes immediately concentrated on him. They understood Fujin was joking, but it wasn't the appropriate time to joke. To their surprise, Fujin said, "A pity. Since you won't need my help to get rid of their intelligence network, I'll be returning to my journey." Chapter 937, Fujin's Collection. Fujin's words caught the entire room off guard. Danzo had died less than a day ago. His dead body hadn't even been buried yet. His killer was still at large. His death was shrouded in mystery. Konoha had to be on guard against their remaining rank S ninjas being targeted in a similar manner. Yet, Fujin announced, without bothering to ask for permission, returning to his adventure outside the village. Danzo's expression darkened. Fujin's timing and tone weren't just outrageous, they were borderline sacrilegious. In a culture where honoring the dead, especially a comrade as high-ranking as Danzo, was sacred and solemn, Fujin's casual dismissal bordered on outright disdain. His attitude gave the impression that Danzo's death wasn't even worth acknowledging, let alone mourning. Irrespective of their past conflicts, this wasn't expected of Fujin. A heavy silence settled over the room before Danzo finally spoke, his voice low and sharp. "Tell me, Fujin, are you mocking me? Or do you simply hold no regard for the life I gave for this village?" "For the village?" Fujin almost raised his eyebrow derisively. Luckily for Danzo, Fujin managed to control his reaction. Hiruzen's gaze shifted briefly to Fujin, narrowing just slightly. Hayashi and Shibi exchanged glances but said nothing, the weight of Danzo's words hanging in the air. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shikaku were tense too, wondering how Fujin would respond. Surprising them once again, Fujin shrugged dismissively. Without backing off, he replied, "Since we've decided to bury the news of your death, there won't be any funeral for you. And, we don't have enough information to resolve the mysteries surrounding your death. So, it's pointless for me to remain here. If Akatsuki is behind your death and they want to target our rank S ninjas, they should target me when I'm outside by myself. It'll finally give us more clarity about your death. If Akuro is an ancient expert and all what he said is true, that's all the more reason I can't sit here doing nothing. Tell me, Elder Danzo. Do you want the village to mourn your death for years, or would you prefer if we trained to survive the inevitable catastrophic war?" Fujin's words silenced the reanimated Danzo. Danzo's mouth opened slightly, but no words came. His expression twisted, not from anger, but from the bitter taste of truth he couldn't refute. The room remained still, the silence no longer heavy with tension but with reluctant acceptance. Hiruzen sighed and gave a faint nod, as if acknowledging that, insensitive or not, Fujin had a point. Shikaku agreed as well as he analyzed the situation. Even though Fujin clashed with Danzo a few times, he didn't have to bear his pressure for several decades like the rest of the leadership. It's logical for him to not be as emotionally invested as the rest of us. He isn't incorrect, but had the situation been any different, the experienced ninjas in the room would have been amused by Danzo's expression. Unfortunately, they were too concerned about their future to take pleasure in Danzo's misery. Unwilling to argue with Fujin or entertain yet another attempt to use Danzo's death as leverage to learn Edo Tensei, Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, be careful while you travel. Since you'll be alone, they'll have more chances to lure you into similar traps. Don't take any unnecessary risk by purposefully stepping into any trap to gather more intel. Irrespective of whether it is Akuro or the leader of Akatsuki, neither are ninjas we can underestimate. I don't want to see a repeat of what happened with Danzo. Fujin nodded while thinking, don't worry, I have no plans to kill myself. I just want to experiment with Edo Tensei Jutsu. I've already wasted plenty of time needlessly. Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya and said, the same goes for you, Jiraiya. Maintain highest vigilance while looking for Orochimaru. Akatsuki is far more likely to target you since Naruto accompanies you. Jiraiya nodded too. The existence of the Akatsuki member who called himself Uchiha Madara and could use space-time ninjutsu had already forced Jiraiya to maintain a high state of vigilance while journeying with Naruto. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Danzo's death alarmed him further. With nothing more to discuss, Fujin finally took his leave. Minutes later, having returned to his hideout in the Land of Water, Fujin sighed, finally, I can start experimenting with it. Knowing how ridiculously overpowered the jutsu was, Fujin had wanted to gain the Edo Tensei Jutsu for a long time. Unfortunately, it was also the toughest jutsu to ask for due to how dark it was. Fujin dared to ask for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu right after becoming a Chunin, but he didn't bother asking for Edo Tensei Jutsu even after killing Juzo and officially becoming a rank S ninja. Preventing the future mess he'd create was undoubtedly the main reason for eliminating Kabuto. Fujin also hoped to get Edo Tensei Jutsu from his memories. Unluckily, Kabuto hadn't possessed its knowledge yet. When Orochimaru displayed the jutsu, Fujin finally got a reasonable reason to demand the forbidden jutsu from Hiruzen. Yet, he failed to receive the jutsu from Hiruzen despite being very close to the former Hokage. Now that he finally had access to the jutsu, Fujin no longer wanted to wait. Fujin quickly began reorganizing his scrolls as he sighed, let me see how many dead bodies I have with me. With time, Fujin had gotten used to most absurdities in the ninja world, but being a walking morgue still felt weird. Over the years, the number of ninjas that fell to Fujin's blade was already in the thousands. He had also collected dozens of dead bodies either to hide their deaths or for some other reasons. He later buried or cremated most of them, leaving only the important ones with him. Fujin analyzed, the most significant one with me is Yakushi Kabuto, but I have already read his memories and learnt almost everything he knew in the past year. Right now, my knowledge in medical ninjutsu is likely only below that of Tsunade, though practically applying that knowledge is a different matter. I can't compare with the veteran medical ninjas who engage in it on a daily basis. Regardless, reanimating Kabuto will be useless. If I can get Orochimaru's modified Edo Tensei Jutsu, I could reanimate Kabuto at full strength and use him to assist me, but he won't be that useful. Though he isn't bad, his real gains were made after Orochimaru died. He'll just be an elite jounin if I reanimate him. The same is true for Raiga and Deidara, though I'm interested in checking whether Deidara's explosion stays just as strong despite my Edo Tensei Jutsu not retaining a ninja's former strength. Regardless, both he and Raiga will be good pieces to have after I get Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, since no one else will try to reanimate them. Though I don't have his dead body, I have enough tissues and blood to reanimate Dodoi as well, along with a few more elite jounins. It's a pity that I can't reanimate Juzo or the Kekkei Genkai wielders who followed Orochimaru despite having sufficient tissues. Hiruzen reanimated and sealed them to prevent Orochimaru from using them against us. I'd have liked to read the memories of the ninja with swift release. Oh well, whatever. Though they have their uses, none of them compare to the usefulness of these two. On the table in front of Fujin lay the remains of two dead ninjas. The first one was none other than Zankaku, the Grand Priest of Jashin who could control his blood and use it in battle. Fujin still remembered how deadly the battle to eliminate him had been. Fujin had already read his memories. With his mastery of Fuinjutsu and Kabuto's knowledge, Fujin could also make progress into forcefully copying his ability. However, it was a complex undertaking requiring significant time and held several risks. As good as the technique was, Fujin didn't find it worth his time to put such effort into it, at least not yet. Besides, he had another method, which he believed would be easier to implement, which was to reanimate the bishop who conducted Zankaku's ceremony. Needless to say, the remains next to Zankaku's body were of the buried bishop which Fujin had dug out a long time ago. Fujin sighed. It's been over half a decade. It's finally time to look into you, Jashin. What are you? How do you interfere in this world? More importantly, how did you realize I was investigating you? Can you still create obstacles in my path? Fujin wouldn't forget the events when he chased after Haydn. It was undoubtedly the most frustrating and annoying chase that he had been a part of. Fujin calmed himself down. I can't be impatient. Starting with these will be foolish. First, I need a few volunteers to experiment on. Fujin stored the bodies and exited the hideout. Stepping onto the rocky edge of the island, he gazed out at the endless blue horizon and smirked. So then, will some lucky bandit stumble into my path? Or will it be a pirate crew that wins the grand prize today? Chapter 938, A Magic Trick. The sun dipped low over the eastern sea, casting orange streaks across the rolling waves. A battered ship with black sails and a jagged skull insignia drifted lazily through the water. Laughter and crude singing spilled from its deck, the unmistakable sound of men who lived without laws. The Iron Fang pirates were celebrating. Masugi, the ship's self-proclaimed captain, leaned against the splintered railing, a toothy grin cutting through his bearded, scar-slashed face. He laughed. Heh. That village was a gift from the sea gods, I tell ya. What was it called again? Kirami, rasped Rentaro, a wiry man with a long neck and a foul breath that seemed to linger even when he wasn't speaking. He mocked, didn't even need to draw swords. The cowards just stared, mouths open, pissing themselves. One swing, and they were down. The deck erupted in laughter. Bahaha. Remember that old hag crying over her rice sack? Wheezed Dozan, a barrel-chested brute missing most of his teeth. Raising his voice, he roared, begged me to leave her some grain for her sick grandkid. So I took the grain, and tossed her in the well. Ha ha ha. Another chorus of howls and claps followed. Kakizo, a hunchback with knotted muscles and an eye patch, muttered. They had nothing, but still managed to scrape up a few gold trinkets. I found him hidden beneath the shrine floor. These peasants always think their gods will save them. Masugi chuckled. Shame we can't go back for a second round. But we've got food, silver, and enough coins to drink for weeks. Another pirate called, but none of it compares to this. As if on cue, the crowd parted, and all eyes turned to the four young women huddled near the mast, wrists bound, clothes torn, faces streaked with fear and grime. Their expressions were blank with shock, their backs pressed together as if proximity alone could shield them from what was coming. Dozan licked his lips. Feisty little things. One of them even bit me. I like when they fight. Rentaro knelt beside one girl and brushed a strand of hair from her face with a mock tenderness that made the others snicker. She recoiled, trembling. Oh, don't be shy, he whispered. You'll get used to it. Masugi laughed darkly. Tonight, boys. We drink, we feast, and then we celebrate proper. The cheer rose again, rough voices clashing like tankards, when the cabin door creaked open and out waddled a hunched figure in tattered, oversized clothes. Ida, the deckhand no one missed until there was filth to scrub or a storm to bail out of. He awkwardly stepped towards the remaining crew, beaming as if he were returning from a hero's quest. Oh look, the king of barnacles has returned, jeered Gunji, a squat brute with gold teeth and a belly like a barrel. Ida, snorted another, you lose your mop or are you here to pick which lass you want? Laughter followed, loud and sharp. As if unable to understand the mockery, Ida blinked at them, then shook his head eagerly. No, not now. Wait till you see this. I figured out a new trick. Real magic, swear on my nose. He held up a sharpened pencil and grinned like a child who had just found treasure. Watch closely, boys, this one's gonna blow your boots off. With clumsy flourish, he shuffled over to a nearby crate, cleared off a few crumbs and fish bones, and carefully placed the pencil upright. It wobbled slightly, then stood balanced on its sharpened point, aimed at the sky. There! Step 1 complete, he declared proudly, stepping back with arms raised. A round of snorts and groans followed. That's it? Gunji scoffed. Balancing a stick? What's next? Turning seawater into rum? A lanky pirate with greasy dreadlocks clapped mockingly. Oh, magic! Truly, the seas blessed us with a wizard. But Ida just beamed wider. Shaking his head, he excitedly explained, No, that's just the first step. You hear? First step. I've been practicing in secret for a whole month after watching those mighty ninjas. Now, he wiggled his fingers theatrically, now I'll make this pencil disappear. Another wave of laughter erupted. You gonna eat it, Ida? One pirate cackled. Another roared, or shove it up your arse. Here, let me help, said Ibra, the closest to Ida. He strolled over with a sneer, Come on, great wizard. Show us how you. In one swift, unnatural motion, Ida grabbed the back of Ibra's head and slammed it straight down onto the pencil. Stunned, Ibra failed to even close his mouth as the crude tip shot up through the inside of Ibra's mouth, punching a hole through the soft palate and into his brain. Moments later, Ibra's body collapsed on the deck with a heavy thud. The sound echoed like cannon fire in the sudden silence. Laughter died. Movement stopped. Eyes widened. Every pirate on deck stood frozen, caught somewhere between disbelief and horror. A few blinked rapidly, as if unwilling to believe that the person who they mocked as a fool for years killed one of their strongest comrades. Even the 4 terrified girls flinched, their already frayed nerves pushed to breaking. Then, in the dead silence, Ida beamed. Tada! See? Pencil's gone. He dusted his hands. Now then. Masugi stormed forward, face red with fury. Are you mad, Ida? What in the hells did you just do? Gunji dropped beside the corpse, face pale. He stared at the pencil lodged deep in the mouth. Tentatively, he reached to check for breath, then pulled back, expression grim. His pulses gone, he muttered. A storm of voices broke loose. What the hell is going on? He killed Ibra, he killed him. Someone get a rope. Grab the bastard, tie him down. The sound of swords being drawn filled the deck as half a dozen pirates began closing in, eyes wild and weapons raised. Unaffected by his captain's rage and the fury of his comrades, Ida maintained his grin. Whoa! Hold it! It's fine! It's fine! This magic still has 2 more steps. On the last step, he'll be as good as new and stronger than ever. But first... Ida raised his right arm slightly, with his thumb and middle finger touching each other. He snapped loudly. In a blink, the 4 girls collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Gunji fell limp beside Ibra's corpse. Once again, the pirates were left stunned. They could follow Ida's movements when Ibra died. But now? None of them could understand how Gunji and the girls collapsed. It almost felt like they were in a choreographed show, but Ibra's dead body still lay on the deck. None of them dared to continue moving towards Ida anymore. Masugi frowned, a chill running down his spine as he wondered, what in the blazes? This fool? 8 years ago, he'd let Ida aboard for laughs, a half-wit to mock, a clown to keep morale high. The idiot never even realized they were laughing at him, not with him. And now? Masugi questioned, what the hell am I looking at? He isn't the same bumbling deck rat. Something is wrong. Very wrong. None of the pirates noticed the subtle twitch of Ida's fingers as he formed a quick hand seal. Black markings spread from the edge of his sleeve, spiraling around his arm before extending onto the deck in a wide circular array. A symbol formed around Gunji, who was still unconscious, and the lifeless body of Ibra. However, the untrained eyes of the pirates failed to see a single marking. A small cut opened up on Ida's thumb as he bent down, placed his hand on the deck, and exclaimed loudly, Arise! Gunji's body trembled violently. The intense pain broke the jinjutsu he was under. Unfortunately, it didn't ease the pain. He screamed. A raw, blood-curdling scream, one that sent a jolt through even the hardest among them. His spine arched, fingers clawing at the deck, mouth gaping wide in agony. It was as if something inside him was being peeled away. The pirate stumbled back, shouting, weapons half-drawn in pure instinct, but useless in the face of what they didn't understand. His paper-like skin peeled and reformed. The pirates witnessed as not only Gunji's face and body were looking more like Ibra, but his clothes also changed into what Ibra was wearing. Suddenly, the scream stopped, as Gunji, now with Ibra's appearance and attire, stood lifelessly with a hollow look in his eyes. The pirates stood frozen. Not one dared to move. Not even their captain, Masugi. Still smiling, Ida stepped forward and drew a kunai. Its handle was tightly bound with a talisman, glowing faintly with sealing script. With no change in expression, he plunged the kunai into the back of Ibra's head. The moment it pierced flesh, Ibra's body stiffened, his eyes gained light. His mouth curled into a grin as he looked down at his hands in wonder. "Whoa! I'm back, baby," he howled, raising both arms as if returning from a grand vacation. "You saw that, right? That was insane. 1 second I'm kissing the deck, the next, bam. Good as new." Ida smacked his back and proudly exclaimed, "See? I told you. Good as new. Now, who wants to go next?" Chapter 939, A New Debt. For the first time in their wretched lives, the pirates of the Black Gale knew true horror. Not fear from the threat of death, nor panic in the face of battle, but something deeper. Something primal. Every inch of their bodies screamed to run, while their minds refused to believe what their eyes had just witnessed. No one dared to utter a single word. Ida tilted his head slightly, gaze calm and inviting. "Captain," he said, breaking the silence like a blade through ice, "would you like to try it?" Masugi's lips parted, but no sound came. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt at his side, only to freeze midway. His foot shuffled back. "Stay back. I am not interested," he said hoarsely, a tremor betraying his voice. Ida chuckled, pretending to be surprised. "Really? You are so brave and adventurous. I thought you'd be first in line." His eyes wandered. "No matter. There are others." He turned toward the crew and asked with his never-ending excitement, "What about you, Riko-san? Do you want to try? Or maybe you, Bendo? Kudo? Come on now, don't be shy. You saw Ibra. He's loving it. No! Stay the hell away. Please, please. Don't come near me." Panic spread like fire on oil-soaked sails. What began as whispers turned into screams, hysteria cracking their minds like brittle wood. Without another word, the pirates all bolted at once. They'd rather jump into the sea and bet their luck on reaching an island, despite being dozens of kilometers away from any, than stay aboard. But none made it. As if betraying them, their legs, shivering continuously, stopped moving. Every pirate tripped and fell in a synchronous manner. However, that didn't dull their desperation to escape. Even without their legs, they tried to crawl away from Ida. Ida strolled toward them casually and cheerfully said, "Come on, guys. Why so tense today? What happened to your bravado? I already said it's completely safe. Stay away. I can't do this. I can't. Monster. You're a monster." Their terror only deepened. 6 pirates, unable to endure the mental torture, passed out as Ida got closer. Ida sighed, "All right, I'll start with you guys first." Calmly kneeling down beside the unconscious pirates, Ida gently tapped the back of the necks of 3 pirates, killing them without any bloodshed. Seconds later, the eyes of the remaining 3 unconscious pirates snapped open as they screamed in pain. The remaining pirates saw in terror as they transformed into the 3 pirates that were tapped by Ida. As if he was performing another magic trick, kunai, tagged with sealing scripts, magically kept appearing in Ida's hand as he inserted them into the back of their heads. As soon as he did, the reanimated pirates seemed to regain clarity. Their eyes lit up. Their lips curled into eager smiles. "Oh yeah," one of them groaned, stretching his shoulders. "That hit's different." Another looked at his trembling former crewmates. "Don't fight it, boys. Just let it happen. It's the best thing you'll ever feel." Ida cheerfully said again, "See? They love it." As Ida approached the rest, the pirates, paralyzed with fear, could only beg for mercy. Unfortunately, they got none. Without any rush, Ida killed them one by one, while reanimating them in the body of another. To show how good his magic was, Ida also changed the method of killing. One pirate had his head twisted, another had a long needle pierced through his forehead, one was beheaded. Ida used a different style for each kill. In the end, only the pirate captain was left. His terror grew with every step Ida took towards him. Bending down slightly, Ida said with a smirk, "It's just you now, Captain. Do you want to join the rest?" The deck echoed with twisted and unnatural laughter. The reanimated pirates looked at their former captain like a pack of starving wolves spotting a lone sheep. "Come on, Captain," one of them called out with a wicked grin. "Don't you want to feel this good too?" another chuckled. "You always said we were a family, didn't you? Join us, Captain. We insist." But Masugi didn't move. His lips quivered, his back pressed against the ship's hull. He raised both trembling hands and croaked, "Ida, please. I took you in, didn't I? 8 years ago. You were just a stupid little brat with nowhere to go. I gave you food. I gave you a home. You owe me that much. Please let me go. I beg you." Ida tilted his head, his smirk faltering slightly. "You did take me in, that's true," he said softly, almost reflectively. Masugi's heart beat loudly as he saw Ida pondering. A few seconds later, Ida sighed, "All right, I won't force you, Captain." Masugi blinked in disbelief. Relief washed over him. His crew was gone, but at least he'd live. For the next quarter of a minute, Masugi went through a myriad of emotions. He snapped out of his thoughts when Ida turned and addressed the reanimated crew. "You heard him, lads. He doesn't want to join you." Terror once again gripped Masugi's heart as he saw a devious grin on Ida's face as he said, "He's all yours. Have fun." Masugi's scream split the night sky. The laughter that followed was a twisted orchestra, delighted, ecstatic, and without mercy. What happened next could never be put into words. The things Masugi was subjected to on that deck would warp the mind of any man. It wasn't just pain. It was a complete erasure of dignity, sanity, and self. For all the horror Masugi had once brought upon innocent souls, it was nothing compared to the torment he received that night. By the time it ended, what remained of the once feared pirate captain was barely recognizable, a mutilated, broken husk lying in a pool of shadow, eyes wide open, yet seeing nothing. Once the carnival of cruelty came to a close, silence returned to the ship. The reanimated pirates began crumbling, soon revealing the pirates that had been sacrificed to reanimate their comrades. Ida's appearance changed too, as Fujin ended the transformation jutsu. Moments later, a strange breeze engulfed the pirate ship. One by one, the lifeless bodies of the pirates rose into the night sky, as if summoned by unseen hands, while the unconscious girls continued sleeping on the deck. Then, without warning, the floating dead bodies ignited. When the flames finally died, only ashes remained, scattering into the sea below and erasing all trace of the horrors that had unfolded. Fujin didn't even bother glancing at the aerial cremation. Instead, he was lost in thought. That should be sufficient experimentation. Danzo's memories were very helpful. Not a single one of my attempts has been unsuccessful. Unless there's an external influence, there shouldn't be any problem in reanimating him. Fujin recalled all his attempts once before finalizing his decision. He yawned while thinking, "I should take rest for now. I'll reanimate him tomorrow. The last few days have been rather hectic." Jashin. No matter what it is, I should be at my best to deal with unexpected situations. Anyway. Fujin's gaze moved towards the unconscious girls as he thought, Kiri is such a mess. Their manpower must be lower than even Suna to let so many rogue groups operate so openly. The civil war was truly bloody. Regardless, they now owe me a debt. I wonder how I should extract the cost. Isabu? No. He no longer belongs to Kiri. Maybe Saiken then. That should balance out the karma. Fujin chuckled as he disappeared from the deck. The next day, a strange phenomenon swept across the land of water. For small islands, recently ravaged by pirates, fell into chaos and confusion as the massive ships of their tormentors returned. The sight of those dreaded vessels appearing again so soon threw the locals into a panic. But their fear turned into bewilderment. The ships crashed ashore, but no one emerged. Minutes passed. Then hours. Yet there were no voices, no movements, no signs of life. When a few brave islanders finally gathered the courage to board the vessels, they were greeted by decks soaked in blood, and the missing abductees peacefully asleep. In addition to these 4 ghost ships, another 7 pirate crews and 5 bandit groups vanished entirely from the land of water over the course of a couple of days. The sheer strangeness of the event stirred rumors throughout the country and even reached Kirigakure, prompting Mei Terumi to dispatch an elite investigation squad. Needless to say, they returned with no answers, only the certainty that over a dozen criminal groups had ceased to exist. On the surface, it was pleasant news for Mei. Someone had done her work for her, asking for nothing in return. However, if Mei were to know the true cost of dealing with merely 11 pirate crews, 5 bandit groups and rescuing a dozen innocents would be their lone Jinchuriki becoming a target, her satisfaction would have turned to fury. She'd regret not dealing with the rogue elements beforehand. Chapter 940, 2 Terrifying Shinobi. Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fujin slammed his hand on the ground, sacrificing one of the pirates he captured the previous day. The unfortunate pirate's screams echoed in the bays for a few seconds before his appearance started changing. Kitsueki, the blood-devoted Jashinist, stood once more. Fujin observed the reanimated corpse calmly. The dark tattoos etched along Kitsueki's forearms glimmered faintly, residual remnants of the cursed Fuinjutsu carved into his body during his lifetime. His tall frame was gaunt but solid, his posture unnaturally rigid. A hint of anticipation was visible in Fujin's eyes as he extended his right arm towards Kitsueki's forehead, each chakra gathering around his palm the closer it reached. Moments later, Fujin yanked out Kitsueki's soul from his reanimated corpse. Holding Kitsueki's soul in his right hand, Fujin thought, now then. Let me see what secrets you hold. A heavy silence loomed in the vast, dim chamber carved into stone. Dozens of black candles lit the room in a haunting glow. A single figure stood before a young Kitsueki on a raised dais, a wrinkled old man clad in layered ceremonial robes dyed in midnight and crimson hues. His head was adorned with a crown-like circlet fashioned from blackened bone. Kneeling before him, Kitsueki, filled with reverence, greeted, "Your Holiness." Kitsueki's mind was completely occupied by the revered figure. He completely ignored his bloodied robes, torn from the rituals he had undergone. His chest still bore the scars from the sealing rite. The pain still lingered, but his fanaticism far surpassed his pain. After all, the person before Kitsueki was the Pontiff of Jashin, the voice of the god, the unchallenged leader of their sacred order. "You have done well," the Pontiff said. His voice was like dry leaves, soft and brittle, yet it carried across the chamber with absolute authority. He declared, "From this moment forth, you are no longer a disciple. You are Bishop Kitsueki." Kitsueki lowered his head, trembling with a mix of awe and exhaustion. I thank you, Your Holiness." The Pontiff said, "Raise your head, Kitsueki. You now bear the seed of Jashin." Kitsueki looked up, brow furrowed. "The seed?" The Pontiff nodded. "The seed is our God's blessing, buried within your soul through the final ritual. It is a tether, both conduit and anchor. Through it, Lord Jashin can speak directly to you, guide you, and test your faith. You are no longer merely a worshipper. You are his instrument. I understand. Kitsuiki's voice was hushed, but the weight of the revelation sent shivers through him. Despite worshipping Jashin for nearly 2.5 decades, he had never known such a connection existed. The pontiff's eyes narrowed. Few understand it. Fewer still survive it. To carry the voice of our God is both a privilege and burden. That is why only bishops may one day become elders. The guardians, despite their formidable strength, will never be eligible to become an elder because they cannot connect with our Lord. Kitsuiki nodded slowly, absorbing the words. Then he asked, hesitantly, "What is expected of me now, Your Holiness?" The pontiff's wrinkled lips curled slightly into something between a smile and a grimace. "You are to prepare. A bishop does not merely guard knowledge. He spreads it through fire, through blood, through faith." He stepped forward, his voice gaining strength, and continued, "One day, you will choose a worthy vessel. Into that vessel, you will plant a sliver of your seed of Jashin and transform it into the living seal. This is how we create a grand priest." Kitsuiki's heart thumped. "A grand priest?" "An emissary," the pontiff said, eyes gleaming, "who walks the world with our God's will. A being blessed by both ritual and seal, strong enough to found new cults, raise armies, spread fear and devotion in the name of Jashin. And I will create one? In time," the pontiff said. "For now, you must train. Learn more of the fuinjutsu required. You will be tutored by Elder Shimiryu." Kitsuiki bowed again, but something burned within his chest. It was impatience. With respect, "Why wait?" he asked, challenging the pontiff for the very first time in his life. Looking straight into the pontiff's eyes, he asked, "Why not send me out now? Let me carry our faith to the world." The pontiff didn't mind his rudeness because it was a result of Kitsuiki's desire to serve their Lord Jashin. He calmly explained, "The seals you have learned until now can merely be considered as basic knowledge. They are the base required for you to learn the seals required for conducting the ritual. Improving your fuinjutsu will take anywhere between 5 to 10 years." Kitsuki was surprised. He was always considered a genius in fuinjutsu and had mastered all seals available to disciples in under 10 years. He didn't expect fuinjutsu to become an obstacle in him serving Jashin. The pontiff continued neutrally, "That is one aspect. The more important reason is our security. We send only one bishop every 2 decades. To send more risks exposure." "But why hide?" Kitsuiki's voice trembled with conviction. "Let the world come. We shall show them the truth of Lord Jashin. We'll drown the false shinobi in their own blood." The pontiff chuckled softly, "Your devotion to Lord Jashin is admirable. Sadly, devotion and passion cannot win a war with insurmountable odds." He turned and gestured to the darkness beyond the stone pillars. "You do not understand the world beyond. In this era, there are 5 great ninja villages. Each has armies numbering in the tens of thousands. Their leaders are monsters in human skin, all surpassing our guardians. In addition, they possess several ninjas who can compete with our guardians." Kitsuiki's eyes widened. He muttered in disbelief, "Tens of thousands of ninjas? How can we compete against that?" The pontiff explained further, "Fortunately, a majority of their ninjas are weak. In addition, they are extremely hostile towards one another. It may not be long before a massive war breaks out among them. So, as long as we don't gain attention, we don't have to worry about them." Kitsuiki sighed in relief on learning the 5 great powers were hostile towards one another. However, a new confusion appeared in his mind. He asked, "I don't understand. If the 5 powers are hostile to each other, they can't focus entirely on us. Why are we still so careful then? Can't we send more bishops secretly and do spread word of Lord Jashin? Even if they detect us, it's unlikely they would care enough to focus all their resources on us." Shaking his head, the pontiff explained, "Don't underestimate them. Gaining slight attention may not be lethal, but if they deem us to be sufficient threat, which we certainly are, all 5 great villages may ally temporarily and give their all to eliminate us. Not to mention, the more important factor is who focuses their attention on us. The 5 great villages may be strong, but they won't succeed in completely annihilating us. However, there are 2 individuals in the world, so terrifying that they can completely destroy our village single-handedly. We would be completely helpless against either of them. If Kitsueki felt fear on learning about forces with tens of thousands of ninjas, now he was completely terrified. Other than Jashin, he never imagined anyone possessing such fearsome strength. The pontiff stated grimly, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Remember their names. If you were to go when they're alive, avoid them at all costs. If you're unfortunate to run into them, keep your head low and don't do anything that could turn their attention to us. If you do, the pontiff sighed, we would be forced to flee. Again. Just as we have done before. And again. Kitsueki looked up, shaken. This has happened before? The pontiff gave a slow nod, 3 times in the last 6 centuries. Once, we tried to raise a secret organization in the Eastern Islands. The Uchiha clan burned it down. A century later, one of our grand priests established a foothold in the northern eastern plains. A coalition of shinobi wiped them out in a single winter. Our last major attempt after taking lessons from our previous 2 failures was 228 years ago. Unfortunately, we were crushed by a single clan. The Senju clan decimated us even before we could establish a proper foothold. It took great effort to migrate what remained of our forces to this island. Chapter 941, A Mission. Kitsueki clenched his fists, then, how can we succeed now? Having learned of the constant failures spanning over centuries, all hope was drained from Kitsueki's face. Spreading Jashin's name beyond their small village now seemed an exercise in futility. How could he succeed when all his predecessors had failed? Even the breakthroughs they had were squashed quite easily. The pontiff looked down at him with eyes that carried the weight of centuries and answered, because we do not stop. He raised a hand and placed it gently on Kitsueki's shoulder. Each failure teaches us. Each grand priest carries our legacy forward. One day, one of them will not fall. He will rise, above the villages, above the clans, and when he does, we will no longer need to hide. The flickering candles danced in silence. Kitsueki bowed again, but this time his voice was hushed, serious. He vowed, I will not fail. Then prepare, the pontiff said, learn. Grow. And when the time comes, plant the seed, and let it blossom into war. Kitsueki nodded. With the pontiff's blessings, he finally left the dim, incense-filled chamber. As he stepped out into the cold corridor, the weight of his new title clung to his shoulders like a second cloak. The corridor outside the sanctum was dimly lit by flickering torches mounted on jagged walls. Kitsueki took a few steps forward, still absorbing the gravity of the ritual, when 2 figures rounded the corner and stopped in surprise. Kitsueki, said one, blinking. He impatiently asked, is it done? It was Riku, a wiry youth with short, spiked black hair and a scar running across his cheek. Next to him stood Juzu, broader in build, with coppery skin and shaggy dark brown hair tied in a loose topknot. Both wore the dull gray robes of disciples. Kitsueki gave a small nod, still too solemn for words. Juzu broke into a grin. So it's official now, huh? Bishop Kitsueki. Rika grinned as well, punching him lightly on the arm. Guess we have to start bowing when we see you now? You can start by not punching bishops, Kitsueki replied with a small smirk. Right, Juzu said, dramatically straightening his posture and giving an exaggerated bow. O mighty bishop, please do not smite us lesser men. Rika chuckled, but then both boys fell quiet for a moment. Though they couldn't see the seed of Jashin, they could sense that Kitsueki had somehow reached closer to their god. Despite their teasing, despite growing up together and being best of friends since a very young age, they couldn't help but feel a deep reverence when they looked at their old friend. Kitsueki, sensing the shift, softened his expression. He said quietly, I'll still keep an eye on you idiots. One of you might end up here too. Just survive long enough. That drew a snort from Juzu. With you watching over us, how can we not? Unless, Riku added, you get all high and mighty and forget about your old friends. Kitsuaki scoffed, I won't forget. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the corridor. All three turned to see a tall figure approaching, Elder Shimeryu. His long, unkempt white hair cascaded over his shoulders like a ghostly shroud, and the mask covering the lower half of his face made him look like a relic from a forgotten time. His pale golden eyes locked onto Kitsuaki. His appearance unnerved Riku and Juzu, who straightened up like startled rabbits. Their banter and boldness vanished the moment they locked eyes with him. Kitsuaki instinctively recalled his conversation with the pontiff, understanding why Elder Shimeryu had appeared. Yet, even he was slightly nervous. It was his first time interacting with this revered figure too. To their surprise, Elder Shimeryu spoke in a very easygoing manner, you'll have plenty of time to catch up later. Come. There's much to be done. Your formal training begins now. Yes, Elder. Kitsuaki followed, casting one last glance at his friends. He smiled faintly, then walked behind the elder into another long corridor. They walked in silence for several minutes through the winding paths of the inner sanctum, eventually reaching a large courtyard. Shimeryu stepped to the center and turned to face Kitsuaki. Kitsuaki focused entirely on him when he heard the old elder say, you're sharp, focused, and talented. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here. But that alone won't let you bear the burden of the seed. He paused, before continuing with a mysterious tone, you know how to write seals. Now, I'll teach you how to live them. Elder Shimeryu's voice was warm as he approached Kitsuaki, who had just finished inscribing a complex sealing array in the central hall. Well done, he said, arms folded behind his back. You've completed your training. From now on, you are a full-fledged bishop. Kitsuaki stood and bowed, suppressing the instinctive smile that tugged at his lips. Though he'd known this day was coming, hearing it from the elder's mouth gave it weight. I am honored, Elder Shimeryu. Kitsuaki replied gracefully. It had been 7 years since he began training under Elder Shimeryu. He had finally learned everything he needed to learn to successfully conduct the ritual to create a grand priest. The elder chuckled, titles carry burdens, not just honor. You've been entrusted with our legacy, boy. What you plant today, someone else may harvest 100 years from now. He paused and walked toward the nearest open corridor, gesturing for Kitsuaki to follow and said, it's time for you to witness the outer world. You'll join this year's scouting mission. Consider it your first step outside the sanctuary. Kitsuaki blinked in surprise. Scouting? You mean? Elder Shimeryu nodded. Yes, the annual retrieval. We look for children with the potential to serve Lord Jashin in the future and carry our legacy forward. So far, you have only trained and worshipped our Lord. This is your first opportunity for you to truly contribute to our Lord. Kitsuaki became excited on hearing the news. He could barely restrain himself. Elder Shimeryu said, you leave at dawn. Lady Shiranui will lead the mission. You will accompany her along with guardians Daiketsu and Suni. Trust them, and observe carefully. At the jagged mouth of the valley, 4 figures gathered. The ocean, still as glass, shimmered under moonlight. Kitsuaki arrived first, dressed in robes marked with the sacred seals of a bishop. Not long after, Guardian Suni appeared, her steps silent, dark green eyes scanning the path behind her. She said with a teasing smirk, 7 years, huh? You're all grown up now, Bishop. Kitsuaki returned a smile, just don't ask me to babysit again. Behind her came Daiketsu, tall, imposing, yet calm. He chuckled, we'll see if you still remember how to move your feet outside the valley. Lady Shiranui arrived last, the air around her gently shifting, as if even the mist was wary of disturbing her presence. Dressed in silver and black robes with delicate chains adorning her waist, her pale eyes settled briefly on each of them. After observing them, she said, good. You're all here. They bowed in unison. In a serious tone, she continued, once we leave the island, Lord Jashin may not be able to watch over us. So, never let your guard down. Never do anything that can bring trouble to our sanctuary." Everyone nodded solemnly. Shiranui added, "Currently, the outside world is embroiled in a great war. Their main forces should be far away from where we're heading, but anomalies can always occur during wars. We have already suffered once due to it. Remember, never underestimate them. Even the ninjas who are far weaker than you can make you suffer due to their viciousness if you lower your guard." Daiketsu and Suni had already been to the outer world a few times prior, so they already knew about it. However, Ketsueki hadn't had that experience. He quickly absorbed the elder's wisdom. Shiranui nodded approvingly at his reaction and ordered, "Let's move." They ran across the still sea for 10 kilometers before the first faint outlines of land came into view. The shore was bleak, a long stretch of jagged rock and ash-gray soil. No birds. No trees. Just the wind. They continued inland, covering another 100 kilometers without slowing their speed before reaching the first village. A tiny fishing hamlet with barely 24 huts. Shiranui raised 2 fingers. Chakra pulsed invisibly from her body. Within moments, illusions blanketed the village. The residents remained asleep, caught in quiet dreams. Ketsueki and Suni silently moved through the homes, checking toddlers. All too weak. None were suitable. They moved on. Chapter 942, I failed? The group of Jashin fanatics continued moving from one village to another without much luck. By the time they reached the 7th village, dawn was just beginning to lighten the horizon. It was another small settlement with just around 50 villagers, mostly elderly and children. Most of the adults had already left to attend to their respective work. Suni crouched outside one of the homes, her hand pressed to the damp earth. Her senses spread outward, subtle and practiced. She opened her eyes and looked toward Daiketsu. "There's one," Daiketsu murmured. They entered quietly. A small child, no older than 3, lay asleep on a straw mat beside a half-empty bowl of rice. Daiketsu studied the child's chakra with narrowed eyes. He chuckled, "Not bad. Definitely within the threshold." "Wait," Suni added, turning her head. Excitement appeared in her voice as she claimed, "There's another. Same signature." They moved to the adjacent room. Another toddler slept there, a twin. Her features were nearly identical to her brother's, and her chakra had the same unusual density for someone so young. Daiketsu observed with a hint of approval, a matched pair. "That's rare." They stepped out of the house. Lady Shiranui stood at the village center, her hands calmly weaving seals to maintain the Jinjutsu haze. Suni reported, "We found a pair of twins, both viable." Lady Shiranui's eyes glinted with faint satisfaction. She observed the two and agreed, "You're right." Turning her head to the west, she added, "And there's a third." They followed her gaze and saw another sleeping child. This one had even stronger chakra, its flow vibrant and natural. They immediately understood her potential was even higher. Excitement appeared in Suni's eyes as she barely controlled herself, 3 in a single village. What great luck! If this continues, we'll fulfill Lord Jashin's needs in no time. Lady Shiranui didn't smile, but her voice held quiet conviction, "This isn't luck. It's Lord Jashin's blessings." The others didn't reply, but bowed their heads briefly in reverence. Lady Shiranui calmed her chakra flow and exhaled softly. Her fingers blurred through a complex sequence of seals, each movement deliberate and flowing. A low hum vibrated through the air, barely audible, as a shimmer of chakra rippled outward like a wave. A moment later, silence descended over the entire village and its vicinity. Out in the fields, elderly men paused mid-swing of sickles. A few younger adults who had set out early for hunting or gathering stopped where they stood, their eyes blank for a heartbeat. Then, movement resumed, as though nothing had happened. But their paths subtly shifted, as if driven by an unseen memory. In their minds, something terrible had already occurred. In their collective memory, the 3 children had ventured out before dawn and never returned. A few had seen glimpses, shadows in the mist, blood in the grass. Everyone simultaneously believed and accepted the deaths of the 3 children, not questioning the absurdity of little children escaping locked houses in the middle of the night and the adults who saw their glimpses not stopping them. They only grieved their loss. Shiranui slowly lowered her hands. Kitsueki watched in silence, impressed. Her mastery over the mind was subtle but immense. After a moment, he asked, "Wouldn't it be simpler if we just convinced their parents to follow Lord Jashin? With devotion, they'd willingly offer their children if needed. No deception would be needed." Lady Shiranui's response came without hesitation, "It'll leave behind hidden dangers. The ninja villages will investigate seriously if a large number of people suddenly start following Lord Jashin. Not to mention, we can't stay here to educate them about Lord Jashin." Still confused, Kitsueki put forth another idea, one much more diabolical than his first idea. He said, "Then erase the memories. Make them forget the children ever existed." Shiranui turned her gaze to him and asked, "And what of their cousins in the next valley? Or a traveling merchant who heard their names last month?" She gestured toward the broader world with a quiet hand and said, "Memories do not exist in isolation. One stray thread can unravel the whole tapestry. If word spreads that children are disappearing without explanation, it invites questions. But if they die to wild beasts, well, that's just nature." Kitsueki fell silent, nodding thoughtfully. With his doubts cleared, the group continued their journey. They entered several more settlements, lucky in some while returning without any gains from the rest during their multi-day journey. On the 3rd day, they reached the outskirts of the 29th village. As they scouted silently, Daiketsu came to a stop and raised his head. "Wait," he said, eyes narrowing. Everyone paused. Kitsueki immediately activated a secret sensing technique, scanning the edge of the settlement. At the same time, Suni placed her hands on the ground, sending her chakra into it and creating a soft ripple. Daiketsu confirmed, "There's someone nearby. East of here." Chakra is faint, but too refined for a civilian. "A ninja?" Kitsueki asked. Lady Shiranui gave a nod, "Likely. Possibly a wanderer or hunter passing through. Or perhaps someone trying to avoid the war." They waited a moment, tension humming silently through the air. Suni muttered, "His chakra is weak. He must be just a genin." Kitsueki relaxed and said, "We can take him out." Shiranui agreed, "We could, but there's no need. This is an indication from Lord Jashin. If we continue, we may be exposed to major forces of this world. It's time to return." No one opposed her decision. They vanished back into the wilderness without a trace, heading for the sea. By the time they returned to the hidden valley, 8 children slumbered in silence under dreamlike genjutsu. Each had been marked with a sealing formula on their skin, non-invasive, harmless, but impossible to remove. As they crossed the final stretch of still sea, Kitsueki glanced back once. The world beyond was so vast, so chaotic. He couldn't help but yearn for the day he would be dispatched to spread Jashin's word and create a grand priest. There comes a time when one must no longer be a caretaker of the garden, but the one who plants the seed. The pontiff raised a hand and placed it on Kitsueki's head, not gently, but firmly, and proclaimed, "You are no longer a shepherd. You are a harbinger." Despite being several decades older than when he became a bishop, Kitsueki's chest swelled. His lips parted, but he found himself speechless. The pontiff continued, "You will go beyond the still sea. And from your hands shall rise the grand priest who will carry our centuries-long hope on his shoulders." The gravity of the words settled deep in Kitsueki's bones. Pontiff smiled, "Go now, Bishop Kitsueki. Spill your blood and the blood of others. With patience and devotion, sow chaos. And from chaos, cultivate divinity." Kitsueki rose, fists clenched, eyes alight with purpose. He bowed deeply and vowed, "I will not fail. Even if my body burns, I will raise the grand priest. I swear it upon Lord Jashin's name." And with that, he turned and strode out of the chamber, each step echoing with finality. The shadows of the holy cavern swallowed his silhouette. In a vast underground chamber, utterly buried from the world above, hundreds of thick pillars carved with seals supported a ceiling blackened by the smoke of old incense. The air, once still and reverent, now trembled with a metallic stench so thick it clung to the tongue. The entire underground chamber had turned red. Blood had long stopped pooling. It had seeped into the stone, into the seals, into the lungs of the dead. Some corpses were still warm. Others had swollen grotesquely, bloated and cracked under the weight of unnatural chakra. Rows upon rows of bodies lay on ritual plates. Elderly men, women, infants, all frozen in postures of agony. The runes etched into the floors, once pulsing with ritualistic harmony, now flickered erratically. Some still glowing faintly, others blackened and smoking. Whatever sealwork had been woven into this temple of slaughter, it had ruptured, partially, violently. In another part of the chamber, massive stone basins were filled with dark coagulated blood. Floating within were dozens of hearts, lungs, and livers. Now, however, the basins had shattered, letting the horrifying travesty leak out. The deathly silence was broken by a gurgle from the very center of this chamber. It came from a humanoid form struggling on the floor. Its skin had melted into its muscles. Blood dripped endlessly from its eyes, but there were no pupils left, just raw, ruptured sockets. Its mouth moved, whispering something unintelligible over and over again. Something wet and rhythmic. As if reciting a prayer, or begging to forget. Kitsueki stood not too far from it. His robes, once immaculate, were soaked in blood from shoulder to toe. Shock burned into his face, his eyes refusing to believe what they saw. After a long time, 2 words softly escaped his lips, still with the same unwillingness and disbelief. I failed. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 23. Peace.